Have you ever thought that one beautiful day, a very suspicious countdown timer would appear on your hand? What do you think it is? Counting down to death? Qin was ready to wait for it, because someone without a family like him didn't care about living anymore. After reporting the father who only knew gambling to the police, seeing his mother for the last time, and writing a will, he sat on the bed waiting for the countdown timer to reach the last moment of his life. But wait, what awaited him was not death, but waking up and transmigrating to an extremely strange place, where the technological development far exceeded the knowledge on Earth. Not only Qin, but others were also selected to transmigrate to that mysterious land. Let's see how he survives in a new world. One rainy day, a sunshower came down on the city, a rain where raindrops fell while the sun was still shining. Although the sky had dark clouds, there were gaps for the sunlight to shine through. Some students were walking with umbrellas, and a delivery driver was in the area. It was autumn of 2024. The delivery driver sped past the Chinese grocery store, where two people had set up tables and chairs outside and were playing chess with great enthusiasm, illuminating the table they were sitting at in the light rain. They were so engrossed in the game that the chess pieces were constantly being lifted and lowered, making clicking sounds, which, combined with the sound of the rain, was very pleasant to hear. Inside the grocery store, there were many items, from drinks and food to CDs and chocolates, all available, but it seemed the owner was busy playing chess outside. It turned out they were playing Chinese chess. A pawn was lifted and moved from its original position. And on the other side, the opponent was a bald old man, sweating profusely, racking his brains for the next move with a chess piece in his hand. And the one who had just moved was a young man with a pleasing appearance, slightly messy black hair, and a neatly buttoned shirt. With just one pawn move, he had checkmated his opponent. He confidently laughed loudly. He stood up and left the chessboard to go into the grocery store, but the old man was not convinced. I can still move, it's only been 13 moves. But the young man waved his hand with arrogance all over his face. Don't bother struggling. After carefully reviewing the situation on the chessboard, the old man realized that he had no way to go, everything was blocked and checkmated. The old man's face was a bit grim, frowning and puffing out his cheeks, but he had to exclaim and admit this. The rain was still drizzling, falling pattering on the striped tarpaulin hanging in front of the store, sheltering the two from the rain, but it seemed to be clearing up soon because the dark clouds in the sky had partially dissipated. And the reason why the old man was puffing out his cheeks because he lost was because they bet money when playing. He always lost money to him. The old man began to lean back on the chair and grumble. This morning I won 20 yuan from Lao Li and Lao Zhang, and now I've lost it all to you. You've got me for sure. Haven't you? At that time, the young man was opening an old cookie tin in the old man's store to take out the money he had just earned from his true talent, and it seemed that the old man trusted him very much. On this side, the young man revealed his strategy for winning money. If they didn't want to play chess with me anymore, I wouldn't have to go through you to get money. You need face, I need money, it's very reasonable and fair. The old man was annoyed when he heard him say that, but the things he taught in the past 2 days were all useless. The old man was still at the chessboard. It turned out that when they played chess together, they not only played but also secretly learned from each other, grasping the way to move and the tactics that the other party often used. Yet the young man didn't defend himself and said, "Don't talk about yourself like that," making the old man's face darken, freeze, and fill with question marks. The old man reached out and rearranged his chess pieces by moving them back to their starting positions. The old man wanted to play more and learn more, even though he was a little embarrassed because he had 2 colored hair and lost to someone with 1 colored black hair. All right, let's replay," the old man suggested. The young man on this side also casually replied, Okay. A moment of silence for him to gather his spirit before entering the game. All sounds and things around him were ignored at this moment. He was closing his eyes and concentrating as much as possible. The rain had not stopped, and they continued a new game without any signs of stopping. Each falling leaf, each raindrop falling on the ground, the tarpaulin above his head. Now was the time for him to feel them with his keen intuition, separating each sound that ordinary people would hear as a pile of chaotic noise. It seemed that he was still listening very carefully, And perhaps this was the strength that helped him always win in the chess games with the old man in the neighborhood. That was the concentration of thought on a certain object or phenomenon. It was amazing. And then the chess game started quickly. The speed at which the old man picked up the chess pieces must have been several times the speed of a passerby, and from the two of them, there was a golden light of passion and love for this sport. Each chess piece flashed whenever they moved, as if they wanted to catch fire due to the friction with the chessboard. The young man made a move. The old man also responded immediately with the next move. Their level had reached the point of thinking fast and playing fast, creating a classic blitz chess game. Playing quickly as soon as the opponent moved the piece. The key pieces were lifted off the chessboard, as if to gain momentum to rush in and kick the opponent away. Now the aura of passion of the two of them was still lingering on those who passed by the grocery store. A little girl and an old woman standing nearby were the ones who caught the most golden color, and it was also possible that this was not just the light of passion. It was also possible that they were the aftertaste of the movement in the air that the young man was feeling when he concentrated as much as possible. A pair of white shoes with butterfly patterns stepped on the ground, each raindrop falling into the puddle nearby. Each sound had its own color. The sound of raindrops falling on the ground was different from the sound falling on the toe of the shoe, and they were also different when the raindrops fell into the puddle, and depending on the size of the raindrops, the sound became different again. As expected, he was so focused that he fell into layers upon layers of old memories, each scene rushing back and wrapping him up in front of a forest of giant filing cabinets. If that was all the academic memories he had about Chinese chess, it would be terrible. Where he was standing, right under his feet, there was a circle like a clock showing 11:30. And when he tried to insert a disc into the bookshelf to save the feelings just now and also to carefully imprison the tape that was flying so much that it was about to get tangled in his layers of memories. But it was difficult to insert. His body burst into flames, hugging his aching head. The tapes were willing to slip in all at once. He sighed when he could deal with the mess in his head and return to reality. The key piece was still in his hand. He quietly explained to the old man, 13 moves of sacrificing the horse is in the 6th step, advancing the chariot and sacrificing the horse. This is the ace in the hole to tear down the defense line. I saw you playing chess with the old man in Wancheng Park the day before yesterday. He likes to arrange cannons in the middle. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the old man full of expectation. If you can learn the 13 moves of sacrificing the horse that I teach in a week, using this move to play chess with him will not be a problem. He was so talented that when he was young, just passing by and glancing at their chess game, he could recognize the characteristics of a person when playing chess and which move could defeat them. The old man pointed at him, still holding the chess piece in his hand, which made him a little surprised. It turned out that the old man had bigger ambitions. A week to beat him. How long will it take to beat you? At this time, the young man waved his hand playfully, making the old man speechless. The fortune teller said you can live to 78, right? Then it's too late. It was getting dark because the dark clouds were blown by the wind to gather above their heads. Only the light from the grocery store was shining outside where the ice cream cabinet was still a little lit. The old man asked, at this time, you should be attending the evening self-study class, right? Why did you get out of school early today? His eyes looked at the old man, thinking about something without answering immediately. Then he said, I'm waiting for someone. Then the old man couldn't bear his curiosity anymore and asked, Qingchen, you're so good at playing chess, why don't you participate in the Chinese chess competition? Didn't you say you're short of money? Winning the championship also comes with money. The old man also wanted his neighborhood kid to be proud, and so did he. However, Qingchen didn't want that very much. I just remember the instructions for playing chess in my head, not that I'm so good at playing chess. The ability to remember doesn't represent the ability to analyze. It's okay to play with you guys, but if I meet a master, I'll reveal my ignorance. That's not my path. Playing chess is just temporary. It seemed that Qingchen knew the world very well and understood himself very well, but the old man still looked skeptical. Remember everything in your head. I used to feel that. This kind of thing, like never forgetting after seeing it, is all a scam. At this time, there were 3 shadows on the road in the rain. Looking at the feet, it was easy to recognize that this was a family with parents and a son, and if he wasn't mistaken, They were heading towards the convenience store where the old man and the young man Qin were sitting. Immediately after, the rain stopped completely, the sun peeked out of the clouds again, shining down the orange-yellow sunset, looking gentle and peaceful, and also making the water droplets remaining on the tarpaulin become sparkling and beautiful. As expected, the three people walked over there. They were a family. The mother was wearing a long trench coat and her hair was also long, and also had the same color as Qin hair. Could this be his family? She was also carrying a large gift box, and the curious little boy had a different hair color, perhaps like the father who was standing in the corner only seeing his shoulders. The little boy quickly said, "Mom, look, the rain has stopped." Hearing the little boy's voice, Qin recognized it and turned his head. Yes, it was indeed the person he was waiting for. They were here, and the old man also noticed a strange expression on his face and was curious. And the mother also leaned her head to look more closely to see if that was her son. Our readers are sure, with those brown eyes and hair color, there was no mistaking it. They were clearly mother and son, but for some reason they still hadn't run towards each other, still standing frozen looking at each other. No one took a step, including the little boy. The rainwater on the road was gradually flowing down the drain on both sides of the road. The space became quiet again. This atmosphere was clearly not the atmosphere of a family reunion, but it was somewhat heavy, and as such Qin moved his lips as if to say something, but what came out was a heavy sigh. He was waiting for them but didn't want to approach or say anything to them. One hand was trembling slightly but he held it back with the other hand. What exactly was he suppressing? His mother also had the same expression as him. What was the point of meeting without saying a word? And it seemed that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Or perhaps just seeing each other was enough. The little boy saw the strange developments and called out, "Mom!" Then the little boy looked at Qin. All three of them looked at him, but he only paid attention to the child. Seeing the distance from them, the mother called out his name, Qin. At this time, he just smiled. His lips smiled but his eyes were heavy as if they contained a lot of thoughts but couldn't be expressed. Who exactly was this young man, and what kind of life did he have? Then immediately he changed his face. He looked tired, exhausted, and lifeless. He turned his back and left, shocking his mother. As his back became farther away, casting a shadow under the street lights that were gradually turning on and the sunset as if to signal that something was about to end. At this time Qin's mother also lifted her heel and walked to the table where he had just played chess with the old man, without intending to chase after him. Standing on the puddle containing the sky, she asked the old man who was neatly arranging the chess pieces back into the box, "Zhang Dejia, why does Qin run to your place to play chess again?" The old man wasn't very friendly to Qin's mother. He just politely replied, "He's your son, why are you asking me? He doesn't have living expenses so he can only rely on playing chess to earn some money to buy food." The old man thought that he should say it so that those who should be responsible would become responsible. At this time, Qin's mother asked again, "But I give money to his father every month, and besides, shouldn't he be at the evening self-study class at this time?" And the old man answered as he had asked Qin just now, "Oh," he seemed to say he was waiting for someone. Seeing this, the mother immediately said, "No, I have to go home and see." Hearing this, the man who came with her said, "Wan Fang, today is Hao Hao's birthday, we've already made a reservation, after eating we'll take him to see a movie." Seeing his father say that, the little boy also whined, "Mom." On this side Qin's mother couldn't help but worry about his studies. Qin might be skipping school. "I can't ignore it." The man cared more about his small family, cared more about his little son and gently said, "He's 17 years old, he can take care of himself. And besides, isn't there his father? Wait until Sunday and then go visit. Today let's be with Hao Hao first, okay?" Qin's mother was also very embarrassed, but she didn't want her family to break up again. She said okay. A key was inserted into the lock. Someone had come home. A rather dilapidated apartment complex. The walls and roof were peeling off, the lights were flickering, and boxes were scattered all over the hallway. The person who had just come home slammed the door. It was Qin and where he was staying. The table was full of beer and alcohol, probably from his father, who Qin's mother and her new husband had mentioned earlier. As soon as he got home he called someone. The beeping sound from the phone echoed in the empty house. He stepped and kicked a beer can scattered on the floor. It turned out he was calling his father. He had just called him Dad and he was coldly grumpy with him. Living expenses, go find your mother. I don't have money, she has a lot of money now. It turned out that his father was sitting playing mahjong here with other men puffing on cigarettes. He said, I'm not asking for money, it's been a long time since I asked you for money. Then what are you calling for? The father didn't have much time and asked quickly. Going to a parent-teacher conference again, go find your mother. He refused all the requests of a father. He was irresponsible when the tuition money that Qin Chen's mother sent was now on the table. Next to the ashtray in this mahjong room, he still held a cigarette full of smoke in his hand without paying any attention to his son at home. Seeing his father indifferent to him, he didn't want to tell him anything, so he pressed the red button on the screen and turned off the phone. In the empty, cold house, with belongings scattered all over the floor, he took a deep breath to regain his strength and gather his spirit. He was used to it. Now the phone screen showed that it was past 6 o'clock, and he still hadn't eaten anything. And there was something even more surprising. What exactly was on his arm that looked like a clock, a countdown timer with 5 hours 58 minutes 12 seconds, and the number 12 had just changed. He leaned against the table and laughed. Perhaps the clock in the house was also out of batteries and the clock showed it was past 7 o'clock. Then he put on his coat and decided to go out. Perhaps the sunset outside was warmer than this cold, uninhabited house. He no longer had the mood to worry about the thing on his hand. No one knew what the end point of this countdown was. He reached out to open the door, also thinking that thing might be dangerous. He looked back at this place, looked at this boring present. His eyes looked sad. He also had hopes for himself. He thought that the countdown thing on his hand might also be another life. Once again, he gave the house back its emptiness and emptiness, not a soul, no one to take care of it and make it lively, to give it back its true name, home. This time the door was also slammed shut. In the bustling, crowded market area with many signs, that was the place where goods were imported and agricultural products were sold. Yet the scene changed to night. Now it was completely dark. The clouds in the sky were not clear whether they were black or white. Would it rain? The yellow street lights were doing their best. Next to a brightly lit apartment building was another building. Qin Chen walked into a room that looked simpler than his, carrying 2 bags of things he had just bought, and in that room there were also many odds and ends, including several large bottles of water. On the desk by the window was a medical kit, and a flashlight. The moonlight outside was quite bright, shining through the large glass window. He ducked under the pillow wanting to hide something. It seemed that for him the most dangerous place was the safest place. Then he breathed a sigh. While not knowing what he was about to face, he could only try to prepare thoroughly. Perhaps he had also thought of all kinds of things that would happen after that. On the small table next to the bed he had left a pile of tools such as wrenches, hammers, screwdrivers, pliers, very complete. A strong wind blew outside the window, swaying the trees outside. The moonlight shone in, projecting the shadow of the 17-year-old young man on the wall, a lonely but more mature back. Now he was sitting alone in the room, on the bed, and he had also written something to leave on the table next to the medical kit. He couldn't help but worry. He clasped his hands together and rubbed his 2 thumbs together. His eyes were blank. He thought, next, should he find someone to help? Then he clenched his hands tighter. He thought of something. His hands started to shake again. But he was also very miserable. Who could he find? When he turned his back, his mother also left without looking back. His father was busy partying, making him not want to think about it. His 2 relatives had abandoned him. Who else could he ask for help? Then he also thought, this bizarre and unreasonable thing, finding ordinary people to help, I'm afraid it won't work. In his school there was no extremely close friend, that's right. He rummaged and took out a necklace with a green Buddha pendant that looked kind. Then he lay down on the bed, shined the phone on his face, relaxed in the last moments. The last job to prepare was done. On his phone screen, in the WeChat app at the top was his mother, and below was Nangingshan. He thought about his mother again, thought about the look in his mother's eyes when she looked at him then, and then thought about the familiar image, the father sitting playing mahjong abandoning the family, making his eyes feel indifferent and disgusted. He fell into that memory storage area again. His mother didn't do anything wrong even if she let go of his little hands then. Gambling, selling the house, the memories flowed back, presenting each image like a film appearing clearly in his head. Domestic violence, infidelity, All of them were clear in his head, making him never forget. He looked at them carefully, hating them very much. It was all his father's fault. At that time, his mother actively divorcing was not wrong either. He should feel happy for his mother's decision, because that was the right choice. It turned out he didn't hate his mother. Nor was he tired of abandoning his mother. He just wanted his mother not to worry about him anymore, not to look for that unhappy family again. His hand clenched the railing in that area of thought again, when recalling the times his mother sobbed and confided in the neighbor. His mother didn't deserve that. Seeing his mother suffer enough, he didn't want to become a burden for his mother, so he chose to live with his father. He wandered in this memory corridor, memories. Moments, perhaps sad or unhappy or happy or boring, they were all yellow, all precious. And he affirmed, he knew this was also the right choice, so he was the one who let go of his mother's hand. He didn't want to stop his mother from stepping into a brighter future. On his hand the countdown timer was still there, but the camera on the phone when he brought it over showed nothing. Could he be crazy? Could he be hallucinating? He wearily put his hand on his eyes. Haha, maybe these are the last 2.5 hours of his life, this life of mine. Would it just pass like this? He hadn't lived in a decent, happy family yet, he didn't have a dream yet, but he had to say goodbye to this world. Bicycle wheels rolled quickly on the road, splashing water. Qin had another plan. He wasn't willing. Speeding down the road, he saw that there were indeed many regrets in this life, and there were also many things he didn't dare to do, but tonight he didn't want to be cowardly and scared anymore. He just needed courage. He took all his strength to pedal the bike very fast, his hair flying in the wind. He sped down the main road at night. Then he turned right to a familiar place, lowered his foot to make the kickstand, causing water to seep into his shoes. It didn't matter. He had stopped in front of a building. The son knew where his father was and what he was like, but the father didn't care about anyone. Looking through the window, he easily recognized his failed father. He knew he was here, and then he picked up the phone. Hello, comrade police. He wanted that person arrested so that he couldn't come to bother his mother again when he might disappear. I want to report that someone is gathering to gamble in room 201, number 2, floor 17, Longting subdivision. He panted. Perhaps it was quite cold tonight. Okay, we will send the police right away. He stood and waited for a while, in that place, just standing still. When he heard the police siren, he lifted his foot onto the pedal of the bike and pedaled away. He pedaled past the front of the police car, and it started raining again. He didn't wear a helmet or coat, pedaling home quickly. His eyes were determined. He no longer had any attachment to this father, only hoping that he would be imprisoned for a long time. The police lights made his hair and eyes change color to red and blue, looking very beautiful. He bit his lip tightly. Perhaps he had shed tears, but crying in the rain was great. No one would see his weakness under the heavy raindrops. Under the water droplets on his face, no one would see the warm, weak water flowing from the corner of his eyes. He rushed away, no longer with any nostalgia or emotions. Under the bustling lights, the streets were quite deserted due to the rain. Everyone was with the people they loved, returning to a warm home to shelter from the rain, but he was alone riding his bike on the road. He also wanted to go home, and he did go home, to the house with the carpet, but only to change clothes. He took off his coat and went inside to get something. Tears kept falling. He didn't want it to end like this. Today, he waited for his mother, watched her leave with her family, played chess with the old uncle next door, and even met his father. He said goodbye to everyone, prepared everything, and went to that room again. Backpack, everything ready, and new clothes. He had 52 minutes and 30 seconds left. The suicide note was also written, placed neatly in an envelope on the table. He had 31 minutes and 49 seconds left. Time was passing so quickly now. He had his backpack on already, just in case he was teleported to some strange place. He sat on the bed, with 1 minute and 14 seconds left. 10. The old uncle was still worried about his small, cozy shop. 9. His father had already been taken away by the police. 8. 7. The room he was in was eerily quiet. He clenched his hands tightly. 6. A pink-haired girl stood by the window, but he didn't know who she was. 5. 4. He took a deep breath, his last bit of air. 3. 2. His mother was smiling, happy in her new home, standing in the warm, brightly lit house with her parents and children. They watched the rain fall and were happy. 1. His eyes were firm, ready to face what was coming. A blue zero appeared, and his heart skipped a beat. The scene became strange, dark, with only blue-black space. All the clocks changed to exactly 0 o'clock. His eyes widened. It turned out he had a knife hidden in his hand. What kind of feeling is this? He had never experienced it before, couldn't control it. Just let it happen. Then everything around him seemed to shatter. The window glass shattered, flooding into the room, surrounding him as he sat on the bed, stunned and confused. He couldn't close his eyes, just stared wide-eyed. A square code appeared, 010101. It wasn't around him, but inside him, in his memories shattering like glass. The last images in this room also cracked and fell, so thin and fragile. Images of his loved ones were about to shatter completely. Nothing could be kept, even though the golden stream still swirled around. Fragments of memory, a golden stream, wrapped around him, taking him to a place. This place is... His eyes were confused and full of curiosity. They kept wrapping around him in a whirlwind. He raised his hand to shield his face as he entered the new world. A room with a rather strange design compared to the normal world. There were green and yellow LED lights on the floor and walls. The room's main color was gray. A table next to the bed where Qingchen was lying. A cup and toothbrush had fallen on the floor. Shoes were placed next to the bed. The clothes he was wearing were light blue, with white stripes, looking like a uniform. He opened his eyes, his face illuminated by the bright light. Now his face looked brighter, more alive. He wondered if he still had all his memories. He sat up immediately, raised his hand, pulled up his sleeve. It turned out he still had his memories, only that the timeline had shattered. What he was holding earlier was a fish-bone knife. No longer there. The backpack and clothes were gone too. Nothing went with him. He still had a watch on his hand, 48 hours, which meant 2 days. Another new timeline with a new space. He didn't know where he was. He began to fidget, wanting to check his body. He also didn't want to step down into this new world yet, and remained seated on the bed. He spread his hand out and looked closely. This was indeed his body, because after all, fingerprints and the location of pores could not be faked. But these clothes, did he transmigrate? So the destination of the countdown to return was just the time to return to reality. He sighed again. Although there might not be anyone missing him over there, he still wanted to go back and see. Being able to return would still be a good thing. At this time, he cast his eyes around to observe. This world immediately displayed everything. Above the ceiling were hidden lights, in front of him was an alloy frame door with a glass pane. Next to him was a metal wall, on the ground were shoes, a cup, a toothbrush, personal items that everyone needs. Plus a shelf for storing things. He washed his face, and the towel was kept under the stone shelf. Touching the glossy wall to feel it, he thought, where else could they use this kind of material without caring about the price? Then a sound startled him. He immediately picked up the toothbrush on the floor as a weapon. Then he went to stand in front of the door, and under the stone storage compartment was another set of clothes. The sound continued to echo around him. Everything strange around him made him extremely vigilant with furrowed eyebrows, ready to defend himself at any moment when something appeared. But no one appeared. It was the door opening so violently that a cloud of smoke appeared, and outside, everything was brighter than in this room. And that made him a little dazzling, overwhelmed. A sound came out, exactly 7 o'clock in the morning, breakfast time, all prisoners are invited to line up to go to the dining hall for meals. He was so shocked that he dropped the toothbrush on the floor. What was the reason he became a prisoner here? He mustered all his courage after more or less figuring out something. Then he decided to take a step outside. There were many floors, and the prison cells like his were densely packed throughout the area. In the middle was a very large virtual screen, where a white-haired old woman was appearing and making an announcement. At this time, a stream of people with all shapes and genders appeared in the corridor. Some were normal, while others had devices and machines on them. Some looked decent, while others looked evil and scary. There were also some who were huge in size, much bigger than normal people. He was looking around to observe and felt quite uneasy. Then he stood stiffly in the corridor, looking around at the entire area. The large screen continued to repeat the announcement. Exactly 7 o'clock in the morning. Breakfast time. All prisoners are invited to line up to go to the dining hall for meals. It seemed that the time here was arranged in quite detail. A person with long white hair appeared in the lobby on the first floor. The announcement still hadn't stopped. All prisoners are invited to line up to go to the dining hall for meals. The sound of footsteps rumbled throughout the area from all directions. The crowd moving down was really large. They had to be very careful because just one slip-up could lead to crowding, pushing, and then trampling accidents. Then an old uncle with silver hair and a red mechanical eye went past him. Seeing him staring intently, the old uncle looked back with a more ferocious look. And that made him a little scared when he looked directly into that red eye, and was also looked back at by that eye. And the old uncle also walked away without saying a word to him. He was thinking, a mutant? Could it be that in the age of machines there was someone calling from behind, "Hey, newbie"? And immediately he placed his steely hands on the wall behind him. He stood close to him and gave a sinister smile, along with his subordinates behind him. He threatened, "Don't eat too much in the morning, or it will be very ugly if you throw up later, ha ha ha." He felt uncomfortable with his rude actions and was also a little worried about this very sturdy arm. After finishing, he and his subordinates left, and also said together, "I heard that 12 new guys came last night. Today might be really fun. This kid doesn't have any mechanical parts on him at all. I think he doesn't have any connections on the outside." Hearing that, he fell into a pile of speculation. New people? Could it be that they know that he transmigrated? No, they probably meant that he had just entered the prison. The other party didn't know his identity. However, the fun they just talked about, I'm afraid it's really quite troublesome. While he was thinking, a shrill scream came from the other side of the building. "Hey, where is this place?" Which caught his attention. A young man was running in the hallway, while shouting loudly, "I want to go home. I don't want to be in this damn place." He ran headlong without paying attention to his surroundings. The people walking in the hallway just stood and laughed at him. Qin immediately recognized him. Wasn't this the junior in the foreign language school of Luocheng, 1 year younger than him? It seems that he wasn't the first person, and probably won't be the last person. Could it be that if the positions before transmigration are close to each other, then after transmigration they will be very close to each other? No, this cannot be said for sure. Below, a drone was entering, not one, but many flying over their heads and making an announcement, "Please stop." Warning again, "Please stop." Qin couldn't help being curious and poked his head out to watch. On a table, next to a Chinese chess board, it turned out that there was also Chinese chess here. It was a fat cat with white fur. The hair from just now turned out to be the fur of this cat. It was yawning and looked very refreshed. The cat had 2 different colored eyes, green and blue. It was looking at those drones. A new announcement appeared. All prisoners stand in place and wait for orders. Immediately, robots with complete equipment, with quick legs and feet, ran rumbling inside. The entire area had the same structure. Below the large lobby on the first floor were many rows of tables arranged neatly. The robots entered from one side, but it wasn't clear which way they entered this area. Soon after, Qin Jr. was surrounded. The laser-aiming beams of the robots shone on him, making him even more panicked and screaming. Qin thought to himself at this time, in a foreign country meeting someone from the same hometown, it really gives people a sense of security, but it also depends on the person. This friend of his was a bit troublesome. Qin didn't hesitate and concluded through what he had just witnessed, fellow countrymen may not be able to help him, but on the contrary, they may become a burden. He should take care of himself and avoid this junior from the same school. Around him, whispers sounded again. The people here seem to have a lot of dirty people, who like to bully the weak and the newcomers. This newcomer is interesting. I'm afraid he's an idiot, right? I heard that he was sentenced to 7 years in prison for tax evasion, right? He wasn't seen crying last night when he was brought in. But now he's crying. They added and seemed to deliberately want to affect him, who was standing close to them and listening for a while. They said, in this era, whoever dares to mess with the tax collection agency is either an idiot or what? And he tried to ignore them, his eyes looking elsewhere. But they actually touched him, and also put their arms around his shoulders and said, "Hey, new ghost, have you prepared yourself?" He avoided them even more strongly, bowed his head to the ground, determined not to make eye contact with these guys, and didn't say a word. He didn't even know how he was feeling now, what to think about, how to deal with it, how to resist, or what to do with them. The stream of people had filled the stairs and some had reached the lobby on the first floor. They all went to get trays and sat at the tables. It turned out that next to the pile of tables there were also 2 large bookcases filled with books, it's not known about what. He cast his eyes down and noticed a difference. There was a table with only 1 person sitting, and 2 people standing next to him, and the tables around them were empty. He saw the number 4. Perhaps he was observing this area more carefully. And very cleverly he immediately realized something. Wait. Why did it feel like everyone was deliberately avoiding that table? And indeed, no one was sitting at the tables within a radius of 1 or 2 tables around where the man in white was sitting. Could it be? He looked more closely below. A man was holding a Chinese chess piece in his hand and stroking it. He had red eyes, and the cat from before that belonged to him was lying in the palm of his hand, next to the chess board. He seemed to be contemplating a move, something to attack. Seeing him staring intently, motionless at the bottom, the guy was also a little confused. So he looked very stupid, only knowing how to put on a ferocious expression to scare stupid newcomers. Again there were some insensible people talking loudly throughout the area. Let's go, this newbie is really an idiot. Work hard, newbie, hee big brother. Please spare me a few days, what day do you want to make an appointment today, ha ha ha. Hey, did you hear, the last newbie? Hey, keep your voice down, don't you want to live anymore? Ha, what's there to be afraid of? Then when they realized the presence of the man, they lowered their voices, cut off the sound completely, and their noise was really uncomfortable. Many people who wanted to sit and eat quietly didn't like them at all. Qingchen had taken in all the images just now. He speculated, could this be the prison guard? Not right, although the other party was wearing exercise clothes that were different from the other prisoners. There was still a small black series of prison numbers embroidered on the clothes. He cast a sharp look from above. This middle-aged man was also one of the prisoners in the prison, but he was the most special one. At this time, one of the 2 boys standing behind the man sensed that he was being watched, and I was staring at this area. He looked up and saw Qingchen standing above, also giving a half-smile, and his eyes were not fully open. He had platinum blonde hair that looked quite attractive. Qingchen wasn't worried or scared, only a little confused and still hadn't figured everything out. Still the deafening announcement, line up to go to the dining hall for meals, line up to go to the dining hall for meals. Finally, he joined the line of people going down to the lobby on the first floor for breakfast. There was still someone looking at him with disdain, and again there was loud talking. TSK, why is this team so slow? Hey, how's the collection you mentioned last time? We have to see what the new goods this time are like, hee. Qingchen was straining his ears to eavesdrop on what they were saying. They even treat people like merchandise. When stepping on the staircase, he saw more clearly, up and down 7 floors, the ceiling had a total of 18 drones. Inside there were 10 surveillance cameras and 3 robots carrying guns. Including himself there were a total of 3,012 people. At this time, there was a cry for help in front of him, making him immediately curious. AAA, let me go. A young boy with blue hair and blue eyes was being dragged away mercilessly by 2 iron-handed men. He was panicked with tears all over his face, begging, please. Spare me. At this time, those guys said, quickly drag him into the prison cell, don't hurt him in the square, be careful the prison guard robots will interfere. Don't worry, I'm not as stupid as Yang Jie. At this time, he was still turning his head to observe when he received a warning, don't look around anymore, soon it will be your turn. Before long, they lined up to get food. He looked at the old uncle who said those words, but his eyes didn't waver at all, either he wasn't afraid, or he didn't know how scary they were. Unfortunately, due to a little carelessness, he bumped into a guy, who looked like he had a lot of blood on his hands, and that guy looked at him with no good feelings at all. And he was the same. Again there were loud shouts, is this meat for people to eat? Spare me, haha. And he was carrying a tray of food into the table and chair area. Clearly, many eyes were on the newcomer like him. Not surprisingly, some guys had waved to each other to come and attack him. Realizing this, he had already planned to act, and it seemed that he was one, not afraid of anything. He had intended to do something from the beginning when they attacked. At this time, they had surrounded him. One guy was standing right in front of him, rotating his shoulders to attack, and he didn't flinch at all. In the old world, he wasn't someone who was easily bullied. He was strong and could take care of himself. Everything ready, his face darkened. He rushed forward like a shot, in the direction he wanted to go, and of course, they were also professional in chasing and catching him and followed him. A large guy blocked in front and raised his iron hand into the air, hoping to grab him with an extremely happy face. It seemed that they also enjoyed this game of cat and mouse. But he nimbly dodged, sliding down below, sending the banana and food in the tray flying. However, due to inertia, they still landed on the food tray, while he caught the banana in his mouth, a perfect calculation. He jumped up, using every means to evade, running with all his might towards his designated spot, which was clearly where the man in white was sitting. Someone shouted, "Take advantage of the guards not noticing yet, quickly grab him." The guards they were referring to were probably the robots ready to activate at any moment if someone intended to escape, but that wasn't him. He wasn't escaping, he was just trying to avoid danger. And when they realized where he was running to, these bullies were utterly terrified. They quickly knew their place and stopped, hindering each other in time before stepping into that no man's land, while he kept running until he stopped there. At this moment, they turned around and sneered at him. This direction? This brat thinks he's smart, trying to rely on that person? I'm afraid he's thinking too much. Let's just watch the fun, why bother interfering? He didn't bother paying attention to what they said, just kept running because he had his own plan. Almost there, the table with the man in white, a cat, and an unfinished Chinese chess game, with two guys behind him like guards. Then, as quick as lightning, one of the two men stepped forward and stopped him, the white-haired guy who had seen him when he looked at them from above. He wore a hair tie on his wrist, smiling kindly but speaking unkindly. "Newbie, I know what you're thinking." The man on this side didn't care much about worldly affairs, he only focused all his thoughts on his Chinese chess game. The blonde guy said, "But we won't help you," and that made the people around him snicker. Then they began to ridicule and were even more inspired by the new rat. "Little brat, give up, ha ha ha, who do you think that great man is?" On this side, he could see the chess game in front of the man in white more clearly, realizing it was an unfinished match. He quickly said, "Pawn advances 1. He really knew how to approach and how to play chess. Ignoring the gazes of the people behind him, he confidently said, "I can break this endgame." And that, of course, made the people around him utterly confused. Fortunately, he still had his memories when he came to this world and thought he only needed to escape for 2 hours here to be done. Seeing what Qingchen said, the blonde guy was no less surprised, and he stopped blocking him and turned back to his original position. The man placed his hand on a chess piece and moved to counterattack, pushing a chess piece straight off the board. Elephant 5 retreats 7, continue. Really? Maybe none of them had ever witnessed this before. Even the platinum-haired guy had to wonder, and find it strange. Returning to his original state when playing chess, he felt unusually relaxed. Unexpectedly he could do what he liked in this place. This endgame is called Western Bandits Capturing the King. The red and black sides look evenly matched, but in fact, with just one more move, the black side will win. It seems he had played a chess game like this in the past. The red side is exhausted, and will be killed if they are not careful. But the difficulty for him is that he is now playing as red, not black as before. Streams of memories kept flooding back. Every image of the chessboard, the moves, the situation were all clear in his head. According to the instruction manual, as the red side, he only needs to draw to solve this endgame. However, drawing is impossible. He is much more warlike, and since he has never lost, he can't lose now. After careful consideration, he made a move. Pawn 2 advances 3. The man also had to think it over. General 6 advances 1, back chariot advances 4, another blitz move. This move is very easy to push the opponent into confusion leading to defeat. But for him, a player who has played a lot will never admit defeat. Elephant 1 retreats 9. The chess game unfolded and everyone's surprise, everyone was shocked. The newcomer actually approached the great man that no one dared to approach within a few meters. As he made his move, he stepped forward to the chessboard, Chariot 1 moves to 4. General 4 moves to 5, Cannon 4 moves to 5, Chariot 3 moves to 5. He was only one step away. Now the crowd was more nervous than ever, still waiting for the outcome. Suddenly, the air became freezing cold. Everyone was silent as the man in white was also silent. His face darkened as he saw his side's chess position gradually disadvantaged under the attacks of this young man. The last move, pawn 5 advances 1. And checkmate. His eyes were as confident as when he played with Uncle Zhang Dejian, his neighbor, while the man's face had long been as black as the bottom of a pot. Unexpectedly, he was defeated when he was initially in a very favorable chess position. Clearly, he could have easily won and defeated this kid. He simply threw the chess piece away, accepting defeat. He was expressionless at this time. In his old world, many people knew how to play chess, and they were even better. The man thought, he's not old, but he didn't hesitate to throw the chess piece to change the situation. This is indeed a veteran. This uncle also had eye color similar to the platinum-haired guy at this time. He stood up and said, interesting, in this era, there aren't many people who know how to play chess anymore. Continue tomorrow. Then the man stood up and turned away. The two young men standing next to him also turned away, and the cat also stretched and stepped off the table. The people watching just now were also talking. How could that great man lose? Impossible, what's going on? Before the commotion subsided from the fact that in this era, if it's not using a chip to achieve pleasure, it's using consciousness to log into virtual websites. Who still knows this kind of toy? Then, do you understand what you're looking at? They were all surprised that he knew how to play Chinese chess, and perhaps the subject has been declining in this era. At this moment, his platinum-haired friend stopped, put his hand on his shoulder, and introduced, awesome, my name is Lin Xiaoxiao, that big guy over there is Yuan. See you tomorrow. After completing his plan, he was quite confident, and of course, if anyone touched him, causing him to be injured and unable to continue playing chess tomorrow, then they would have offended that great man. Behind him was a camera and he believed he would be safe. He left and now they kept their distance from him. No one dared to do anything to him anymore. Besides, the camera kept aiming at him and following him, as if the person behind the camera wanted to monitor him. That person zoomed in on the camera screen even more because of curiosity about him. In the end, you are so special. Then something touched him, causing him to turn around and act quickly. A crash. At this time, a purple-haired person was also crying and whining like the blue-haired guy just now, still holding a tray of food. He was already lying prostrate at his feet and begging. Help me, we are all newcomers here, please help me, I will listen to you in the future. Then his eye color seemed to change, turning orange as he glanced down at that guy, causing him to feel uneasy and panicked, even biting his lip. Perhaps he chose to protect himself first. So he coldly refused that guy, just a stupid wretch, unable to protect himself. Then, a large hand grabbed his head. The two guys had arrived and dragged him away. One of them even raised his hand to show, sorry, we bothered you. He kept talking non-stop. My uncle is the manager of Changming Company in City 17. And except for the 5 major companies, the other companies are not worth mentioning. Don't even mention you, even if your uncle enters this fortress prison. He will have to behave. He really didn't intend to beg them to spare his life. Witnessing that scene, he just stood still and let them act. What else could he do? He began to calculate without neglecting any moment in this space. Counting this person, among the 12 new prisoners including himself, 9 had been dragged away by them. Among these 12 people, only he and that depressed teenager were Earthlings. It seems there aren't many who transmigrated here. Even if there are thousands, tens of thousands of people, compared to the total number, it's probably just a very small percentage. For some reason, clearly becoming a prisoner, he didn't feel depressed at all. On the contrary, he had a little anticipation. He closed his eyes and enjoyed this space. He would continue to survive here. He began to recall the days when he was in the old world on Earth. He seemed to be a redundant person. His father disliked him as troublesome. His mother had a new family. Relatives rarely visited. He had to spend 2 New Years alone. So that was the feeling of loneliness that he was sure of. Here, in this place full of people, he would no longer feel lonely. That was New Year's Eve, the day when the whole family gathered together was a tradition, the sound of fireworks filling the sky. But he just sat alone eating noodles and watching TV. He lifted his hand again. This was just something he saw alone. If it weren't for this countdown, he would probably rely on his memory to get into a very good but very distant university. And then he would leave that house forever. But he still thought, but what's the point of living like that? He looked very distressed. What kind of life is meaningful? Recalling the long days of eating noodles and sickening loneliness, he thought that this world was not the same. For him, it seemed to be a complete severance and liberation from the past. Looking up at the ceiling, he understood his mood quite well. This world made him start to look forward to having a completely different life in this place. And another big guy stood behind him, speaking very strangely. "You've finally come here." He leaned closer to him, looked straight at his face, smiled and said, "Indeed as beautiful as rumored," making him freeze, unable to react. Although he was quite shy and liked the compliment, he absolutely had to keep his distance from everything new and strange, and that action made that guy a little puzzled. He reached out his hand and introduced, "Let me officially introduce myself. My name is Lu Guanyi. Qing Yan brought me here 3 months ago. You can call me Xiao Lu." He had a mechanical arm and both of his eyes were also mechanical. Qing Chen was still wary and didn't shake his hand. He just greeted him simply. From his tone, he knew him, and he used honorifics. And in addition to his excellent memory, he also worked hard to observe his surroundings. In the previous hour, the other party looked at him 21 times, and this was just the number he noticed. The people next to him were probably subordinates he had recruited after coming here. According to him, he had a different intention in entering this fortress prison, and because he didn't have any memories of this body, he was still speculating hard. He concluded, speaking too much will reveal secrets. He would first keep his distance from him. He had been thinking for a long time without paying attention to his surroundings. Lu Guanyi behind him kept waving his hand. They were now standing in a slightly more discreet place, and Qing Chen said, "I don't need your help for the time being. I can do anything myself." No, I must serve you well." He kept waving his hand and didn't agree with his suggestion. Qing Chen then said, "Everyone's qualifications are the same, no one is superior to anyone. You don't need to use words like serve." Yet suddenly, Lu Guanyi seemed to turn into a puppy with pink colors around him, flowers and branches showing that it was pleasure, not compulsion. Don't, you just order me around, you just treat me as your dog, you know." Licking feet. Qing Chen helplessly asked, "What if my feet are smelly?" Yet Lu Guanyi tilted his head in admiration, still with that expression of pleasure, and said, "Then I'll lick all the smell away." Hearing that, Qing Chen was completely exhausted and even more alienated. He absolutely couldn't count on this person of unknown origin. And this was the second time he gave him the cold shoulder. He nudged his shoulder and praised, "This morning I was still thinking, why didn't you come to me right away? I didn't expect you to try to use the identity of a newcomer to approach Li Shutung. Truly brilliant." Looking at his face more carefully, it turned out he had 2 canine teeth. No wonder he easily turned into a puppy. This puppy began to explain, "In this fortress prison number 18. If we can get the help of Li Shutung, our plan will be even more smooth." He immediately remembered, Li Shutung is probably the person who played chess just now, right? But what exactly is the plan? Can you explain it clearly? However, you also have to be careful of Li Shutung. Living with this kind of person is like skinning a tiger. If we don't do well, we will fall into a passive position. The puppy reminded Qing Chen a little. He looked darkened after hearing this, his hair messed up. With his lofty identity and some kind of plan, it was quite difficult for him. He just wanted to save his life. So he focused on the main thing again. The puppy scratched his head and asked, "Sorry, I spoke too much. So what instructions did you bring this time?" He thought for a while, even putting his hand on his chin to look imposing, but couldn't think of anything. He didn't know what he was planning, but he said, "The llama from the south is coming," making the puppy even more puzzled than before. Scene changes to Li Shutung's place. They have their own base in this place, and there are surveillance cameras. It seems they are discussing something while that guy Yuan prefers to stand. In their place, there are even more books or documents, tapes, arranged neatly and filled on the shelves. That platinum-haired boy, Lin Xiaoxiao, was sitting with one leg raised and spinning a pen. His body was intact, with no mechanical parts. He looked at Li Shatong. Then he smiled brightly like a flower and said, "Boss, that teenager didn't help the other newbies." Li Shatong, who was watching an iPad, also listened a little to what Lin Xiaoxiao said about the person who had defeated him in the Chinese chess game. Just from the way he plays chess, you can somewhat shape his personality. When he plays chess, he is very decisive. Not only that, he can also sacrifice everything to find a way to survive. Let alone with other people. Looking from this angle, you can see more clearly that this is not a small room. This place has more tables and chairs that look much better. Boy, Li Xiaoxiao was a little dissatisfied. Playing chess is playing chess. I dare to throw away any chess piece you tell me to. So, boss, are you going to play chess with him tomorrow? If you don't play with him, are you going to play chess with a fool like you too? At this time, we can clearly see the tall guy who had been with these two people when he leaned down to listen to information from Li Shatong. That's right, the Qin Corporation caught that guy Gua Hu-chan. The trial process has also been completed. He pointed to a bald guy on the tablet screen, and his beard looked exactly like the one with the character Hu. It's estimated that in a few days he will be handed over to prison 18. When that time comes, you go exchange with him a little. This Li Shatong is really powerful to be able to know who will come here and when. It seems that these three people also came here with a great purpose. Yuan said, "I used to interact with him once before. Although this person is not easy to get along with, at least he can be exchanged." And of course, this also made Li Shatong think a little. Suddenly, Li Shatong also remembered something. "Xiao, what do you think about the depressed teenager this morning? I observed for a long time, and I felt that something was wrong. They were also very curious about that boy. Maybe he also transmigrated like Qin, so they felt strange with his words and actions." Xiao said, "At first glance, it seems that after being depressed, that teenager talked nonsense, but when talking about Luo Qing and Yongli group, his tone was extremely certain. As if it really happened. Here, it is clear that this classmate of Qin transmigrated, and of course these people can't understand." Xiao added, "The identity has also been investigated. Outside, he is just a leisurely employee, a normal high school dropout in society, selling fake mechanical limbs with the Hohu organization. In City 18. Suspected of being involved in the illegal seizure of prosthetic limbs, but there is no evidence, so in the end he was sent here on charges of tax evasion." Xiao rubbed his nose and said, "The things that have been experienced in the past can be investigated, but Luo Qing and Yongli group that he said can't be found at all. In addition, the boss's chess game has just finished. I haven't had time to investigate yet. I will send the answer to the boss before the afternoon. Perhaps Xiao is talking about Qin and will go to investigate his identity in this world. Oh my, it seems our boss is concerned about that kid." Thinking of him, Xiao noticed something. The chess-playing kid, is he also here? So the place they were sitting was not some secret room, but simply behind the bookshelves, in a discreet place with fewer people. Qin walked over and took a device from the shelf. When he turned it on, the screen displayed a login notification. Xiao very kindly came to ask, "Is this your first time in prison?" To use the reading device, you must first use the serial number on your uniform to register an account. After you log in, it will display your recent reading history. There are bookmarks, reading habit settings, and your own font size. The hardware also has artificial intelligence language. You call its name, and it will help you find the content you want to read. After pressing the button and registering, Qin turned to ask Xiao, "Where can I see the latest news?" Making Xiao coldly reply, "Don't dream anymore, your reader account doesn't have the right to connect to the internet." "Even I don't, but our boss does." Qin immediately glanced at Li Shatong, who was also sitting there holding a book machine. It seemed that Li Shatong's position in this prison was indeed far superior to others. Qin said thank you and immediately left, leaving Xiao behind. He quickly sat down on a chair and opened to read the first pages, and when Xiao walked past him, slowly putting his hands behind his head and saying, "Well, just take your time to read." Suddenly Xiao's footsteps faltered, he couldn't step forward. His eyes had observed something. He immediately turned around and was a little shocked. It was Qin. He was using the two abilities he was best at to read the book machine. His hands were swiping continuously without stopping, and his eyes didn't even blink once. The lines of text kept flowing from beginning to end continuously, and quickly like a rushing river. Witnessing this, Xiao Xiao immediately went to report, "Boss, that kid is not simple." He whispered to his boss and pointed to Qing Chen. He just came here to find an opportunity to be with the boss. Qing Chen's fingers were still moving quickly. Clearly, this was the ability he possessed when he was in the other world, quick assimilation and good memory. "I just saw that kid," Xiao Xiao said, "and he didn't like him appearing here. That kid is not seriously reading at all." Xiao Xiao thought so, but he also looked down on him a little, affirming firmly without knowing anything about him, and thinking badly of him. Just sitting and swiping the screen randomly. That was Xiao Xiao's opinion, but he was clearly reading carefully. Everything was selected in his eyes, in his head. Xiao Xiao's boss seemed calmer and a little impressed with Qing Chen. He trusted his own trust and said, "Don't do unnecessary things, and don't underestimate other people's desire to survive." And of course, Li Shutung still knew that his people were better. If it were him, he would be more urgent than him. He had to learn to put himself in other people's shoes to think. The boss understood everyone's ability, just wanted his people to be quicker in grasping the opponent, so he gave advice. 3 hours had passed in the reading room, and none of the other prisoners had come here. A smart book had been put back on the shelf. It turned out that Li Shutung's group was leaving. He had finished his work here and grasped the necessary new information. When they walked past Qing Chen, the blonde guy glanced over with a bored look because he had been sitting in that position reading all this time. Li Shutung had taken a step past him, but he didn't care at all and still swiped the book and read carefully. He wasn't tired or sore, not tired eyes. The cat at Li Shutung's feet was always next to him, walking past him but not paying attention to him, the two sides doing their own work. But out of curiosity, Li Shutung turned his head and asked, "What is the content on the third line of the previous page?" At this time, Qing Chen was swiping the book, reading the book, remembering the content and answering Li Shutung at the same time. When order becomes chaotic, then you have to use chaos to maintain order and save the law. The two people behind him were also a little surprised by the ability of this newcomer, remembering every word confidently, and still continuing his work when answering the question. The blonde guy was also impressed with the chess game just now when Qing Chen won. But this time he was clearly not convinced, still thinking, can he answer? He's probably just talking nonsense. And when he was so confused that his mouth dropped open, he also revealed his rather artistic canine tooth. Seeing that, Yuan came closer and borrowed Qing Chen's book. For ordinary people, when concentrating so much, their brains would freeze before a sudden change. But Qing Chen didn't. It was as if this was normal for him. He also lent Yuan the book and said, "Be quick." Yuan was not simple either. When Qing Chen swiped the book like that, when walking from afar, he also glanced and saw which page he was stopping at and which was the previous page that his boss mentioned. He also read very quickly and confirmed, "Boss, all correct." Even he, the person who just witnessed and confirmed, sweated a few drops, while Xiao Xiao behind him stood up, unable to believe his ears, and said, "What?" Qing Chen then bumped into something under their feet. It turned out to be the cat's eyes. What exactly is this cat? Is it a normal animal that just follows its owner? Its eyes were shining and looking at him, making him sweat a little. Li Shutung smiled. It seems he was very satisfied with his chess opponent. He left with a bright smile on his face. Even more interesting. "Let's go. It's time to eat." Xiao Xiao was a little irritable and jealous of Qing Chen, still staring at him as he left. And everything was according to Qing Chen's plan. Although revealing his talent was very risky, it was the best way. Because if you want to survive in this steel beast prison, you will have to prove that you are useful to the strongest person here, not only remembering and observing. Clearly Qing Chen has the ability to guess and calculate better than others. He also knows how to keep calm and not panic with the new environment, and also has his own plan. Anticipating the situations that will happen. Scene change, it's meal time again, but it seems that only Li Shutung is sitting and eating and Yuan is standing next to him. It seems that his meal is very rich. The familiar arm wearing a hair tie appeared and pulled up a chair. Li Shutung also looked over. And another familiar action, he took off his shoes. His sitting posture was very natural, resting his feet on the chair and crossing them. and one knee propped up high. Xiao Xiao put his hands behind his head and said cheerfully, "I'm back." It seems that Yuan complained about his sitting posture and ungraceful habits, causing Xiao Xiao to retort, "The boss didn't even say anything, don't be so nosy, Mother Yi." Now Li Shutung spoke up. He said quite cheerfully, "It seems that there is a little gain, right?" Hearing that, Xiao Xiao grinned even brighter and talked about his achievements. "Too much gain. The name of this chess player is extremely clean outside. What is important must be repeated twice." Extremely clean. There is not a bit of unusual clues can be investigated. But like this I am even more interested. The data shows that he is a high school student in City 18, his parents died in an accident, he inherited a fortune, no criminal record, no history, no relatives. The record shows that he stole a liquid crystal phone just enough to receive a heavy sentence. The boss also knows that half of this prison 18 are serious criminals. Usually they are repeat offenders or they are caught by the tax authorities before being locked up here. A thief like him should not appear in this place at all. His time in prison is only 6 months. I am afraid this is the shortest time in prison in the history of this prison 18. At this time, Xiao Xiao snapped his fingers, adding his speculation through the information he just found. I have to admire how this blonde hair investigated so much information. Boss, don't you feel that there is a problem? And I asked someone outside for a little. At this time, Xiao Xiao frowned slightly. This case of his is still under debate. I heard that he claimed to have bought a liquid crystal phone as usual. The money was also paid. But I don't know why the money did not go into the account of the phone seller. The surveillance camera also suddenly broke down. There is no way to prove his innocence. So once the phone seller recants and testifies for him, or the video that he paid appears, he can immediately get out of here. Boss. So many familiar tricks. Most of the people who come to prison to solve things use this trick. Speaking of this, Xiao Xiao also had to sweat and frown. It seems that this world is not easy either. It always makes people sweat about the dangers and new forces. Importantly, he also surnamed. Seeing Xiao Xiao's expression like that, Li Shutung also guessed more or less, and paid more attention. Qing, 5 letters and an accent are enough for many people to pay attention to. Perhaps it is a terrible financial group with a symbol of 2 flowers wrapped around 3 mountains. Adding more, in today's era, the Qing surname is very special. The 5 major companies seem to monopolize all economic bloodlines. Among them there is a family Qing, and this is a world that must be said to be modern with LED lights everywhere and skyscrapers. Adding a detail, moreover Qing is a very rare surname, and I do not know whether it is a coincidence or the rule of the world of transmigration that he in this world is also named Qing Qin. So if you meet a person with the Qing surname on the road, you will think to yourself whether the other party is a person of Qing Shi. It turned out that the family background of Qing Qin in this world is not ordinary. Drones still linger continuously in the air. There are more people down to eat, but now they sit at another table, only 2 people a table, not a wooden table like this morning. Xiao has not finished speaking. Boss also knows that the previous matter of the Qing Corporation putting Lu Guangyi into here, this kind of thing is very easy to investigate. At that time, I still didn't understand why the other party had to arrange to bring a small fry into here. What exactly did they want to do? It turned out that Lu Guangyi was just a person with strength. And in terms of thinking and power he was low. Yuan also remembered and said, I remember that Lu Guangyi has always been wooing personnel. It is indeed correct. Xiao snapped his fingers once again. After entering here, Lu Guangyi relied on his sophisticated mechanical limbs. One road defeated the veteran forces in the prison. It turned out that he was not simple. Very strong and had trampled all the bullies before in this prison. In just a short month, he formed a 3-legged situation against the other 2 factions. It turned out that everyone was not willing to give in and pulled each other, and divided into 3 different groups. And perhaps Guangyi's group is the largest, with the biggest and most bloody names, all under his command. At that time I felt extremely incomprehensible. Did Qing Shi send him to unify Prison 18? Xiao Xiao had such thoughts. Yuan thought, Qing Shi knows that the boss is here, they think too much. So I always thought, is Qing Shi crazy or not? But they actually sent a minion into Prison 18 to work. Until today I understood. It turned out that Lu Guangyi came here to find the way for that kid. Qing Qin. No matter what Qing Shi wants to do, Qing Qin is the main owner. Lu Guang is just the errand runner, although I looked down on him before, but after investigating the information, Xiao Xiao also speculated more or less, and the abilities that are Qingqin in the ordinary world can clearly be owned more or less if he is a person of Qingshi. But what exactly are they doing in prison 18? If this kid Qingqin is really the direct line of Qingshi, then why would he come here? Li Shutung finished listening. It was also the time to finish drinking the bowl of soup and put the bowl down, and said, Qingshi. It seems I need to choose the next generation's shadow. What exactly is a shadow? At this moment, Xiao Xiao and Yuan are also listening attentively. After understanding something, Yuan was extremely surprised. Xiao Xiao on this side was no different, the shadow of the next generation. Such a large financial group needs both an exterior and an interior lining. Li Shutong began to explain. The head of Qingshi is the face on the outside, while the shadow is the lining on the inside. And that shadow isn't very bright, on the contrary, it is extremely dark and filthy, holding great power and being the master of the Qingshi group in the underworld. Except for the head of the family, no one can control it. It turns out that all great things have a very powerful foundation. Only, the selection process for each generation's shadow is extremely cruel. It's no different from raising goo worms, and goo worms are evil arts refined from 100 different kinds of poisonous insects. It seems that the trials they have to undergo are as harsh as being poisoned to death. It looks like Qingshi wants to stir things up again, not letting everyone be at peace. In the middle of speaking, a prisoner brazenly walked past, and immediately received Yuan's fierce gaze. Even though he doesn't have machines on him, everyone is extremely frightened, as if he has other powers. Boss, even if this Qingqin is a candidate for the shadow position, there's no need to clean up his background and identity so thoroughly, as if he has no relationship with Qingshi at all. This is quite difficult to understand and intriguing. They also talked for quite a while, to the point that even the cat, which can usually lie still for a long time, had to get up and stretch. Unless there is a greater secret hidden in Qingqian's world. As expected of Xiao Xiao, his speculation is not ordinary. Li Shutong stroked the cat in response. Hearing you say that, I suddenly feel like he resembles someone. I'm even more interested in this kid Qingqian now. Go and probe his personality. Xiao Xiao was stunned when he saw this. Who exactly does that kid resemble, and in what way, that his boss cares so much? Boss, do you value him? But he's a person from Qingshi. I only told you to go and investigate, not that I would do anything. Moreover, at this time, the cat had jumped into Li Shudong's arms, and he was stroking its chin. And of course, he couldn't let Xiao Xiao be displeased because of this newcomer, so he said that. Isn't it more interesting to snatch someone from Qingshi's hands? Li Shutong seems to want to play this game. But I feel that he and we are not on the same path. Hearing this, the readers will feel extremely curious about the path they will take. What path is it? And what will happen if Qingqian joins? In an organization, all kinds of people must exist. Although he doesn't want to displease Xiao Xiao, it's clear that Li Shutong is very fond of Qingqian, and Xiao Xiao has realized this. Tiger guarding the mountain, the first type of person mentioned, is probably also an indispensable part. Eagle looking far, could Li Shutong be alluding to Qingqian, who has the talent for reasoning and the excellent ability that he had shown before? Wolf skilled in battle, none other than Yuan, who is extremely talented in strength and combat ability. Leopard keen, and dog loyal, are other roles that an organization also needs, according to Li Shutong, all with their own responsibilities. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao, both curious and happy, guessed that his position must be important and asked his boss, then what am I in the organization? But whether Li Shutong was joking or serious, he considered Xiao Xiao to be a lazy fish or a shit-stirring stick, which made the young man imagine and freeze in place. But surely everyone knows that he is an indispensable part. Oi! A loud shout came from behind Lin Xiao Xiao, startling him and Li Xiaotong, who both looked over. That prisoner was thrown and landed hard on the ground, sliding quite a distance. It was a robot, seemingly the prison's order manager. Its hand emitted a purple light, which was electricity. It said, "Please stand in your respective positions, according to the floor of your cell." The rioting prisoners had been dealt with, and were lying on the ground. We only say it once in the morning, how am I supposed to remember? The prisoners who were peacefully eating next to them laughed gleefully, It's so interesting to see others get shocked because they can't remember their positions. Haha, yes. They were still being shocked by the robot, crying incoherently behind Qingchen. Heh, that guy who played chess this morning, after the chaos this morning, he still remembers his position. Is he even human? Suddenly, an arm draped over Qingchen's shoulder, startling him. But it was Lin Xiaoxiao's arm. He put his arm around Qingchen's shoulder and left the long line. Lin Xiaoxiao said with a smile, in the future, you don't need to line up with them anymore. A person who plays chess with the boss still needs to line up. Qingchen looked around. The prison robot didn't react at all, and he wasn't surprised, because their identities might be very special. Lin Xiaoxiao gently touched the shoulder of a person in armor nearby. He turned his head, angrily making an unpleasant face. What is it? As soon as he saw the two of them, Lin Xiaoxiao and Qingchen, he felt shocked and fearful. Sure enough, they had become prisoners with a bit more authority. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately gestured for him to move back. He immediately complied with a very enthusiastic attitude, pushing the person in front aside and inviting the two of them in. All the prisoners saw that Qingchen had gained power, even though he was just a newbie. The prison officer panicked at Qingchen's actions. He immediately sat at the same table with Li Xiaotong for a meal. Lin Xiaoxiao sat next to him, as if it was normal. Don't be surprised. Someone who can play chess with the boss will naturally have special treatment. Eat quickly. Although the food in prison number 18 isn't very good, Qingchen was still very wary of Li Xiaotong at this time. His eyes didn't leave him for a second. He stared intently at his calm appearance while eating. Qingchen reviewed the situation outside, feeling that it was really not very good, but he continued his meal there. At exactly 8:40 p.m., the prison robot announced that everyone should return to their cells in an orderly manner. All the other prisoners immediately complied. Everyone had returned to their cells. The prison robot's announcement still echoed there, until only Qingchen was walking in the hallway. He turned on the faucet, and water poured out. He began to wash his face, washing away the surprise of today. Then he carefully looked at the mirror with a puzzled expression. Early this morning, Li Xiaotong simply agreed to play chess with me. Why has his attitude towards me changed so much today? Is it because of my identity in this world? He looked very carefully at his face in the mirror, seeming very serious. The faucet had stopped running. He turned it off, leaving only a few drops of water that hadn't had time to fall. The water in the sink suddenly took on a strange shape. The last drop of water that hadn't had time to fall merged into the clear water of its kind. Suddenly, Qingchen woke up, not knowing what was happening. When he woke up, he was next to a blazing furnace, with a pair of long horns decorating the top. Behind him, he began to hear strange sounds. It was quite a terrifying scene. Qingchen slowly turned around. He saw a messy space, a shattered mural, and half a dress hanging there. But what he paid the most attention to was the tattered teddy bear lying there with a bloody knife stuck in its chest. Just seeing it startled him quite a bit, and it was such a dark space. The light only came from the fireplace, and outside was a stormy night. Suddenly, lightning struck in the sky, and a blood-red line of writing appeared on the wall next to the stabbed teddy bear through the window. It was written in blood. Qingchen immediately regained his composure. The light from the reflection of the moon peered through the window bars. Another doll appeared on the roof of the building, hanging itself. He had to really calm down today. His body should be in the cell. He looked at the knife on the teddy bear, reflecting the reality that he was sleeping on the cell's mattress. This was probably a nightmare. Suddenly, there was a continuous knocking on the door. Even a calm person like him was startled. It was too dark here. Someone, police here, number 27149, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Did you call the police? Please open the door. Indeed, this voice was very familiar. Why can't I remember who it is? Strange, is there something wrong with my memory? Qingchen felt very strange, not understanding what was happening here. He looked at the doorknob. He finally chose to open it. In front of him was a police officer. He had a gun behind him. In his hand was a notebook, recording something. He had fiery red eyes, looking at Qingchen in a very mysterious way. Qingchen also looked at him. He looked very familiar, but he couldn't recognize him for the time being. Suddenly, the initial cry here was heard again from the top of the stairs. Qingchen abruptly turned his head. He was quite curious about that. But the police officer grabbed his shoulder. The person who reported the crime, please stand still and lock the door. After speaking, he looked at Qin Chen with very confident eyes. The police officer began to move to where the sound came from. Qin Chen slowly closed the door, but suddenly, a knock on the door startled him a bit. Who is it? Police here, number 27194. Did you call the police? Please open the door. This was really strange, number 27194. Didn't he go upstairs already? Then who is outside the door? Who is it? Hello, please open the door. A terrifying voice came from right behind that door. That voice echoed right behind Qin Chen. Guess who I am? Try to guess whether the inside is real or the outside is real, or whether neither is real, huh? Many voices echoed in his ears. Which one do you choose? Qin Chen looked down at the void, not saying a word. No one knew what he was thinking. He gradually ignored those words and walked away. He went to the knife that was stuck in the teddy bear's chest, trying to reach for it. But as he got close, a purple light suddenly appeared, circling around the knife, preventing Qin Chen from touching it. He was also very surprised. Someone didn't want him to take the knife. He wanted to trap him here, but nothing could stop him. He tried his best to reach for the knife. That bewitching voice began to echo in Qin Chen's head again. What are you doing with this knife? Aren't you going to open the door for the police first? He looked at the countdown clock on his hand. It was still running, and the blood was still flowing. He knew that there was no turning back for someone like him who had read a lifetime of novels. He looked at the knife with a determined gaze that he would definitely get it. Get out of here. With that, he used his will to overwhelm the circle covering the knife. Get out of here. The space surrounding the knife began to shatter. He quickly pulled the knife out of the stuffed animal's body. With the knife in his hand, he whispered to the person outside, "Open the door? Wait until I take care of this place, then I'll open it." A series of white question marks appeared in the gradually appearing red panel, like a programming system. He thought, when all the obstacles are removed, it will be the time when I remember everything. He had gradually realized his situation. The first police officer was Lin Xiao. Now he and himself were still in the dreamscape that he had created. Qin Chen had already gone up the stairs. In front of him was a pile of rubble. Lin Xiao observed, "I have followed the boss's instructions and gone to investigate this Qin Chen. So I deliberately created a dreamscape to test his resistance and courage. It's called Dual Kneeling Predicament." Lin Xiao observed Qin Chen's every move from a distance. I didn't expect this kid to be able to calmly and viciously strike when faced with danger like that. And he didn't have the slightest bit of fear, nor did he have any intention of resisting. I feel that he is very calm, but he is only 17 years old. Moreover, I clearly stopped him from taking the knife. Why was he able to escape the control of the dreamscape? This is my playground. Lin Xiao, the loud call came from Qin Chen, who was holding the knife and strolling around. Lin Xiao didn't expect to be exposed so quickly. He stepped out and scratched his head. That's strange. You're in the dreamscape and you can still maintain your composure. The boss's eye for talent is really sharp. You really have something special. Qin Chen calmly responded, "Why did you do that? I don't seem to have offended you." Lin Xiao sat down and took off his police hat. "Because the boss values you very much, so I have to know what kind of person you are. It's just that now, the dreamscape has no effect on you." Qin Chen turned his head to look around carefully and asked, "Is this your special ability?" "Yes. Just like you have the ability to remember after seeing something once, I also have my own abilities. There's nothing to hide." Qin Chen thought to himself, in a world where both mechanics and mysticism coexist, Li Shatong and the 8 people with special status in this prison must have these special abilities. For a long time, Lin Xiao had suspected him because his surname was Qin. He directly asked, "Are you a person from the Qinshu group?" But Qin Chen was always good at handling such situations. He asked back, "Is it because you suspect my identity that you give me this special treatment? Then why don't the robot police manage you?" Lin Xiao answered as a matter of course, "Of course it's because our boss is very special. You don't need to change the subject. Explain your identity." Lin Xiao continued, "I paid to have a camera record the conversation between you and Lu Guangyi last night. He was arranged by Qin Shi and eagerly wanted to associate with you. So I'm sure that you are a person from Qinshi. Qin Chen sat down on a chair nearby and said, If you're sure that I'm a person from Qinshi, then why help me? He thought to himself, if the other party already knows my identity and still wants to interact with me, then it means that he has something to ask for. There's no need to be too nervous. Lin Xiao replied, Our organization doesn't care about background. As long as we have the same aspirations, we can all join. But he added, However, you must be qualified. Qin Chen said, You want to recruit me? Then what is your role in your organization? Lin Xiao hurriedly stood up. I didn't tell you that you are qualified. To be honest, I don't think you and we are on the same path, but the boss said that an organization must have all kinds of people, eagles looking far, tigers guarding the mountains, wolves skilled in battle, everyone has their own advantages. Lin Xiao put his hands in his pockets, stood up, looked at Qin Chen sitting there, and pretended to be mysterious. As for me, guess. Qin Chen simply thought much more simply, a pretentious person, recruiting others, is a donkey producing, huh? Lin Xiao was speechless with this indifferent answer. He became more aggressive. Qin Shi arranged for Lu Guangyi to enter here so ostentatiously, and then let you in. What do you want to do, or rather, what do you want to find? But Qin Chen didn't know what was going on at all. He thought to himself, Damn, should I go and find Lu Guangyi to clarify the whole story? He said, You have to ask Lu Guangyi about this. It seemed that Lin Xiao didn't like this answer very much. His face changed noticeably. Not saying anything, suddenly, there was a shock inside the dreamscape he created. The entire space was distorted, with only Lin Xiao's words echoing endlessly, If you don't want to say, it doesn't matter. Sooner or later I'll find out. Go to bed early. You still have to play chess with the boss tomorrow. Back to the sink, with the water still dripping from the faucet, the water continued to drip, destroying the stillness of the water. Qin Chen gradually opened his eyes. In front of him was the ceiling, but it was a bit dazzling after waking up from a long night. He felt quite tired after waking up from the dreamscape. Looking at the timestamps on his arm, it showed that it was almost 9 o'clock at night. Early the next morning, when there wasn't a single prisoner in the hall, Li Xiaotong was engrossed in continuing to play chess alone. In front of him was Lin Xiao, recounting the events of yesterday. Guess what happened? He took a knife and killed someone. He's too murderous. He slammed hard on the table, looking very uncomfortable. Yuan standing behind said, I told you not to overdo it. Ordinary people easily collapse after entering the dual kneeling predicament. Lin Xiao defended his excessive behavior. Don't worry, I didn't approach him again. Moreover, he doesn't know. I didn't expect that kid to be able to escape the control of the dreamscape. Li Xiaotong was quite surprised. An ordinary person can escape the control of the dreamscape. Truly special. Maybe it's because he has a strong consciousness. Lin Xiao wrung his hands and scratched his head, seemingly still unable to like Qin Chen, and advised, Boss, I still advise you to reconsider. That kid Qin Chen is very murderous and not on the same path as us. Clack, Li Xiaotong's game of chess played alone seemed to be coming to an end. For this cause, we have lost so many compatriots. Even the three of us, me and you, are locked up here. Therefore, Xiao, you need to understand that we can't be gentle with the darkness. We must use fire. That gaze was like his helplessness. He would use every possible flame to light up the dark night and illuminate the way for the entire organization. It was time for breakfast, and a melodious song appeared throughout the dungeon to announce it. That song also passed through Qin Chen's ears. As soon as he heard it, he felt a bit familiar. Outside the long pavilion, beside the ancient road, he had heard this song once on Earth. Why is there this farewell song? Could this place be the future of Earth? Another new day came, and there were still people who couldn't remember their positions and were shocked by the robot prison guards. Qin Chen still lightly walked to his designated seat. Lin Xiao, seeing Qin Chen come over, didn't know what to say. Li Xiaotong closed his eyes and stroked his cat. Lin Xiao said cheerfully, Good morning, didn't sleep well last night? Qin Chen didn't answer, but his heart was more honest. Don't you know whether I slept well or not? Your dreamscape trapped me for 2 hours. Li Xiaotong spoke. Ordinary people suffer damage to their original energy after escaping from the dreamscape, and their spirits are not invigorated, but you are very special. Not only did you escape from Xiao Zhao's dreamscape and get the knife, but you can still stand here today, Quite good. Qin Chen wondered, how can I gain abilities like him? Li Xiaotong just smiled. You are very straightforward, but you can't walk his path. But you are very suitable to walk my path. Li Xiaotong looked at Qin Chen with a confident gaze. Yuan standing behind was quite surprised by his words. Qin Chen was also very curious about Li Xiaotong's path, to the point that even Lin Xiaoxiao was envious of it. What kind of person is Li Xiaotong? What influence does he have on this world? I don't understand anything. If I ask him directly, I will reveal my identity as a transmigrator. So I should soften my words a bit. How can I walk your path? Li Xiaotong began to explain. Don't misunderstand, Yuan and Lin Xiaoxiao are because it was too late when they met me, so they couldn't walk my path. I have been admiring you. But it's still not enough. He became happy again. So, are we still playing chess today? The most important thing about playing chess is playing with a worthy opponent. If I win while you're not in good spirits, then it won't be interesting. I see that you're not in good spirits, so why not rest for a day? People behind them started chattering again. Yo, there's a good show to watch again. Qin Chen stood up, affirming, no need, your chess game is for me to solve the enduring imperial board. He calmly replied, because when he stood up, he already had the result. Rook 2 advance 5, Rook 5 advance 7, Cannon 2 equal 8, Rook 5 equal 6. Pawn 4 advance 1, checkmate. Li Xiaotong felt truly wise. He had a very serious expression. He used the red rook to lure my black general into the formation, corresponding to that pawn advance 1. Forming a checkmate. Truly clever, and difficult for ordinary people to think of. He then picked up a chess piece and played it to the end, accepting this defeat. But he was still in a good mood. I thought you were feeling down, and even if I won, it would be taking advantage of you. I guess I was overthinking it. People started gossiping again. He knocked down the general again. Is that real or fake? He won again? How is that possible? So cool. Everyone around secretly thought, never mind what he wins, just being able to win against Li Xiaotong once makes this life worthwhile. Lu Guangyi was amused to see this and said, I want to learn Xiangqi too. But the younger brother next to him thought the boss was being too agreeable. What are you talking about, brother? Qin Chen silently watched everyone standing there dumbfounded but full of admiration. Can I ask you something? Li Xiaotong was also very enthusiastic. Consider it a reward for your victory just now. Sure. Were you playing the flute just now? Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned by such a question. She thought he would take this opportunity to ask something else, but he only asked about the music. Li Xiaotong replied happily, yes, it was me. Is this the first time you've heard the melody? It's a song by the founder of our organization, and the lyrics were also written by him. I guess your founder was also from Earth, and a shameless person at that, stealing other people's lyrics and claiming them as his own. Li Xiaotong's group was established a long time ago. And it's not known when that transmigrated predecessor transmigrated, but he only said that. Very nice. Can you give me a complete version? Li Xiaotong stared silently at Qin Chen, without saying a word. He closed his eyes and said softly, maybe. It's just that the lyrics of this song are not very complete. Over time, some things will be lost. And so, he began to perform music in front of all the prisoners, outside the long pavilion, beside the ancient road. Everyone carefully enjoyed the music that Li Xiaotong sang. It was like a breath of fresh air for the entire number 18 prison. The sound was pleasant to hear, but only Qin Chen knew that this melody came from Earth. After singing, he explained, parting has many times, this sentence was added by later generations. It is said that it was not like this before. It's just that no matter how much is added, something is still missing. Missing something? Qin Chen sat silently, lost in thought. He stood up suddenly, as if he had a new idea, and said, how about changing it to intimate friends half-withered? Just by repeating that line, Li Xiaotong was awakened, gaining a new understanding of artistic expression. He was quite happy and said, thank you. This sentence is very good, as if its original version should have been like this. It is said that the founder of the organization was very good at writing poetry, and every poem was a classic passed down to future generations, but it was lost in the previous century. Now only 2 poems remain. Then what is the name of the other song? Qin Chen asked curiously. Li Xiaotong replied that it was canon. It's just that only the name of this song remains. The predecessors have rearranged the relics, but they haven't found the lyrics. Qin Chen thought to himself. It seems that the founder of their organization was a transmigrator. If he was a transmigrator, then the canon that Li Xiaotong mentioned should be Pachelbel's canon in D. If I give the lyrics to Li Xiaotong, with his worship of that predecessor, could I exchange it for a path to transcendence? No, wait a little longer. This matter needs careful consideration. After the meal, Li Xiaotong left. Only Qin Chen was left sitting alone. He propped his chin on his hand and said coldly, "No need to be so careful. Li Xiaotong already knows the relationship between me and you, and he doesn't seem to care. Also, I need to rest now. Go do your work and don't bother me." Qin Chen was talking to Lu Guangyi, who was standing furtively behind him, afraid to come out. Finally, he poked his head out and smiled happily. "I just want to say a few words." "Not disturbing you, sir?" "Boss, I've been thinking for a long time, but I don't know what to call you. How about just boss for convenience? I guess Qin Yan has mentioned me to you before." "Right. I've had a hard life since I was little. My father beat me and sold me to others for money, and then replaced my organs with others." He continued to babble around Qin Chen's ears. "Then I heard Qin Yan say that this time you specifically designated me to go with you, saying that you saw my abilities. I was so happy. Don't worry, this time I, Lu Guangyi, will go through fire and water, and I will never refuse. Even if I die for you, it's nothing. It's just that before I die, I still have one wish. You know, I haven't learned anything, but I admire those with culture." He said so much that he didn't understand what he was talking about. Qin Chen vaguely guessed his purpose in saying so much. He wanted to learn Xiangqi. But why did he want to learn Xiangqi? Lu Guangyi began to imagine the majestic appearance when playing chess, and without hesitation said, "Because it's cool, boss. Even someone like Li Xiaotong is a defeated general under your hand." "Isn't that cool?" Qin Chen thought it was incomprehensible. Was winning a game of chess such a big deal? He bluntly announced, "Of course. He can't even beat me. If you can beat him at chess, that's face. I didn't expect that after you came here, boss, you could make friends with Li Xiaotong and get along so well. With his status in the number 18 prison, he might know where what we need is. Moreover, if you can get his inheritance, then you will be more certain in the competition for the shadow candidate." Now Qin Chen seemed to understand the situation. It seemed that Li Xiaotong's combat power was very high, and the purpose of coming to this prison was to find something. Qin Chen happily agreed, "Okay, I will teach you how to play chess. But can you stay away from me a little?" He also happily said, "Okay. In his cell, countdown timer, 5 minutes. Qin Chen drew a few lines in the cell. These 2 days were like a dream. He made a few acquaintances and understood a little about this different world. "I don't know if I can go back." He pinched his arm hard, already leaving a red mark. The countdown timer was running out. It was counting down. Qin Chen was also mentally prepared. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All the memories shattered into pieces again. Qin Chen continued his journey, collecting the memory fragments. All the surrounding space shattered. Qin Chen still remembered everything that happened. Afterwards, he returned to his room. He was still holding the knife he had prepared before transmigrating. He picked up his phone on the table. The clock had just struck 12 o'clock. And the second hand had just entered the new day. It was still the day he transmigrated. "I was in that world for 2 days, and only 1 second has passed on Earth. Waiting until I go back again, it only takes 1 second? This is the rule for everyone who crosses. That's good, I don't have to explain to others why I keep disappearing." The wound on his hand before returning was still there. Perhaps the body then and now is one, which means that death is the end, and I will not be able to return to the transmigrated state. On his right arm, the countdown timer appeared again. 48 hours. Suddenly, the phone rang. Qin Chen slowly answered the phone. "Hello, I'm calling from the Wangqing police station. I'm calling you because your father has been detained for organizing gambling. Please come here." Qin Chen calmly replied, "What am I going there for?" According to the administrative punishment law, he should be detained and fined. "You are inviting me to complete the procedures?" Qin Chen was still very calm and indifferent. To him, this was probably just a common occurrence. Sorry, I'm not going. Please punish him severely. According to the administrative punishment law, if the situation is serious, he can be detained for 10 to 15 days and fined 500 to 3,000 renminbi. Please apply the highest penalty to him. Thank you. As expected, it was a common occurrence. The police had called so many times that he knew the penalties by heart. I am the one who reported him. I am not his son. I am just a kind-hearted citizen. The policewoman on the other end of the line was speechless, not knowing what the world was like out there. Qing Qing gently put the knife on the table and lay down on the bed, looking very tired. He lay sprawled on the bed alone. It seemed that his body had stayed behind, but his spirit had experienced 2 long days, making his body a little tired. He stared at the phone in his hand. No matter how much he looked, no matter how long he waited, he still didn't have any contact from his mother. There was a hint of sadness in his eyes. He lay alone on the empty bed, unable to help but think that life here was boring. It would be great if he could return to that world sooner. The next morning, Qing Qing was walking on the road to school, recording the lyrics of canon. He needed to explain the origin of this to Li Xiaotong. Doing so was a bit risky. So before giving it to him, he had to determine whether Li Xiaotong had any value. Finally, he arrived at the classroom. Qing Qing walked in and sat down in his seat. Just then, a student also hurried over. Qing Qing called out loudly, "Nan Gingchen. Did Teacher Du say anything about me skipping class yesterday?" He was startled. Huh? What did you say? Qing Qing flipped through the book in his hand. Nothing. Why do I see you so nervous? Nan Gingchen was sweating nervously. Nervous? No way. Qing Qing continued to flip through the pages of the book in his hand. The two of them were classmates sitting next to each other. After sitting for a long time, Nan Gingchen finally made up his mind. Qing Qing. Gingchen said hesitantly, if you encountered something really strange, what would you do? Qing Qing quickly flipped the pages of the book on his desk after hearing this. It seemed that something was wrong with him. But Qing Qing remained calm and asked, strange? What specifically? Nan Gingchen looked quite worried. I don't know what it is, but it's a very strange thing anyway. Then report it to the police. Unexpectedly, Qing Qing said this, but that was exactly what Gingchen wanted. Yeah, report it to the police. Qing Qing, do you have family members working at the police station? Qing Qing replied seriously, yes, my father was arrested last night for organizing gambling. He was speechless with this. Qing Qing. Gingchen was really speechless. If his father was still trying hard to defend himself with the police over there and heard that. The strange thing that Nan Gingchen said, could it be that a countdown timer appeared on his arm? Other people couldn't see the countdown timer. Suddenly there was a loud shout from the students nearby. Look at the hot search. American basketball superstar Taylor just opened an interview, saying that he traveled to a civilized world full of robots. Qing Qing heard this and was quite surprised. Even foreigners have time travel and a time countdown timer? Superstar Taylor in the United States really opened an interview, but it was more of a live stream on television. His arm is a mechanical arm, and it was this arm that made the 100% accurate shot into the basket. But not only that, the 10 consecutive shots he made were absolutely accurate. Qing Qing and Nan Gingchen were quite impressed. Is this edited? Or is it filming a commercial and using effects? Suddenly Taylor announced on the screen, last night I was very surprised to find a countdown timer appeared on my arm. The countdown time ended when I traveled to a strange robot civilized world, which is also Earth, with the sun and the moon, but it seems to be a parallel universe with Earth. The level of civilization is completely different from the world we are in. He raised his mechanical arm. I had this arm when I traveled there, as if I replaced someone there, becoming a completely new person. I don't know the reason, but their strength is even more than I can imagine, and they are very flexible and accurate. I can stand here and throw 10 shots in a row, or even 100. And I want to open this press conference not to brag to you, the world is not as good as you think, but extremely dangerous. I am opening a press conference because I want to avoid being secretly taken away for experiments. I want to say, I refuse to be a research subject. If one day I disappear, I hope you. That presentation provided Qing Qing with a lot of information. Taylor is a public figure, so it is impossible to hide the fact that his best friend has armored parts. He also knows very clearly that the technology in that world has far exceeded this world, so he is afraid of becoming a guinea pig and being taken away for experiments. So he chose such a hasty method. But that is not necessarily a good way. Maybe it is because he was very scared, so he made such a quick decision. I don't know where Taylor traveled to, the ocean. I can't bring a dagger there, and I can't bring a toothbrush back. It seems the way to bring things back from there is to transform the body or hide it somewhere in the body? On the information boards of major journalists, there is continuous information about time travel, a student who claims to have traveled to another world that has robots and superpowers. A high school student said that he traveled to another world and awakened his powers. Qing Chun and Nan Gingchen read the news together. Nan Gingchen had long been unable to believe his eyes. Superpowers, robot civilization, is it that after traveling there will be a chance to become a time traveler? Everyone in the class was discussing. I see that there are quite a few time travelers. Is there anyone in our school who time travels? I also want to travel through time. Maybe there will be someone with armored parts. Nan Gingchen's face darkened when he saw his classmates talking. Qing Chun also asked, the strange thing you were talking about just now, is this the thing? It can't be said yet, but don't worry. Nan Gingchen smiled confidently. If I have any chance, I will definitely not forget my brother, you. Qing Chun was relieved to see that he was quite happy again and not as scared as before. Yeah, don't forget each other when you get rich. He was still scared just now. But now he is the master of the world. Qing Chun felt quite happy to see Nan Gingchen's face become happy again. It's good that you're happy. Nan Gingchen started to look more like a student again. I'm just assuming, if I can travel through time, then I can bring some high-tech things back here and sell them? Qing Chun said quietly. I don't know, maybe not. This Nan Gingchen is always hesitating. He looks really cunning when he smiles. He leaned close to Qing Chen's ear. I see they can bring back armored arms, don't worry. I'll treat you to a meal when I get rich. Qing Chun reminded, look, many people will be in danger, so you have to be careful. Don't just think about getting rich all day long. After saying that, Nan Gingchen also fell into thought. But in the end he did not listen to the reminder. Where do you want to eat? At the table above, a classmate was also upset. What are the rules of time travel? So many people have traveled through time. Why haven't we traveled through time yet? Nan Gingchen became serious again. Maybe only those with special talents can travel through time? Qing Chun was searching for time travel movies, he thought. Now he can sum up 2 points. One is that the last countdown time was 6 hours, and the return time was 48 hours, which means that the time for everyone to time travel is the same, and the return time is also the same. Then some people who knew what was going on came forward and clarified that they had never traveled through time, at this time. Oh, today the countdown time appeared on the arm again. This is really the second group of time travelers. The second is that time travelers are all young people, currently all from 10 to 35 years old. Nan Gingchen is not the 12 o'clock yesterday group, but the group that appeared the countdown time at midnight, otherwise she would not be frightened when she saw Taylor's press conference. Gingchen is also enthusiastically learning about it. Just now someone impersonated a time traveler to gain popularity. Brother, your arm is too fake. How can you pretend to be an armored arm like that? Time travelers also appeared on the streets of Luoqing. In short, there are 2 possibilities now. One is that the number of time travelers is constant. When someone dies, a new person will time travel. Another possibility is that the number of time travelers is constantly increasing, and will continue to increase in the future. Nan Gingchen watched the movie about the main character time traveling in Luoqing with Qing Chun. So cool. School time travel, the son of the chairman of Yongli Group, Huang Qixing, he said, it would be great if there were time travelers in our school. If so, we can ask about the world over there. That time traveler seems to be a student in class 7 of grade 10. Qing Chun immediately moved to class 7 of grade 10 to meet Huang Qixing. The more he walked, the clearer he felt that he was really different. He didn't know when. He felt that he was no longer the same as others. Originally he was just one of them, just study hard, try to get into a high-level university. But this is the path he will take. It seems that he is no longer here. He entered the grade 10 students' class. Even though he was an upperclassman, he still enthusiastically called them you. Hello, is Qixing in school today? No, I haven't seen him. Qing Chun scratched his head. It's really strange. Then do you know where his house is? It just so happens that I want to return something he forgot to bring. The blonde guy wearing glasses raised it up. I only know he is in Yunnan Central Garden. but I don't know the specifics. Thank you, that's what it looks like on the surface. But you already know, it is impossible for Huang Qixing to come today. That is the person who was electrocuted in the prison cell when you time traveled yesterday. He suffered a lot of mental damage. It is possible that he is crazy. The class is still going on as usual. Next we will look at this problem. The teacher is still teaching seriously on the board, but almost no one is in the mood to study. They are more interested in another world. The teacher said, "Now you are not paying attention to the teacher's lecture. It seems that I have to get some armored arms so that you will be willing to listen to my lecture." Mathematics teacher Tian Hailong. That's all for today, class is dismissed. As soon as the class was dismissed, Nan Gingchen raised his phone. Ha Xiao just posted a new strategy. As an uploader in a game, he is also considered a master in the game industry. A few hours ago he just posted a video of the new game strategy. But everyone has never heard of the game, he said. But he can seriously sit down and make a strategy. Now that there is time travel, everyone realizes that the game strategy he posted is related to that world. He is also one of the time travelers, the screen shows. Because this game is quite special, so I can't record the game video. I call the world we are in here the outside world, and this game is the inside world. As for this game, I just entered it, so I haven't found a way to get the hidden function yet. I have already got the career path. There are 3 types. One is to use high technology to transform yourself by going to armored hospitals to buy. Armored parts are quite expensive, because I haven't found a bug to make money, so I haven't tried this method. Here the fastest way to make money is to sell organs. But I don't recommend everyone to try this method. The second way is to join the Forbidden Tribunal. You can transmit gene drugs, and then become a new human being, but so far I have not found the NPC of any related organization. Because the organization is quite mysterious. And the third way is the career path in number 18 prison. Everyone needs to go there and find a person named Li Xiaotong. This is the career path with the highest potential at present. Qin Chun was really surprised when he heard this. Taylor is just way 1, and you are the most potential career path in my hand? This is treating the other world as a game. Li Xiaotong has also become a character in it. When I time travel there, will someone ask to run to number 18 and find Li Xiaotong? Li Xiaotong is quite famous in the world inside, to the extent that Ha Xiaoxiao knew about him after being there for 48 hours. Nan Gingchen next to him looked bored. Saying it's like not saying it. Buying armored parts requires money, the Forbidden Tribunal can't be found, and it's not certain that you will find prison number 18. So how can you get in? The time travel story was still noisy at school for quite a long time. So when a new news appeared in the afternoon, it felt like dark clouds were covering everyone's enthusiasm. A young male student confirmed to be a time traveler was killed at home. The video of the armored feet being cut off is missing. Blood has long covered the entire room. Immediately afterwards, many people who revealed their time travel identities just because of the hot search are very scared. A group of people are taking their armored parts back, afraid of being killed. After the media received the news, someone made a prediction. Perhaps killing a time traveler can replace that person's time travel multiple times later. Nan Gingchen looked very worried and scared. He didn't look very well reading those news. Qin Chen then reminded, "You have also seen the news. I said that it is just an assumption. Assuming you time travel there, remember to be careful, and don't talk nonsense." The light in Nan Gingchen's eyes was dim. It was hard to find a way to change fate. Why did it suddenly become a terrifying toy? You tried to say why we are so poor. When other people's fathers are working hard to make money, your father is making money. Then what about your father? Nan Gingchen said angrily. But Qin Chen continued calmly. When other people's fathers are working hard to make money, your father is making money, then my father is gambling his life. Gingchen froze after hearing this. Why did your father go to the police station? Qin Chen quietly replied, I reported it. I hope he can reflect on himself in there. Nan Gingchen was scared after hearing this, with Qin Chen's decisiveness. Nan Gingchen's eyes are no longer depressed as before, and continued to use his innocent and happy eyes to ask him for help. Or you can also report my father. The bell rang from the speakers mounted on the wall, and the teacher quickly entered and stabilized the class, then instructed the students, turn to the chart on page 2. Qin Chen was sitting at the end of the class, secretly checking his phone. Information like autumn leaves was falling in droves. He closed his eyes to concentrate, and couldn't bear to analyze it all. Qin Chen was surrounded by countless new pieces of information. Today, those time travelers who were discovered were concentrated in more than 10 cities as if they had been allocated beforehand. That also meant time travelers were heavily concentrated in one place. Soon it was break time, and Nan Gingchen was cleaning. Seeing Qin Chun rushing out of the classroom, he could only click his tongue. This kid is skipping class again. Qin Chun was like a superhero, running and jumping over walls as if he were flying. Very quickly he returned to his home, changed out of his school uniform, put on a set of inconspicuous clothes, pulled his hat low, and walked down the street while looking at his phone. Looking at the location on his phone, Qin Chun thought to himself, he wanted to see what happened after Huang Zetian returned from the other world, what he encountered in that world. Even though he didn't know the exact location or building. One must train, one must have a strong body and mind to face this dangerous world. Just follow him, he's running hard on the road, and maybe it's because his state of mind is different. The shackles that his family and living environment once brought to Qin Chun are slowly being unlocked. As dusk fell, it quickly became dark, at a towering building on the street. Qin Chun stood behind someone watching them swipe a card to enter the gate, secretly marveling, worthy of being a high-end neighborhood, entry and exit require card swipes. He wondered if the back door also required a card swipe. Thinking this, he quickly circled around to the back door of the complex. Suddenly, he heard someone muttering, "Prison machinery. Monsters, monsters." The person making the sound was being held tightly by two men. Qin Chun quickly recognized him. This was Huang Zetian. Qin Chun nimbly hid behind a tree nearby, watching Huang Zetian being escorted into a car. And at that moment, there was also a gaze staring at him. Someone in the car noticed Qin Chun, but at this time only saw him scrolling through his phone. Qin Chun pretended to look at his phone until those cars drove away. At this time, he had a serious expression, wondering, who are these people? Why do they want to take Huang Zetian away? Could it be because of his transmigrator identity? This is definitely not a coincidence. A few minutes later, Qin Chun left the back gate and once again blended into the streets. And his strong intuition also helped him realize, something's not right, someone is following me. From the moment I turned around, he has followed me through 5 alleyways, so that person has always been so vigilant. At this time, Qin Chun's pace slowed slightly. He pretended to be calling someone to inform them, "Hello, I'll be home a little late tonight." The follower had moved close behind him, and naturally walked past him while Qin Chun was still on the phone. He quickly hung up the phone, glancing slightly at the figure of the other person. At a large intersection, the red light showed 20 seconds. Qin Chun stopped to wait for the light. Looking at the man standing next to him, he also realized he had seen this person outside the apartment complex. This was not a coincidence. This was surveillance. What kind of mysterious organization is this, trained like this, and so concerned about transmigrators? Maybe I'm not the first group of transmigrators, maybe the second or even the third. Otherwise, even if someone knew about transmigrators today, they wouldn't have reacted so quickly. These people were prepared in advance. I absolutely can't make a mistake, he said to himself. Very quickly, the pedestrian light turned green. This was the moment. Qin Chun quickly, instead of crossing the road with the crowd, turned around and went in the opposite direction alone. The slick-haired follower quickly said through the intercom, "The target hasn't crossed the road." He turned around. "How long before you arrive?" His teammate quickly replied. "I won't be able to reach the surveillance position for another 2 minutes." Slick-hair hurriedly turned his head back to look at the other side of the road. Wait. He could no longer see Qin Chun anywhere, and said dejectedly, "Lost him." The person on the other end heard this and sneered, "Embarrassing. 2 people following 1 person and you still lost him. Do you think he knew we were following him?" Slick Hair spoke up, "I'm pretty sure he knew, a master." Teammate Lu Yuan, while running to search, said that teenager looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old, probably still in high school. If he really discovered us following him, then he's too monstrous. Moreover, did you notice, he handled it very naturally. When he stopped to make a phone call, I didn't even know he had discovered us. Otherwise I would have restrained him then. Slick Hair on this end sighed and replied, "I'm very curious. But why did you suddenly want to follow him? We still have many tasks today." "It's not necessary to waste time on a passerby." Lu Yuan spoke up, "It wasn't a sudden change of heart. It's just that when the captain was escorting target 009, I noticed him avoiding the captain's gaze, after shaking off the people following him. Qin Chen quickly went to sit on a bus stop bench, telling himself, I'll sit here for half an hour, to see if I've completely shaken them off, then I'll go home. While scrolling through news on his phone, he wondered, was this streamer also taken away by that mysterious organization? How many mysterious organizations like that are there in the country? At this time, a police car with wailing sirens sped down the road, attracting Qin Chen's attention. An old man wearing glasses gossiped and asked, What's going on? What happened? A middle-aged woman standing next to him answered his question. Doesn't that building have a man who often beats his wife? Before that, the wife was beaten so badly she had to be hospitalized. And what was the result? That husband still wouldn't change his ways. Then the wife wanted a divorce, but was beaten again by him. He even said that if she dared to divorce, he would kill her whole family. The old man curiously asked, So what about today? Could it be that the man beat his wife again? But I see it looks like the husband is in trouble. The woman nodded. You're right. Qin Chen, standing behind, could hear everything she said clearly. She recounted, Just now I was going to stop that man, and finally discovered that this time it was the wife beating the husband. Tonight the husband came home late after drinking, and still wanted to beat his wife when he got back. And the result is, as everyone sees, today everyone probably heard the news of many people transmigrating. It seems his wife is also a transmigrator. At first she could still endure the beating, not daring to fight back. But it's possible she was beaten to the point of wanting to explode, so she broke that husband's arm. The husband was taken away in an ambulance by the nurse, constantly groaning in pain. The woman sighed, It's just pitiful for that young child, only a few years old and having to suffer like this. A little girl sat cowering in front of the house. Qin Chen was walking towards her at this time. The little girl saw him and looked up, her eyes sparkling with tears, and choked out, Brother. Qin Chen gently rubbed the little girl's head, thinking to himself, It's been 2 years. I don't know how many times I've seen the scene of the mother and daughter hugging each other and crying downstairs. This little girl Li Tongyan would run to my house every time her parents fought. I remember the first time, I even made fried rice for her. That man would beat his wife just for seeing her talk to another man. Now his arm is broken, he deserves it. The little girl Li Tongyan, after crying for a while in Qin Chen's arms, looked up with tearful eyes and called him, Brother, just now my mom told me to wait at your house for a while. But I knocked on the door for a long time and you weren't home, so. Qin Chen smiled and rubbed the little girl's head and asked, Be good, have you eaten? If you haven't, then I'll make fried rice for you. I haven't eaten either. Just at this moment, Qin Chen's expression suddenly changed as if he had just realized something. He immediately brought Li Tongyan into the house and locked the door. Then he went to the window and closed the curtains. Li Tongyan behind him asked blankly, Brother, what's wrong? Qin Chen turned his head and smiled gently, reassuring the little girl, It's nothing, don't say anything for now. Outside the apartment, the police were still downstairs. Qin Chen vigilantly glanced around to observe the situation. Several people had just appeared at this time. Seeing 2 mysterious people getting out of a car, Qin Chen recognized them. It was the same group and the same car he had seen at the Central Park. They came quickly. At this time Lu Yuan suddenly glanced around vigilantly. Looking towards the window of a residence home that had closed its curtains, it was Qin Chen's apartment. Slick Hair behind him asked in confusion, What's wrong? Slick Hair pushed up his glasses and said, Nothing, just looking around. I just feel like someone is watching me probing. But maybe I'm just overthinking it. Let's go upstairs and do what we came to do. They quickly went upstairs, not noticing Qin Chen hiding behind the window curtain. He was a little worried at this time. If Li Tongyan's mother is arrested, then that's troublesome. The father was beaten to the point of being hospitalized, and the mother was taken away by people from the mysterious organization. What will the little girl do in the future? This won't do, I can only improvise. Li Tongyan standing behind him looked at Qin Chen, feeling very curious. Because at this time he wasn't standing at the window, but had moved to stand with his ear pressed against the front door. Qin Chen listened carefully and realized there was no movement. If she was really taken away, then there should at least be a dispute or resistance. Very quickly he saw those people get into the car and leave through the window again, thinking in confusion, What's going on? Did they just return empty-handed like that? Could it be that they don't want to arrest transmigrators? Just then, Qin Chen's door was knocked on. After opening the door, he saw a mechanical arm appear. It was Li Tongyan's mother. She raised her hand to her head and said awkwardly, Sorry to bother you again. What Qin Chen noticed at this time was that arm of hers, the very hands that created the strength for her to resist her husband. In less than a few seconds, Qin Chen spoke up, "It's nothing. I was just planning to make some food for Li Tongyan. I really like her." The mother nodded, "Thank you." Then she tilted her head and called her daughter, "Let's go, Xiaoyan. Let's go home with Mom. Be good and don't bother other people." Unexpectedly, the little girl avoided her gaze, turned to Qin Chen and said, "I'm still hungry." All the things in the house were knocked over by the two of them fighting. "There's nothing to eat at home either," the mother called her daughter in distress, "Xiaoyan." At this time Qin Chen reached out and rubbed the little girl's head and said, "Just now I heard Xiaoyan say that the two of you haven't eaten anything yet. How about eating with me?" Hearing him say that, the mother was a little surprised and thought to herself, before, even though this child had helped her, he had never actively invited anyone over. Always seeming very annoyed, why today? At this time, Qin Chen's words also somewhat answered her question. "I also really want to know a few things about the other world, so I wanted to ask you a bit. What should I call you?" Li Tongyan's mother introduced herself. "My name is Jiang Shui," Qin Chen said politely. "I just want to ask you, Jiang Shui, a few things related to the other world. Can you talk about it?" Jiang Shui at this time saw her daughter pulling on her hand, indicating that she wanted to stay. She had no choice but to enter the house, and said politely, "Then I'll have to trouble you. There's nothing that can't be said, you can ask whenever you want." Hearing her answer, Qin Chen pursed his lips and thought to himself, how could someone with such a weak personality survive in that fierce world? A tempting and sumptuous meal was quickly set out on the table by Qin Chen. The little girl Li Tongyan ate very happily, and also took the opportunity to pick food for her mother. "Mom, eat quickly." Qin Chen silently ate his food, looking at the family of two in front of him. After a while, he asked as if casually, "Auntie, I saw the police came to handle the case. What did they say?" Jiang Shui replied, "The neighbors also helped me explain everything. They were originally planning to take me back to the station, but considering I have a daughter, and it was self-defense, they didn't take me away. If there's anything they can call me over." Qin Chen asked further, "I saw there were two other people afterwards. What did they come to do?" Jiang Shui recounted. She wasn't clear on what they were planning to do. They just had her fill out a form, then took a photo of her ID card and left. Qin Chen was a little surprised. "That's all," Jiang Shui nodded and continued. "They also said that they might come find her again in the future, told her not to leave Luoqing in a hurry, but they didn't say what they were looking for her for." "That's right." She also saw them give the police some documents. Then the police explained the situation to the two of them. Qin Chen, after listening, also determined, it seems that it's not just arresting anyone they see who's a transmigrator, moreover they have legitimate documents. It's not as crazy as he imagined. After that, he looked up and asked another question. "Okay, Jiang Shui, what is your identity in that world, these two arms of yours?" Jiang Shui very honestly told him. She opened a machine repair shop on 18th Street in the city, actually helping people assemble armored limbs onto other people's bodies. But after she transmigrated over there, she didn't understand anything. When someone came to assemble an armored limb, she could only say that she didn't have the parts. This armored arm, she already had it when she arrived there, and it came back with her when she returned. Hearing a familiar clue, Qin Chen immediately took the opportunity to inquire further. "I once saw prison number 18 in the introduction of a transmigrator. Where is this place?" Jiang Shui replied, "Bordering with 18th Street in the city. That prison building is quite famous. It seems to be a place specializing in holding serious criminals. It's the highest level of security prison in the Federation." Qin Chen heard this and was very surprised. The federal system. How did Jiang Shui know this? Jiang Shui looked helpless, shook her head. I only transmigrated for 2 days and don't know anything." Li Tongyun sitting next to them listened to the two of them talking, and tilted her head curiously to ask, "Mom, what's the name of your repair shop?" Jiang Shui answered her daughter. "It's called Jiang Shui Armored Limb Repair Shop. Why are you asking this?" Li Tongyun casually continued to eat her food, and said to her mother, "I was just asking." At this time, Jiang Shui turned to ask Qin Chen, "Qin Chen, why are you so curious about that world?" Qin Chen immediately acted admiringly and said, "I also want to transmigrate there to see what it's like. I also really admire these transmigrators." Jiang Shui heard this and sincerely advised him, "That world is very dangerous. Apart from the people of the Li clan, Qin clan, Chen clan, Shenai, and the Luda Corporation. All the other people live in deep waters and fiery seas. It's not as good as living in this world outside. Qin heard this and didn't speak, fearing that even if he didn't want to, he had already been chosen to transmigrate. After finishing the meal, Jiang Shui used her mechanical arms to wipe the table, let her clean up. Qin stood next to her and was responsible for stacking the dishes, casually asking her, "Do you have any plans for the future?" Jiang Shui's hand immediately paused for a beat. She said sincerely she wanted to take Xiaoyun to her grandmother's house in Jinqing for a few days, and leave tomorrow. Then go back and divorce her father. Qin nodded and said to her, "Then buy a ticket first. Many people go to Jinqing every day. It's not easy to buy a ticket." Jiang Shui heard this and was convinced that's true. After taking out her phone to buy a ticket, Jiang Shui quickly realized, "Why can't I buy a ticket?" Qin standing next to her wasn't too surprised, thinking to himself, as expected, a verbal warning is just a verbal warning. In reality, they've already restricted her movements. Qin was cleaning up while paying attention to the movements over there, so he knew, after not being able to buy a train ticket, Jiang Shui tried to buy it a few more times. But the result was still the same, she still couldn't buy a ticket. That mysterious organization has eyes and ears everywhere. I don't want to be confined to this city, so no matter what their purpose is, I can't reveal my identity. After cleaning up, Qin had just sat down on the sofa when he heard the little girl next to him speak up, "Brother, you've never looked Mom in the eye before. Don't tell me you only noticed that Mom has become beautiful today so you took the initiative to invite her into the house," the little girl deliberately whispered to Qin. Making the story very mysterious, Qin was speechless and reminded the little girl, "What are you saying? Don't think nonsense." Unexpectedly, Li Tongyun put her hands together and teased him. "But Mom is really beautiful. She's also the art teacher at Bema Elementary School." At this time, Jiang Shui on the other side picked up Qin's clothes and asked, "Qin, I saw that you still have some unwashed clothes at home. How about I take them home and wash them for you? After your parents' divorce you must have been living alone here. It must be hard. In the future if you have dirty clothes just bring them to my house and I'll wash them for you." Qin didn't want to trouble anyone, and spoke up, "Wait, I can wash them myself." But Jiang Shui had quickly grabbed his clothes and led Li Tongyun to the door. "Let's go, Xiaoyun, let's go home. Your brother Qin still has to study." Qin just watched the two of them leave like that, not having time to say anything more. That night, the phone in Qin's hand. After reading the information on it, he thought to himself, his classmates are still discussing the transmigrators. Even tonight's incident with Jiang Shui's family is a topic of discussion among the people of Luoqing. He Xiao hasn't announced a new strategy related to the other world. He glanced at the screen again, and sadly thought, there's still no news about Mom. Unexpectedly, just at that moment, his phone showed an incoming call from his mother. Qin immediately answered the phone. "Hello." Wan Fang on the other end spoke up, "Xiaoqin, I've sent your dad the living expenses," Qin said in a low voice. "Mom, the homework has to be handed in this week," Wan Fang replied with annoyance and difficulty. "Suddenly Hao has a fever. I can't visit you this weekend." "Alright, you should sleep early, don't neglect your studies." Qin was silent for a few seconds then obediently replied as usual, okay." Without bothering Mom anymore, he reached out and hung up the phone, then absent-mindedly thought, she finally called me, but it seems she doesn't remember that I skipped class. The phone was then thrown aside by Qin. He lay wearily on the bed, knowing that he was already nothing. 2:20 a.m., the countdown timer, was 20 hours and 40 minutes. Qin was running on the road. Looking up and seeing his clothes hanging outside he was a little surprised. "She actually washed all my dirty clothes. Jiang Shui is too diligent." Just as Jiang Shui was hanging clothes outside on the balcony, she saw him below and smiled and called out, "Qin, I've already cooked porridge, come up here and eat." Qin immediately refused without thinking, "No need, auntie." It was his instinctive reaction. It had been a long time since he had seen someone so good to him, so he couldn't get used to it right away. So Qin hurriedly ate a stick of pocky to fill his stomach before going to school. The students were all bustling and playing with each other. Only he was indifferent, as if unrelated to this age. Qin quickly grabbed the hand of a classmate. He held the hand of the person hurrying in front and asked, "What's the matter? Are you preparing to go and fight for the nanotechnology talent pool that the fraud group has? Or do you want to go try out that rich woman who is spending a lot of money to pray for a son? Nanjingchen asked back in surprise. You haven't seen the announcement in the class group. Someone from the class next to ours, a transmigrator, has appeared there. That person is still in the classroom. Qin Chun was extremely doubtful. Wait, how did you know that person is a transmigrator? Yesterday in that class there wasn't anyone with armor equipment on them. Nanjingchen explained. He bragged about it himself. He had been holding it in for a whole day, and finally couldn't help but say it last night while talking to a classmate. Qin Chun frowned and thought to himself, what's going on? Luoqing Foreign Language School has so many transmigrators. A school has about more than 2,000 students. Now among the transmigrators who have been discovered, this case alone has 4 people. Then how many would there be in the whole country, even if there are only a dozen or so cities in the whole country without transmigrators? Then the number of transmigrators would not be a small number. I'm afraid that the rule that transmigrators are limited to a few cities will be quickly discovered by others. Could it be that by then people all over the country will flock to these dozen or so cities, while falsely claiming to be the 3rd, 4th or 5th batch of transmigrators? Maybe not for the time being, but if the 3rd batch of transmigrators appears to prove this conjecture, then this conjecture will become a reality. I'm afraid that in the future, the dozen or so cities including Luoqing will become more and more lively. Qin Chun went into the school, and discovered that many students were whispering and discussing about the student inside, who was being taken away by the supervisor. Qin Chun didn't need to look much to know, the person being taken away by the teacher and the teachers is the transmigrator. We're late. He patted Nanjingchen, who was in a panic, next to him on the shoulder. Let's go to the classroom. Sitting in the classroom, Qin Chun absent-mindedly rested his chin and thought, the people from that secret organization will be here soon. Tonight is the time to transmigrate. I can't let any more trouble happen. They can restrict Jiang Shui from moving around. I'm afraid they will also investigate CCTV, although my place has been around for a long time. And there are very few cameras now, but nothing is absolute. Thinking this, he became even more determined that, tonight, apart from going to the bathroom, he couldn't leave here. While closing his eyes to rest, Qin Chun was called by the person next to him. Qin Chun. Qin Chun looked quickly. Nanjingchen, while looking at his phone, announced in surprise, He Xiaoxiao's new strategy has been announced. Qin Chun also quickly took out his phone to look. He Xiaoxiao's post appeared. Hello everyone, I'm He Xiaoxiao. Due to some special reasons I wasn't able to update the news strategy yesterday. Today I will tell you the new strategy, which is, describing the documentary version in the Otherworld game, The Battle of the Qin Clan's Shadows. The Qin Clan Corporation is one of the 5 largest companies in the Otherworld. Shadows are the people who hold power over the underworld in the Qin Clan Corporation. It is said that this is a tradition that has lasted for more than 1,000 years. Every so often a new shadow is selected. This selection process is like the drama of 9 dragons seizing the throne. The moment a new shadow is selected is also the moment the entire Otherworld is stirred up. Currently there are 8 candidates for the shadow position. Each one of them has innate talent. These 8 candidates are named Qing Huai, Qing Wen, Qing Shi, and so on. There is also a very mysterious person. To this day I still haven't been able to investigate their identity. Seeing this, Qin Chun vaguely realized that, perhaps this is the reason why I appeared in prison number 18, a documentary haha, treating this as the movie The Revenge of the Dragon. At this time, the countdown timer was 6 hours, 19 minutes and 29 seconds. Looking at the pale expression of Nanjingchen next to him, Qin Chun put on his bag and looked out. The 2 words nervous were written all over his face. If this guy also transmigrates to prison number 18, then I'll risk exposing my identity to help him. Before leaving, Qin Chun reminded Nanjingchen, if you transmigrate tonight, be careful. You've heard it online, the inside world is not safe. Nanjingchen stuttered beside him. I'm not a transmigrator. Qin Chun went to the door and replied, it's enough that you know it in your heart. Actually, he was quite satisfied with Nanjingchen, who could resist until now and maintain his secret. Showing that this kid knew a little bit. That night, Qin Chen's room door was opened, and behind the door, Jiang Shui waved and smiled at him. Qin Chen asked her in confusion, Sister Jiang Shui, what's the matter? Jiang Shui nodded and replied, oh, it's like this, you know I'm a transmigrator, and the countdown is about to end. The inside world is very dangerous, and I'm not sure if I can come back. If I can't come back tomorrow, can you help me look after Xiaoyun for a day? Qin Chun was a little stunned, and then quickly said, Why do you say such things? You will definitely be able to come back. Jiang Shui lowered her head sadly and said, You don't know how dangerous that world is, so you comfort me like this, but I know very well. In that world, without the backing of the 5 major consortia, human lives are worthless. She tried to persuade Qin Chun, I'm not asking you to take care of Xiaoyun for too long. Her great-grandfather will come here from Jingqing tomorrow. Qin Chun had no choice but to agree, Okay, I promise you, but I still hope nothing happens to you. Jiang Shui breathed a sigh of relief after entrusting her daughter and said happily, Thank you. She handed a key to him and said, I'll leave my house key with you, so it's convenient for you to open the door if anything happens. Qin Chun took the key, looked at it for a while, and then closed the door to see Jiang Shui off. He felt very novel. Is this also considered trusting me? Not knowing how long had passed, the current countdown was 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Qin Chun opened his mouth and put a small metal strip in his mouth. Then he reached out and pinched himself, creating a mark along with the countdown of a few seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. He sat on the bed ready. 1, 0. The space seemed to be frozen around his body, shattering into pieces, bringing Qin Chun to another space. Beside the rough pillow was a familiar name. Qin Chun reached out to support his forehead and lay on the bed, then smiled and realized, Luckily I transmigrated here again, otherwise the previous efforts would have been wasted. It was so difficult to gain favor from Li Xiaotong, it almost went down the drain. Qin Chun jumped out of bed and continued to think, no matter what Li Xiaotong's identity is, He Xiaoxiao's guide has confirmed one thing, this is a figure with great influence in this world. Now I can confirm that every time I transmigrate, I will stop at the time I last returned. The canon I memorized still works. Perhaps most transmigrators will feel confused and don't know what to do to get what they want, but I've transmigrated to Li Xiaotong's place. Perhaps other transmigrators have seen the splendor outside this strange world, but it doesn't matter. He took the USB out of his mouth and thought, as long as this thing is in my body, I can pass through that wall. Then Qin Chun glanced at the mark on his arm, knowing that wounds would also follow when transmigrating from the outside world to here. From this point, it can be seen that the body of this transmigration is still the body from the outside world. I rely on my own methods to supplement my knowledge of this world, the knowledge of this transmigration body, little by little. I don't know why, compared to the outside world, without that family affection, I feel that the noisy sounds I haven't heard for 2 days are a bit more intimate. Looking at the time on his hand, he realized that it was still the short 2 days. Will the countdown time be changed? Will it be longer or shorter in the future? As he went out, 2 people happened to pass by. Lin Xiaoxiao stood below and saw Qin Chun, making a waving gesture. Everyone above, except for Qin Chun, looked surprised. At that moment, he also turned his head to look at them. Then he waved and left the corridor, and the group gathered to whisper, Hey, he's greeting us, did you see? He's smiling at us again. Qin Chun didn't pay much attention to them, thinking to himself, last night at midnight, a new group of people must have been brought in, and the second group of transmigrators in the outside world must have arrived in this world. What should I do to find out the transmigrators? If there are real transmigrators, what should I do to hide my identity? Unexpectedly, as he glanced over, he saw a young man being surrounded and bullied, and was shocked to realize, wait, this is Lu Dizhu from the class next door. I can't go down now, he will definitely recognize me. At that moment, a teasing voice rang out in the corridor, there's a newcomer, we must have some fun later. Those words made Lu Dizhu even more pale. Lu Guangyi laughed and mocked, welcome to prison number 18. Qin Chun stood in the distance, and watched him gloating, thinking, originally, I found this kid Lu Guangyi annoying, but this time I suddenly feel a little closer to him. And Lu Dizhu, after hearing Lu Guangyi's words, also knew that this was prison number 18. So he asked the prisoner next to him, excuse me, who is Li Xiaotong? The prisoner was a little suspicious when he heard this. Could it be that this guy is planning to use connections? The prisoner pointed down and said to Lu Dizhu, there, that person is down there. These words made Lu Dizhu look smug, and he followed the direction the person pointed. Sure enough, He Xiaoxiao didn't lie. Look at the demeanor of that middle-aged man, you can tell at a glance that he is the hidden boss. At this time, Li Xiaotong was sitting in front of the chessboard as usual, with his cat and two subordinates. Lin Xiaoxiao yawned long and listlessly, then noticed something. On this side, Lu Dezhu was running away with a plate of rice, followed by a group of prisoners, making him cry and make up his mind. It's over, I have to go find Li Xiaotong. Unexpectedly, his beautiful dream was quickly awakened by a flick on the forehead. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at Lu Dezhu, who fell at his feet, and said suspiciously, "It's been strange these 2 days. A newcomer actually dares to come and find our boss." The prisoners behind were still staring at Lu Dezhu with predatory eyes. Feeling this, he grabbed Lin Xiaoxiao's leg, and whispered mysteriously, "Oh, I'm here to receive the mission. I'm one of us." Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him as if he were a man, not hiding the contempt on his face. "What is it? Why haven't I ever seen these people in the organization? Moreover, damn it, what's the point of getting caught playing spies?" Seeing his expression, Lu Dezhu felt uneasy and hurriedly continued, "I really came to receive the mission. The transfer mission." Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't bear it any longer, shook Lu Dezhu's hand away and shouted at the prisoners over there, "Let him get lost. What are you still standing here for? Drag him away from me." The prisoners turned pale and said, "Oh, we'll do it right away." Very quickly, Lu Dezhu was surrounded by the prisoners, but at this time he was still stubbornly shouting, "Li Xiaotong, I'm here to receive the transfer mission." As expected, Li Xiaotong didn't care about his words at all, and continued to enjoy his tea. The prisoners surrounded Lu Dezhu like wolves, laughing and teasing, "What is that kid talking about? Is he scared out of his mind? It's so funny!" Lin Xiaoxiao waved his hand listlessly and said, "Another man." While being torn apart by the prisoners, Lu Dezhu still felt unbearably aggrieved. What went wrong? "I've transmigrated back to prison number 18. Didn't they say that this place is the starting point for the selection?" According to He Xiaoxiao's guide, there are 3 career directions. The first 2 are only mentioned briefly, only the path of prison no. 18 is the most likely. It's just that, it seems that this place is not suitable for the transfer mission. Could I have misunderstood? Let me go." His loud voice startled Lin Xiaoxiao and made him look back. An angry prisoner said, "Damn it, this bastard dared to bite me. Quickly chase after him." At this time, Lu Dezhu was running like crazy trying to escape the encirclement. He went to the wall in front of him and kept hitting it, constantly shouting in despair, "Let me out, they want to torture me, let me out." Soon after, Lu Dezhu could no longer shout. A machine that didn't know when it appeared next to him fired strong laser beams, making Lu Dezhu tremble and want to wet his pants. And the machine continued. Lu Dezhu's painful screams echoed throughout the prison. Even Qin Chen, who was walking in the corridor, couldn't help but look back. He thought to himself, "Is this kid crazy? He just arrived in a new world. Doesn't he know that he should observe the situation first?" Lin Xiaoxiao sat down on the chair and turned his head to look and said to Li Xiaotong, "Boss, do you feel that there's something strange recently? The other day, a kid came and went crazy, saying something about falling into the dust, saying it as if he was the legitimate son of some chaebol. Today, another idiot has come, who just arrived and already wants you to assign him a mission." "What mission?" Li Xiaotong looked at the teacup in his hand and agreed, "It's really strange." Suddenly at this time, the cat, which was lying obediently, noticed Lin Xiaoxiao reaching out to touch its fur and suddenly opened one eye. Lin Xiaoxiao saw that look and fearfully retracted his hand, changing the subject and looking elsewhere. "Hey, where's that kid Qin Chen? He was very enthusiastic about eating today. Why can't I see him anymore?" Qin Chen was walking in the corridor at this time, seeing Lu Guangyi smiling happily with the prisoners when he saw Lu Dezhu being caught. "What an idiot! It looks like he's being dragged away by the prison guards." Qin Chen took advantage of the chaos, passed by and whispered to Lu Guangyi, "After eating, let your people control all the newcomers and greet them to see what their identities are in the outside world. I know the greeting is their custom, but the methods are too heavy. It's not easy for everyone to live." Lu Guangyi heard this and replied, "Okay." Qin Chen walked away as if nothing had happened, thinking, "I wonder if there are any transmigrators hiding their identities. If there are, then they definitely can't forge identities on the outside. Those who can clearly state their origins can only be the people here. If they can't clearly state it, then they are transmigrators." When Qin Chen left, the prisoners paid a little attention and, asked each other, "Hey, look over there, is that? Why did he go up to the 6th floor?" Waved his hand to remind them, "Stop looking, let's go." Qin Chun also confirmed that only Nanjingchen did not transmigrate to prison number 18. Soon after, Qin Chun was in the cafeteria, receiving his meal. Lu Guangyi had also completed the mission, and said a few words of summary to Qin Chun as he passed by. Qin Chun listened briefly and said in a deep voice, "You go, I know." He secretly confirmed, there are probably no new transmigrators coming. Back on Li Xiaodong's side, Qin Chun had arrived in front of the chessboard. He sat down in the opposite chair and asked, "Still playing chess today?" Li Xiaodong replied, "Not playing anymore. I'm not playing these days, I have something to think about. And there's an uninvited guest coming soon." An uninvited guest. Qin Chun didn't ask him more, but changed the subject. "I saw a riot downstairs just now, what's the matter?" He ate his meal and thought to himself, to be called an uninvited guest by Li Xiaotong, that person is definitely not an ordinary person. I don't want to get involved in things that can't be controlled. Yet, so there's no need to ask too much. Li Xiaotong sitting opposite replied, "I don't know either." Qin Chun was a little doubtful when he heard this, even Li Xiaotong doesn't know. It must be the first time he's encountered something like this. That idiot Lu Dizhu watched Ti Xiaoxiao's guide and thought this was a real game. The remaining time was 20 hours of countdown. At this time, there was suddenly movement behind them. A pair of legs appeared behind the steel door that was gradually being pulled up. A cool man with earrings and tattoos all over his body immediately made the prisoners show terrified expressions. A tall, bald man with tattoos all over his body was brought in by robots. Behind him were many robot guards, and there were also several other surveillance robots in the air. A very intimidating scale, the expression of the person who came was also very imposing. Qin Chun glanced at him, thinking suspiciously, it's the first time I've seen someone being escorted in privately during the day, and it's also the first time the guard force of prison No. 18 has been so large. Before I thought Yuan was already very strong, but compared to this prisoner, he's still far behind. The new prisoner still had shackles on his feet, standing in the middle of the cafeteria. He quickly grabbed the head of an unlucky prisoner standing near him, catching a person with one hand and scratching his head with the other, as easily as catching a grasshopper. He asked in a low voice, "Where is Li Xiaotong?" The ugly prisoner couldn't breathe. His face turned green and pointed to Li Xiaodong's table behind him. At this time, the table over there was also staring at the tattooed prisoner with vigilance. After getting the answer he needed, the tattooed man didn't bother to look and threw the person aside, walking to the corner of the cafeteria. Seeing him coming over, Li Xiaotong also stood up and said in a deep voice to Qin Chun, "I didn't expect this guest to be so straightforward. His name is Guahuchan, you must have heard of him." He left with the cat in his arms, and said, "Wait a minute, you and Yuan retreat to the back, don't get hurt." Hearing those words, Li Xiaotong looked at Qin Chun and secretly evaluated, to make the boss remind him separately because of this small matter. It seems that I and Xiao Xiao have underestimated the boss's fondness for him. Guahuchan, he's here too. No wonder the boss said that a monk from the south came here. On this side, Lu Guangyi sat observing at the dining table, laughing to himself. Since the boss came here, he hasn't looked for clues. Every day he plays chess with Li Xiaotong. Reads books, just like a person with nothing to do. It feels like he's waiting for Guahuchan to come and muddy the waters. Then we just need to sit and enjoy the fruits. Great. Guahuchan stood in front of Li Xiaotong and said bluntly, "We don't need to beat around the bush anymore. The purpose of my visit is forbidden object ACE-005. Quickly tell me where it is hidden. I'll take it and leave immediately." Li Xiaotong reached out and stroked the cat in his arms, sneering, "You have to be polite to your predecessor, otherwise you'll suffer." Guahuchan shouted loudly, "You just hand over forbidden object ACE-005 to me, and then I'll be polite to you." Li Xiaotong asked back, "Why is the Black Peach organization suddenly interested in the forbidden object? Listening to your tone, I thought you had entered the forbidden court." Guahuchan said in a low voice, "Our underworld wants to resist objects with supernatural abilities, so naturally we won't give up any help. Your knight's organization may be different, but you have the same goal as us. You should be able to understand this, right?" Li Xiaotong sneered and asked, "Then why come to prison number 18 first?" Guahuchan said again, It's rumored outside that the Qin Financial Group has signed an agreement with you. As long as you can control it, they will give you absolute freedom in prison number 18, and the forbidden object that you personally control must have tremendous power. Li Xiaotong closed his eyes and said softly, "You misunderstood. I didn't make any transactions with the Qin family. Don't listen to rumors and make arbitrary decisions." Qin Qin sat behind and glanced at the situation, thinking to himself, He Xiao Xiao's guide also mentioned the forbidden court. It seems to be because of that forbidden object. The forbidden object that Guahuchan said, that is what I am looking for. Maybe this is also the test mission in my shadow contender competition. And finally Guahuchan could no longer keep his composure, gritted his teeth and stepped forward and asked Li Xiaotong, "Where is AC-005? Li Xiaotong didn't hide anything, shook his head and said, "I know where it is, but I won't tell you." Li Xiaotong's foot then stomped hard on the floor. The robots behind Guahuchan immediately made a loud noise, "Warning, warning." Guahuchan glared angrily and asked Li Xiaotong, "Why?" The warning, warning, sounded louder and louder. Li Xiaotong said sternly, "No, why? Because I quite like that AC-005. The gun barrels of the robots in the air began to point out. The prisoners standing around watching were extremely confused and began to disperse. Why did they activate the metal storm? Before, there would be an alarm for half an hour. Only when the mechanical equipment can't control the situation will they activate the metal storm. Qin Qin silently realized, 36 out of 71 metal storm machines have been activated. Guahuchan couldn't bear it anymore, swinging his huge fist towards Li Xiaotong. Li Xiaotong just stood still without any intention of dodging, and the machines also pointed their guns at the same time. Black metal bars rained down. The prisoners standing nearby were quickly affected and screamed in pain when they were shot. At this time, 36 metal storm machines were like shooting bullets. The suppression was extremely great, and the other 36 machines were the real killing machines. But in that rain of bullets there was an exception. Yuan was standing on the other side, turning on the protection mode, creating a shield to prevent the bullets from falling on Li Xiaotong and Guahuchan who were fighting. Swinging his fist, Guahuchan gritted his teeth and realized something. Li Xiaotong was able to catch his fist with just 2 fingers. His expression was extremely cold, making Guahuchan inexplicably flinch a little. The scene in the cafeteria was extremely chaotic, a shield in the middle, separating the rain of bullets and the prisoners outside. Soon after, Yuan turned off the protection mode. Li Xiaotong turned his head to look behind, showing an extremely surprised expression. He saw Qin Qin still sitting quietly at the dining table, completely different from the chaotic scene at this time. In such a rain of bullets, he can sit in the dead corner position? The only dead corner in prison number 18. Qin Chen's ability and personality are not something that people of his age can have. Is this the shadow that the Qin family is about to choose? When will I find a successor like that? Thinking of this, he casually knocked Guahuchan away. He was knocked back to the distance, but still maintained the landing posture to reduce the most damage. He also realized the power of Li Xiaotong. From beginning to end he only made his training suit flutter a little. There are rumors that Li Xiaotong deserves the title of demigod of this world. It seems that I and him have a great disparity. Li Xiaotong now came forward and asked, "Want to fight any more?" Guahuchan, disgusted, turned away and said, "No more fighting, no more fighting. Can't fight, then what to fight? Rest assured, even if you don't say, I will still find that thing." Li Xiaotong said with a smile, "It's okay, just slowly look." Qin Qin, sitting behind, looked for a long time, thought, "No wonder this bald man is single until now. Just now also pretend to be a dead person I live. Now then scared Ko shrink back, flip face really fast." Guahuchan angrily left, but still scheming. If Li Xiaotong know where that thing, then I just followed him. Maybe one day he accidentally say out, so what? Li Xiaotong sat down and asked Qin Qin, "This position you also calculate, right?" Qin Qin replied, "Although my calculation power is much stronger than ordinary people, but still can't calculate ballistic with so many quantity, only can circle area right." Li Xiaotong find interesting, so said, "Circle area can help you find the exact position like that, right?" Qin Qin said with a firm tone, "Only calculate quickly out 4 positions, and the place you sit every day just coincidence is one of the 4 positions. So several positions left don't need to consider." Any more? Li Xiaotong heard the answer, then more happy. "Ha ha, you dare to play." This side the other prisoners have to clean up the battlefield while Guahuchan is sitting a meditation. Then a person come mockery a few words, the gods fight, mortals suffer, cattle fight, mosquitoes die, people fight is okay, but those prisoners who don't fight are unlucky enough all the way. Lin Xiaoxiao put hand on Guahuchan's shoulder call, Hey, Guahuchan, isn't outside our rumored you tolerant kind, do many good deeds so, then those people that you implicate that have to calculate. So what? Guahuchan unhurriedly replied, You are talking about the injured with the innocent with me in the prison so, in here, there's one then calculate one, but there is no one is innocent. Lin Xiaohao find annoyed then leave a sentence, hypocritical, then leave, Guahuchan said more before Lin Xiaoxiao could leave, one more thing, I am not a monk. Don't use several words kind generous what to say me. Guahuchan actually are not okay inside, 6 viscera 5 bowels have a little uncomfortable, like are burned so. Lin Xiaoxiao slowly walked to Qingchen place, let Guahuchan sit there. The shield just now is turned on again, Qingchen pay attention, just now the jump stopped the bullet. Lin Xiaoxiao winked confidently said, just rest assured and say, the sound can't transmit it out. Li Xiaohong then continued to ask, this morning, I already saw Lu Guanyi interrogate those new people so, in the morning greet new people, this matter as you command him right. Qingchen replied, right. Li Xiaohong asked more, why have to interrogate them? Qingchen replied, want to find out what forces want to compete the forbidden object with us. Brain then think, have to find a reasonable reason to explain for the action just now. Li Xiaohong put away the scrutiny eyes unhurriedly replied, I like your straightforwardness, but I see Lu Guanyi that don't have meaning abuse them, is you instructed him right. But I remember the first time when come here, you can't help other people, Qingchen replied, depending on my ability. Qingchen fell into his own thoughts again, if I can't even protect myself, then I can only watch others die without helping. This is my principle. Qingchen's life has never been smooth sailing, so he learned to be selfish from a young age. This is a gift from life, not a choice he made himself. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao noticed something behind them. Guahuchan was slowly crawling towards Qingchen on all fours. Lin Xiaoxiao watched Guahuchan's circus act and sighed inwardly. This guy couldn't hear us talking from over there, so he wanted to get closer to eavesdrop? Does he even realize how big he is? This unusual behavior of his is drawing a lot of attention. Guahuchan felt the burning gaze from 2 people and a beast, and sweat dripped down. He'd been discovered. So, he had no choice but to crawl away on all fours. After a while, Li Xiaohong left with her cat. Alright, meeting adjourned. Too bad we can't play chess today. I'm going to read a book. The others were still exhausted, cleaning up the mess. Ugh, how long will this take? Have mercy on me, I'm still sore. Lin Xiaoxiao went to talk to Guahuchan again. Now that you've lost, just sit here obediently. We don't want to make enemies with Heitao. We know it's not easy for you guys living in the wilderness. But don't cause us any trouble. Do you think I have no way to deal with you? Guahuchan opened one eye and calmly replied, try touching a single hair on my head. Lin Xiaoxiao looked bewildered at Guahuchan's glowing head. Switching over to Qingchen, he must have been craving eggs after looking at Guahuchan's head, so he took one. Qingchen took a bite and pondered. Although the prison food in this world is all ground meat, it still tastes fresh, much better than the dry bread he usually eats in the outside world. Wait a minute. Why are a quarter of the cameras pointed at me? Could it be that I found a blind spot just now and someone noticed? Who exactly is behind this prison? Lin Xiaoxiao brought a tray of food and sat down in front of him, saying, the boss just had me talk to the delivery guy. From now on, your meals will have real meat. Take as much as you want. Qingchen asked, why? Lin Xiaoxiao replied casually, you'll find out soon enough. But this may not be a good thing. After finishing his meal and returning to his room, Qingchen was completing his personal hygiene. He looked at his panda eyes in the mirror. That feeling again. Qingchen lay down on the bed and immediately entered dreamland. He slowly opened his eyes, and before him appeared a few people sitting on an unfamiliar patch of ground. After fully taking in his surroundings, he realized it was a desert, and the others were exhausted. Even Qingchen's mouth was parched, but sweat kept pouring down. He pulled out a bottle of water from his bag, and someone knelt down in front of him. The person pleaded, Qingchen, give me a sip of water. Without water, the 2 of us will die here. We'll owe you, you can name your price. The person asked, facing your companion about to die of thirst, what price are you going to set? Qing Chun looked down at the person, his eyes unwavering, and slowly said, I'll let the person next to you watch you die of thirst, then let him come and name his own price. Lin Xiaoxiao dropped his disguise, his face full of bewilderment, and said, Are you even human? Then the two sat down to talk. Qing Chun said, I know this is your dream demon, and you won't have any sympathy for me. Lin Xiaoxiao also said, That's strange. You can now maintain your awareness and consciousness after entering the dreamscape, so you can probably resist the dream demon summoning you, right? Qing Chun replied. Yeah, I can. Lin Xiaoxiao was curious. If you can resist the dreamscape, then why do you still enter it? Qing Chun drank some water and said, If you stay awake for 5 minutes, you can escape the dream demon's summons. Qing Chun wiped his mouth. I thought you had something to say, so I came here. So, what do you want to test this time? Lin Xiaoxiao smiled gleefully. Lin Xiaoxiao said, Originally, the boss just wanted me to send you off for a while, then let the dream demon change your personality, to let you experience some suffering. But now you can resist the dream demon so easily, it seems the dream demon is useless. The boss will have to guide you himself. Qing Chun looked around, assessing things in his mind. This desert scene wasn't like the last time, but more like a teacher assigning homework to students. Lin Xiaoxiao interrupted Qing Chun's thoughts. Don't think too much. Right now, the boss is just admiring you. It's not certain if you can become his student in the future. Qing Chun secretly looked at Lin Xiaoxiao again. Then he said, You're envious of me? Lin Xiaoxiao, having been hit where it hurt, admitted frankly, That's right, I'm envious of you. Not everyone is capable of becoming the boss's student. At least, Yuan and I aren't. Qing Chun asked, Why? Lin Xiaoxiao replied, Because we can't pass the first hurdle. But the boss thinks you can pass it. The two kept asking and answering. Pass it? That's a path of finding life and death. Every time you want to level up, you have to go to the brink of despair, you have to endure suffering. So why me? Because the boss says you have the courage to keep living even when cornered. If it's so painful, why are you still envious of me? Because that's the path of cultivation. Those who walk that path must have unlimited potential, but Yuan and I have long been exhausted. Although that path is very painful, you must understand that only by experiencing a painful life can you stand above others. Qing Chun accepted the information but still wanted to ask, Oh, okay. How old is Li Xiaotong? He thought, if we coexist in two worlds, will we age faster? Can someone with extraordinary time travel abilities like Li Xiaotong have their lifespan extended? Lin Xiaoxiao replied, 52 years old. Qing Chun was surprised, but Li Xiaotong looks only 35 or 36 years old. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at his expression and laughed. Look at how naive you are. I wouldn't be surprised if someone like the boss lived to be 100 years old. We've been following the boss since we were very young. So many years have passed, but the boss hasn't changed at all. Qing Chun asked, Why did you two follow him? Lin Xiaoxiao lay down to share his life experiences with Qing Chun. I don't even understand why. Me, Yuan, and many others are all orphans. You were born in the Qing Consortium, so you don't understand how difficult life is outside, and you can't understand how easy it is to become an orphan. Maybe your parents were walking down the street and encountered gang members, then got into an argument. Or maybe your parents were working in a chemical factory and were exposed to radiation. Or maybe they were attacked by hackers while using their nerves to connect to the virtual network. Then you don't pay your office rent, and the insurance company refuses to pay. Then the bank forecloses on your house and kicks you out onto the street. No one cares whether your life still exists or not. At that time, your life becomes a dark abyss. Social organizations want to take you away to traffic drugs. Even worse, they abuse you, then film videos and turn them into virtual lives to sell for money. But at that moment, someone appears in front of you and says to you, Follow me, I will give you a new life. No matter who that person is, you will follow them. Qing Chun listened to Lin Xiaoxiao's story and fell silent, thinking, compared to them, what is the suffering in my life? Qing Chun asked again, Why did he take you in? Having poured his heart out, Lin Xiaoxiao sat up and said, Because we are useful, and what he wants to do cannot be done alone. Qing Chun fell into thought again. Until now, I still don't know what the so-called Knights organization and the Black Peach organization are aiming for. What does Black Peach want to control? The 5 great consortiums? Or something else? But Li Xiaotong adopted Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Wan, clearly wanting to exploit them, but Lin Xiaoxiao and the others don't know about this. Lin Xiaoxiao stood up and said, "All right, rest early." Then his mind fell into nothingness again. Qin Chen opened his eyes and lay on the bed, thinking, I've seen that mysterious basement of Li Xiaotong's before. Can my cannon exchange for the opportunity to open the door to a new world? I'm not sure if this cannon is enough, and I can't clearly explain the origin of the cannon. I'll just wait for now. Switching the scene, Lu Dezhu was banging on the door, shouting in despair, "Let me out! Is there anyone there? Hurry, let me out! Why are you locking me up here? Hurry, let me out! Let me out!" He slumped to the floor, increasingly helpless. He felt extremely aggrieved. Others here were like fish in water, with armored bodies and social club memberships. Why was he the only one in this predicament? After 24 hours, I can go back to the outside world. What should I say to my classmates? Should I say I successfully changed careers, or that I was imprisoned? If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have bragged to everyone. Time counting down, 16 hours, 20 minutes. Li Xiaotong put down his chess piece. The two were playing chess during mealtime. He looked at the chessboard and said, "Ever since you made Lu Guangyi pay attention to moderation when taking action, there have been fewer people crying in this prison. But have you noticed that the other forces in this prison are very dissatisfied with Lu Guangyi?" Qin Chen also made a move and replied, "I know. Usually, these 3 social clubs take turns greeting the newcomers, which is also considered entertainment for everyone. Now that Lu Guangyi is monopolizing this, it will naturally make many people uncomfortable. But I believe Lu Guangyi can handle this matter." The two continued talking. "Have you ever thought that these newcomers may not necessarily be grateful to you? You encounter a beggar on the street, then throw him some change. In reality, that little change is insignificant compared to their hardship, but you buy a little joy and peace of mind for yourself." Li Xiaotong chuckled twice after hearing his explanation. Suddenly, the chair next to Qin Chen was pulled out, and someone rudely sat down. Everyone immediately paid attention to that side. They all had the same thought: if you can't beat them, join them? Guohuchan, with a fierce expression, picked up some meat and said, "At the very least, I'm considered a person of some importance." In Black Peach. "You guys are eating meat, but you're letting me eat ground meat? Is this how you treat guests?" Lin Xiaoxiao kicked him playfully. "Are you the same as us? Otherwise, why don't you have another round with our boss? If you win, we'll let you eat meat, okay?" Guohuchan refused. "Don't always be fighting and shouting like that, it's not good. Besides, it's fine if the 3 of you are eating, but why is this chess-playing kid also eating meat? He's just an ordinary person." Then he stuck his chopsticks into the piece of meat on Qin Chen's tray. Seeing that he couldn't win in a fight, he switched to threatening someone who looked weaker. Guohuchan smiled and said, "Hey, kid, go get another serving. I'll take this one." Qin Chen frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied, as he looked at Guohuchan. Everyone except Guohuchan thought, is he trying to see how I'll react? Qin Chen averted his eyes and sighed softly, as if agreeing. Guohuchan loudly proclaimed, "You all saw it." He gave it up himself. Guohuchan immediately put the piece of meat in his mouth. "Then I won't be polite." The piece of meat was increasingly consumed by Guohuchan's body. Fragments of Guohuchan's memories poured into Qin Chen's mind. He looked and thought, "No, this is not what I'm looking for." He continued to watch, then flinched slightly. The images were collected. Qin Chen immediately spoke, "Lu Guangyi." Lu Guangyi jumped over. "Hey, I'm here, boss." "What's the matter?" Qin Chen said, "I'm going to name 8 people. Bring them here." Lu Guangyi was indeed efficient. The 8 people were immediately brought to the table where Qin Chen was. Seeing Guohuchan's expression, Li Xiaotong smiled. Qin Chen turned to Guohuchan and asked, "Are these 8 people yours?" Qin Chen repeated to make it clear, "He's asking if those 8 people are yours." Guohuchan said from the side, "Not entirely." Because he remembered that when he was being escorted in, he had looked up and found 5 people who simultaneously raised their index fingers. Although Qin Chen didn't know what their gesture meant, he was sure they were doing it for him to see. Moreover, the other 3 people occasionally exchanged glances. Listening to this presentation from him, Lin Xiaoxiao was extremely surprised. He felt that Qin Chen could calmly observe everything while everyone else was only paying attention to the boss and his close aides, not caring about observing the reactions of others. Haha, Li Xiaotong explained to everyone, it's normal for someone to pay attention to him since there's another powerful force in this prison number 18. So Lin Xiaoxiao boldly asked. Boss, do we need to transfer these people to another prison? Li Xiaotong felt this was unnecessary. It's best to bring the 8 of them to the special detention room and interrogate them a bit, to see who sent those 3 people. Yes, Yuan will take the order. Suddenly, Lu Guangyi pointed at the crowd. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoxiao realized, this kid has discovered our people. Li Xiaotong looked at Qin Chen with a refreshing and joyful gaze. He knew he wasn't a superhuman, but his analytical abilities and memory were something that superhumans couldn't compare to. At this time, Guohuchan realized that this young man wasn't a knight. Then, how should I address this brother? He replied that his name was Qin Chen, which led Guohuchan to immediately deduce that he was from the Qin Consortium. He wondered when the knights had aligned with the Qin Consortium. Hearing this, Li Xiaotong slowly explained, just because someone has the surname Qin doesn't mean they're from the Qin Consortium. Even if they're from the Qin Consortium, they may not necessarily stay in the Qin Consortium their whole lives. There's a very famous person with the surname Qing in the wilderness, isn't there? Guohuchan didn't know what to say after hearing this. He cheerfully asked him, Brother Qin Chen, what do you think of the Black Peach organization? As he spoke, he held out his tray of food. But what did he care about that? Because, according to their identities, he was here to snatch his confidant, so he didn't need to be polite at all. It's a mess. Drones flew buzzing in the sky. Some of the prisoners now had pale faces and lay on the ground with bloodshot eyes. Yuan ran over and used a cloth to open their mouths. He reported to his boss that they had poison hidden in their teeth, because opening their mouths released a smell of ginkgo and cyanide. Over here, Guohuchan determined that this person, Yuan, was not from Black Peach. Despite such a death, Li Xiaotong remained calm. He found this very interesting. And Qin Chen, after witnessing this death, he couldn't help but tremble his hands. Qin Chen was scared because it was the first time he had faced death. Being here was no different from being in a world of wild beasts. After a while, machines were brought over to carry the 3 of them away. Li Xiaotong stared at him, as if confirming something. He asked him if it was the first time he had seen a dead person. Yes, Qin Chen honestly replied. Li Xiaotong asked him if he felt scared. A little scared, because he was trying to ignore it for now. He recalled what his teacher had taught him, and remembered how his parents had taught him how to eat properly, how to wash his clothes, and how to take care of himself. But no one had ever taught him what death was. Only now, after seeing it with his own eyes, did he understand how terrifying it was for life to disappear right in front of him. Li Xiaotong picked up a chess piece and said, Do you know that everyone here has 2 lives, and their second life begins when you realize that you only have 1 life. At that time, you will realize that time is very important, and at the same time, you will clearly realize how much time you have wasted. Phew, Qin Chen frowned, thinking that he had to try to keep himself from being afraid. Qin Chen thought that he had to re-examine his past and think even more about his future. Li Xiaotong made a chess move in response. He determined that Yuan, the fanatic, was targeting him, and since he had helped find them, he owed him one. Li Xiaotong looked at him and said with certainty, You can exchange it, Qin Chen. What do you want to exchange it for? Hearing this, Qin Chen told him that he wanted a list of members of the Li Consortium. Li Xiaotong found his choice very strange, because he didn't exchange it for a method to become a superhuman, but chose this instead. Not many people in this world owed him a favor. So he told him to cherish this opportunity. Qin Chen didn't think so. His voice was resolute. Becoming a superhuman can't compare to your secret. I don't think it's worth it. Besides, when the time comes, you'll give it to me anyway, so there's no need to exchange it. This made Li Xiaotong pause. He praised him as being more intelligent than he thought. This sentence wasn't wrong, because he would get it if he had the opportunity anyway. Li Xiaotong happily expressed. Although the fact that you've never seen blood makes me a little disappointed, but on second thought, if you were indifferent to life, I would find it even more boring. He ordered someone to bring the list over. Li Xiaotong asked him why he wanted this. Qin Chen said, I don't think I need to explain much, right? Seeing that he didn't want to answer, he waved his hand, "Do whatever you want." Walking into his familiar room, Qin Chen couldn't help but think about what happened yesterday. Lin Xiaoxiao was supposed to come and check on the dream demon, but in the end, he didn't come. Either Li Xiaopeng felt there was no need to check anymore. He felt that he was getting closer and closer to the path of the superhuman. The next time he went back, he wouldn't be as uneasy as before, because he had already seen the so-called death with his own eyes. Suddenly, the vortex sucked him back to reality. Early that morning, sparrows chirped cheerfully in the garden. At this time, Qin Chen had returned to reality. He raised his hand to the sky and couldn't help but think, this time, the time travel didn't make any noise, not even waking up the person sleeping. After the tense days in Lin Xiaoxiao, he felt much more relaxed returning to the outside world. Qin Chen put on his uniform and looked forward to his upcoming trip. He opened the door and saw Jiang Shui, his mother's figure. Seeing that it was Jiang Shui, Qin Chen quickly greeted her. "Good morning, Aunt Jiang Shui. This time travel didn't cause any trouble, did it?" "It's okay, and Jiang Shui is getting ready to take Xiao Yun to school." "Oh right, come home tonight after you finish your studies. I bought some fish and ribs, we'll have a celebratory meal." Qin Chen pressed to ask what they were celebrating, but Jiang Shui didn't say. She wanted him to wait, because he would find out when evening came. At this time, Qin Chen was on his way to school, surrounded by many classmates. Suddenly, he read a message that shocked him: killing a time traveler will eliminate their chance to continue time traveling. He recalled the images of the 3 people who had died before. Qin Chen knew that reality was always more cruel than descriptions. After a while, he arrived at school. Over here, Lu Dezhu was surrounded by some classmates. Qin Chen couldn't help but feel tired. Lu Dezhu from the next class has come to school? I thought he would be like that Huang Qitian, psychologically traumatized and then drop out of school, but I didn't expect him to be able to act like nothing happened. He was not only bragging about becoming a time traveler, but also time traveling into prison number 18. He even met Li Shatong and talked to him. What's the point of talking so much? Qin Chen turned around and walked out of the crowd. He felt that he shouldn't reveal that he was a time traveler, especially the fact that he knew a big figure in the inner world. Qin Chen determined that the secret organization would come soon. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his attention. Nan Jingshan. Qin Chen saw him. He hurried over to greet him. Nan Jingshan, what's wrong with you? Did you get beat up? It's nothing, I just didn't sleep well last night. Qin Chen determined that since his body didn't have any armor or supernatural powers, his mental state wouldn't be good. Suddenly, a crowd of people hurried out of the classroom. They were talking about the time traveler Lu Dezhu from the next class. Qin Chen muttered, were they tortured during their time travel? Huh? Time travel? What time travel? Qin Chen knew from the look in his eyes that he had time traveled, but he didn't know what he had experienced in the inner world that had made him so frightened. Qin Chen asked him what he did when he time traveled, and received an angry look from Nan Jingshan. Who said I time traveled? I'll fight whoever says that. He didn't say anything, so he had no choice. Without knowing the time and place of his time travel, and his identity, he couldn't help even if he wanted to. After a while, the two sat together while their classmates gathered in one place. Nan Jingshan sat next to Qin Chen, unable to sit still. He turned to ask him, didn't I tell you before that there are groups of time travelers? Yeah, you did. Did I tell you that there are people selling things in the inner world? Yeah, that's fake. Don't worry about why I know, because you're not a time traveler anyway. You can't bring things from there to here. Did I tell you that someone once said that it's possible to contact the Fupa for us? This one is real. Qin Chen was a little panicked after hearing this. Nan Jingshan was scared and told him to shut up, because he wasn't a time traveler. Qin Chen determined that his time travel was supported by the Fupa. Suddenly, Lin Xiaopao fell silent. Qin Chen turned to ask, did they give you a lot of money? Money, my foot! I told you, I'm not a time traveler. Glub 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 glub. The sound was small, but suddenly loud. This caused some students standing in the hallway to pay attention. They started discussing, wow, who are they? The director of the Education Bureau came to pick them up. It looks like they're from the next class. Seeing that the commotion was even bigger than before, Qin Chun realized that they had arrived. People in black suits strode forward. The appearance of the people in black quickly attracted the students. After all, their special demeanor and deadly sharpness made them too conspicuous in this school. He still remembered the first time he met them, as well as the feeling of oppression they exuded. Then, sure enough, Lu Dezhu was taken away. But to be able to have the director of the Education Bureau come to pick them up in person, it seemed that this organization had someone in the government backing them. This made him feel a little more at ease. But what he didn't expect was that after the first period, Lu Dezhu had returned. According to him, he had been taken to an office, then the person in black told him to leave his address and contact information, and then told him not to leave Luo City. The person in black told him that there were many time travelers in Luo City, and they were gathering time travelers to prepare a training plan for time travelers. Then they showed him some photos and asked him to identify the people in the photos. They suspected that the person in the photo was a time traveler, because that person had appeared at the home of Qin Chun, another time traveler. According to the data collected during surveillance, the area of activity of this person was within a radius of 5 kilometers. But because it was close to an old residential area and many places did not have surveillance cameras or they were broken, their data was interrupted, so they inquired from Lu Dezhu. And the person they wanted to find was me, Qin Chun. That day, he had deliberately changed into a set of clothes that Lin Xiaoxiao had not worn for a year, and avoided all the camera angles before leaving. It seemed that this matter was not without preparation. Suddenly, Nan Jingxin next to him burst into tears. When people time travel, they're already next to the big boss, and they even talk to him. Who knows, they might become a superhuman one day. Why is there such great injustice between people? Nan Jingxin turned to ask him if he didn't admire him. Nan Jingxin felt that the words he had said before about earning money and treating him to a meal couldn't be fulfilled. Qin Chun encouraged him from the side, then go to school obediently. Isn't it still possible for many ordinary people to live? It's not necessarily necessary to become a time traveler. Hearing this, Nan Jingxin remained silent. The two talked about paying for books. His parents didn't give him money to pay for them, and even told him to return the books. Qin Chun didn't expect that even just the money for books would be difficult for two time travelers. He thought it was time to check his money. Because those old guys were smarter now, and wouldn't play chess with him anymore, he had to think of new ways to make money in the inner world. Qin Chun thought, how can you go into a mountain of gold and come back empty-handed? Qin Chun walked on the bustling street. He mused, it seems I've been developing a habit of skipping class lately. When he was little, when he followed his mother back to his maternal grandparents' house, his father would take advantage of his free time to take him to the street to eat a bowl of noodles for 1.5 yuan. At that time, he wasn't addicted to gambling yet, his parents hadn't divorced, and his maternal grandparents didn't dislike him. That 1.5 yuan back then had now become 15 yuan. Everything seemed like it could never go back. After walking for a while, it became evening. There were two more strangers outside the gate, who looked like they were up to no good. Qin Chun also noticed them. But then a sweet voice called him, brother. Li Tongyan smiled and said, let's go upstairs. Mom is almost done cooking. Qin Chun also smiled and ruffled the little girl's hair, saying, what if I have evening classes? You two eat, you don't need to wait for me. Li Tongyan still smiled, you haven't had evening classes these past few days. The little girl quickly pulled his hand into the house. Qin Chun looked at the house and thought, there aren't many old things in the house anymore. It seems like they've been replaced with new things. Jiang Shui said from the kitchen, Qin Chun is back? Come and sit down quickly. This soup is almost ready. Qin Chun looked at the table full of food and sighed inwardly, it looks delicious. Compared to the bland food in prison number 18, this is real food. Qin Chun turned around and asked, and Jiang Shui, what are we celebrating today? Jiang Shui brought out the soup and said, I told you before that I opened a machine repair shop in the inner world. Right. But I was so worried about the shop because I couldn't inherit my memories when I transmigrated there. So when people came to the door, I didn't know what to do. The people who came to repair equipment were all very fierce. Moreover, the night security in City 18 was terrible. The streets weren't safe after 8 p.m., so I was always worried. But I don't know why, this time when I transmigrated, people from the Li Consortium suddenly came to my small shop and said they wanted to invest in it. In that world, the Consortium is like heaven. As long as an industry is invested in by the Consortium, those criminals will avoid it. They not only gave me money but also changed my signboard to one with the Li Consortium's logo. After that, I was much safer in the inner world. Qin Chen listened to her and pondered, Li Consortium. Then Qin Chen smiled and said, that's something to celebrate. Jiang Shui was happy and said, this time, I don't need to trouble you anymore. Xiao Yun's grandparents don't need to leave their hometown either. Didn't you used to admire transmigrators? If you ever transmigrate to City 18, come find me. I can't do much else, but I can protect you. Qin Chen smiled lightly, grateful for her kindness, but couldn't help thinking, I am indeed in City 18, but my situation is not something ordinary people can help with. The fight between the Qin Consortium's shadow candidates and the heir of the Knights organization, just these two things alone are beyond the understanding of ordinary transmigrators. Qin Chen picked up a piece of food and asked, oh right, and Jiang Shui, did the men in black come to you before? Jiang Shui replied, they didn't come to me, but I went to them. After giving Xiao Yun to you, I wanted to contact them to ask if they could help me in the inner world. But they said that their organization was newly established and didn't have a foothold in the inner world yet, so they couldn't help even if they wanted to. Then the three of them finished eating. Qin Chen secretly watched Jiang Shui wash the dishes. He sat down on the chair next to Li Tongyun and gently asked, you're also a transmigrator, right? Li Tongyun, who was eating a pancake, turned around and asked, what are you saying, brother Qin Chen? Qin Chen looked at the child next to him and said, last time, you deliberately asked about your mother's repair shop's name. As a result, this time, the Li Consortium invested in it and protected her so much. You can deny it, but I can tell my mother about this clue. Li Tongyun panicked and said, you absolutely can't tell my mom. Qin Chen looked at the dejected Li Tongyun and thought, I guess right. That's why I used that exchange opportunity yesterday to get the list of members of the Li Consortium from Li Xiaotong. Sure enough, Li Tongyun's name is on it. Qin Chen asked, why can't I tell your mom? Li Tongyun replied, in the inner world, not many people dare to discipline me. But if my mom finds out, she will definitely discipline me in both worlds. Don't tell my mom. I can give you money. I have a lot of money in the inner world. Qin Chen indifferently said, I'm not a transmigrator. What do I need your money for? Li Tongyun suspiciously asked, you're not a transmigrator? Qin Chen replied, of course not. In his heart he thought, sure enough, this kid suspected that I was a transmigrator because I kept asking questions. Luckily, I quickly refused the money just now. Then the two of them fell silent for a while, lost in their own thoughts. Then Qin Chen asked first, how much money do you have in this world? Li Tongyun was startled, are you trying to cheat a child out of money? Qin Chen replied, I was just asking casually. Li Tongyun said, I don't have much in this world. How about you change the condition? Qin Chen asked, change it to what? Li Tongyun buried her face in the pillow and said, how would I know? Anyway, you can't tell my mom. Qin Chen stood up and said, just remember this matter. Remember to take care of your mom in the inner world. I heard people say it's very chaotic there. Li Tongyun immediately smiled and assured him, okay, don't worry. When you have the chance to transmigrate to the inner world, I'll protect both of you. Qin Chen sighed, amused by Li Tongyun's childishness and heroism. After talking, Qin Chen went to his room. He sat down and thought about what had happened. Overall, tonight was fruitful. At least I confirmed that Li Tongyun is a transmigrator. Now that I'm in the competition for the shadow position, it's better to have a friend than to have no one. Qin Chen read the news on his phone about a mysterious foreign organization offering high prices to buy armored body parts and future technology from the inner world, as well as anti-aging drugs that are effective for people in this world. Just swallow or take directly. Qin Chen frowned. This organization is using such extreme measures to bring things out of the inner world. If a wealthy person has terminal cancer, and their only hope is a life-saving drug from the inner world, then they are willing to pay any price. And what price is worth a life? This is their goal. While I'm still researching how to become a superhuman, some people have already started a business. To deliver real goods, they will definitely expose their identity. But I can't use this method now. Of course, I can use a USB drive to copy the technology, but transmigrators can often access the nuclear technology of the inner world. Maybe in the future, but not now. As of now, it's difficult to even get news from the outside world in prison number 18. So the most important thing right now is to maintain a good relationship with Li Xiaotong. Wait. A mysterious organization is buying armored body parts. Someone was just captured and lost their legs a few days ago. Now these people are offering high prices to buy them. I'm afraid this will further encourage criminals to attack transmigrators. Then he remembered the two ominous figures in front of the gate. Qingchen lifted the curtain to take a look. He realized that the two people were gone. He immediately called, "Hello, my address is Building 12, Area 4, Hengshu Road. I discovered two suspicious men near my residence tonight. I feel like they don't have good intentions." Suddenly a scream came from upstairs. Qingchen recognized it as Li Tongyan's voice. Qingchen urgently said into the phone, "Send the police here immediately, please." "Thank you." He realized that they were targeting Jiang Shui. After making the call, Qingchen ran out of the house. He grabbed a shovel. Qingchen thought, they are two adults, maybe even more. Can I deal with them? After thinking it through, he gripped the shovel tightly. I'm not a good person, and I'm very selfish. Even when I see my friends being scared out of their minds in prison number 18, I remain indifferent. But I can't stand by and watch a child like Li Tongyun fall into the hands of bad people. Qingchen saw the suspicious man sliding down as he ran upstairs. The man was lying unconscious on the spot with a broken arm. Jiang Shui was trembling and standing on the stairs in fear. Qingchen stared at Jiang Shui for a moment. Then Jiang Shui said, "Thank you." Qingchen stood below and asked, "Is there only one person?" Jiang Shui replied, "There's another one, but he ran away." He asked again, "Is Xiaoyun okay?" She replied, "She's scared." Then Qingchen turned and left, saying, "I've already called the police. Go check on Xiaoyun." Jiang Shui tried to stop him and said, "Hey." Qingchen saw a figure running away as he ran out the door. He ran in the opposite direction of the man. He thought that the two of them would intersect at a symmetrical point on the other side of the apartment. Qingchen ran to the wall and jumped over it. Then he tiptoed to the opposite wall. He sat down and ambushed. He also took deep breaths. Then he raised the shovel high. He began to count silently 3, 2. His hand tightened on the shovel. 1. Qingchen concentrated. After counting, without looking, he swung the shovel hard and hit the fleeing man's leg. The man rolled on the ground and screamed. Qingchen took the opportunity to run away. When he got back to the apartment, he slowly walked up the stairs to Jiang Shui's room. He saw Li Tongyun hugging her mother and crying, saying, "Brother, another one ran away." Qingchen replied, "Don't worry, I caught him." Jiang Shui looked at his hand and said, "Your hand is cut. Wait a moment, I'll get some gauze and disinfectant for you." Li Tongyun also looked at his hand and thought, "It's good that it's just a cut. He's not hurt." Hearing this, he also looked down at his hand and thought, in the end, I'm still just an ordinary person. Now all I have is a brilliant mind, but not a body to match it. Thinking this, Qingchen clenched his fist and said, "Don't bother. I have those things at home. The police will be here soon. I'm going home. Please remember that I didn't do anything tonight." Then he turned to leave. Jiang Shui replied, "Okay." Walking down the stairs, Qingchen thought, it seems like I need to speed up improving my abilities in the inner world. The next day, light shone through the window. He was sleeping when Li Tongyan's loud voice echoed, "Brother Qingchen." He opened the door and the girl cried, "Brother Qingchen, please help my mom." When he got to the house, Jiang Shui was sitting on the chair with a helpless expression and said, "The armored body parts are out of power." Qingchen walked in and said, "Their durability is too poor. How do people in that world maintain combat at such high intensity?" Jiang Shui said, "The inner world has completed the upgrade to wireless charging. The equipment in the house is always charging." Jiang Shui thought of the inner world and said, "Everyone has a payment code, like a citizen ID. As long as you pay every month, you can enjoy a convenient life. And the consortium will charge fees based on each person's electricity usage." He thought, Jiang Shui told me that everywhere in the inner world there are cooling towers for energy production and cloud storage towers for energy transportation. Even in desolate places, there are some cloud storage towers. but because the transportation in those desolate places is usually special oil-powered engines, especially in the military. Oil-powered engines require a lot of energy and have a fast rotational speed, so they are suitable for specialized military vehicles and long-distance vehicles. But in reality, because smuggling is too rampant, it's very troublesome to leave the city. You must go through customs built by the tax authorities and obtain verification documents. The financial institutions in the inner world have a huge role. They not only have enforcement agencies but also their own intelligence agencies. But among all the information today, the most valuable is that the strong currency in the inner world is gold. The 5 major consortiums issue cash based on their gold reserves. Thinking of this, Qingchen smiled as if he had the answer. Finally, I know how to make money in the inner world. Then he asked, so, Xiaoyun called me to help with what? And Jiang Shui said, mainly because my hand is like this. I can't cook for Xiaoyun today. So, I need you to take care of her for me. Li Tongyun grabbed her mother's clothes and said, Brother Qingchen, can you cook some food for my mom and me? I'm hungry. Qingchen smiled and replied, that's no problem. Then someone knocked on the door and said, hello, is anyone home? Qingchen looked out the window and thought, it's the SUV of that mysterious organization. Then he put on an apron and went into the kitchen, saying, Xiaoyun, go open the door for the guests. I'll cook for you and your mom. Li Tongyun replied, okay, thank you, Brother Qingchen. Then Li Tongyun went to open the door. The person outside saw this and the orange-haired person said, hello, I'm Lu Yuan. We've met before. I'm from Kunlun. Qingchen, who was in the kitchen, heard this and thought Kunlun. So their organization is called Kunlun. Outside, Jiang Shui said, please sit down. Xiaoyun, pour water for the guests. Lu Yuan sat down and asked, what's wrong with your hand? Jiang Shui replied, the armored body parts are out of power. After hearing this, Lu Yuan turned to the person with him and said, record this. In the kitchen, Qingchen stood by the window and thought, it seems like they don't know that the armored body parts will run out of power. Just like what Jiang Shui said. This organization is newly established and doesn't know much about the inner world. While Li Tongyun was bringing out 2 glasses of water, Jiang Shui asked, what are you here for? Lu Yuan said, we want to ask about something. Last night 2 bad guys, one of them was attacked and had his leg broken after escaping from your place. Qingchen in the kitchen paused when he heard that. Turning his head outward, the person outside continued, don't worry, we're not here to pursue legal responsibility. We just want to understand a little. There was silence for a long time. Then Jiang Shui said, I don't know who did it. Maybe someone was doing a good deed. Why do you want to investigate this? She thought, no matter what, I can't let others investigate Qingchen because he was venting his anger for my daughter. Lu Yuan said, don't misunderstand. We're not law enforcement agencies, so we don't intend to do anything to this well-meaning person. It's just that according to the other guy, we think this person is very skilled. The timing and ambush are not something ordinary people can do. So we want to find him and see if he's a transmigrator. We just want to learn more about the strange things that have been happening lately. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Tongyun said, well, after what happened yesterday, my mom and I were at home and didn't go out. So I don't know who did it. In the kitchen, Qingchen stood close to the door, listening to everyone and thinking, at this time, Li Tongyun's explanation will make people believe it more because everyone subconsciously thinks that children don't lie. Li Tongyun and I have similar growing environments. We both have arguing parents and domestic violence. Instinct tells me that she and I are the same kind of person. The kind of person who has a fierce and intense heart beneath a calm exterior. Li Tongyun asked innocently, Uncle, did that good brother or sister help my mom and me? Why do you want to find them? Are you going to arrest them? Are you bad people? Lu Yuan smiled and said, no, little girl, don't misunderstand. We don't have any bad intentions. Because the Kunlun organization is newly established, we need to find and gather talented people with common goals. Also, there is indeed another organization in the inner world, along with some consortiums, that have discovered the existence of the outside world. According to our statistics, there are currently 21 transmigrators who have died strangely. Before they died, they were subjected to interrogation and torture. There are also more than 10 transmigrators who said they were captured by organizations in the inner world. I hope you, Jiang Shui, can raise your vigilance, and don't let them find you. After listening, Jiang Shui silently looked at the glass of water as if she was thinking about something. Lu Yuan had already stood up. He reached out his hand and said, "Although these are all secret actions, it's enough to tell us that it's very dangerous to have your identity exposed." Jiang Shui replied, "Okay, I understand." She thought, "So it's so dangerous to have your identity exposed in the inner world." While they were talking, the person with Lu Yuan said, "He Xiao Xiao has appeared again." Taking the opportunity, Li Tongyan asked, "Uncle, who is that brother He Xiao Xiao? I think he knows a lot of things." Lu Yuan replied, "Little girl, you also know about He Xiao Xiao? We're also looking for this person now. It's just that he's very good at hiding. We haven't been able to find out who he is yet. Logically speaking, he should have left some traces. But now all traces related to him have been erased." The companion reminded him, "You've said too much. We won't bother you two anymore. I'll go first." Jiang Shui said, "It's inconvenient for me to walk, so I won't see you off." Lu Yuan said, "No need to see us off." As he went to the door, he noticed something. Then he looked at the black shoes on the ground and asked, "Hey, whose sneakers are these outside the door?" Jiang Shui immediately replied, "They're my husband's." Li Tongyan also said, "My dad's?" Lu Yuan didn't ask further and said, "Oh, I'm sorry." Then he opened the door and left. Watching them leave, Jiang Shui and her daughter sat down on the chair and sighed. Qin Qin came out of the kitchen and said, "Sorry for causing you trouble." Jiang Shui said, "Don't say that. It's my daughter and I who caused you trouble. If nothing had happened to us, we wouldn't have dragged you into this." Then Jiang Shui changed the subject and said, "The refrigerator is out of food. Why don't we go buy more? Let's buy ribs. You and Xiao Yun are growing up. You have to eat more meat. Wait for me to get the money from Xiao Yun." Qin Qin left and the mother and daughter returned to their home. Stepping inside, he changed his shoes. Then he stepped outside. In front of the apartment building, there was a car parked there. Lu Yuan was sitting inside. And he remained calm and didn't show anything. The two people in the car also silently observed. After a long time, the two sides showed nothing more. Lu Yuan lit a cigarette. And said, "It's not him?" The companion beside him wondered, "You know that there was someone in the room who seemed to be hiding from us. Why didn't you rush in to see? Doing this is wasting so much effort." Lu Yuan replied, "Boss Deng also instructed that Kunlun is newly established. We need to build relationships with transmigrators, not use coercive measures. It's just that not every transmigrator will be accepted by Kunlun. It's not a place where anyone can be accepted. If we want to do anything in the future, we can't work with people who don't share our goals. We have to wait here. If it doesn't work, so be it. The new era has opened up. Some people are destined to be extraordinary. Maybe we don't need to find them. They will appear on their own." At the supermarket, Qin Qin was carrying things in his hand and holding his phone, thinking. While talking to Jiang Shui, Lu Yuan revealed a lot of information. Even Kunlun doesn't know He Xiao Xiao's identity. He hasn't been deceived by Kunlun either. In this society where the internet is developed, it's basically extremely difficult to erase all traces of yourself. Then He Xiao Xiao must have technology or abilities beyond this era that people in this world cannot understand. He Xiao Xiao calls transmigrators time travelers. Because when they enter the inner world, time in the outside world will stop. When they return, time in the inner world will stop. Currently, the time travelers are concentrated in 19 cities: Wuqing, Jingqing, Nancheng, Luoqing, Chuanqing, Chongqing, Xincheng, Kunming, Haiqing, Qiqing, Dengqing, Hangqing, Fuqing, Guangqing, Lancheng, Hanqing, Huqing, Xinqing, and Taiqing. Other regions may have some time travelers appear, but the probability is very low. According to He Xiao Xiao's opinion, if you want to become a time traveler, quickly go to these 19 cities because the third group of time travelers will appear tonight. Because the game in the inner world is very difficult, he feels that time travelers should form teams to operate, so that the chances of survival will be higher. Finally, He Xiao Xiao also issued a warning that you must not reveal your identity. I suspect that he must know that some time travelers have been exposed and have encountered very tragic ends. So he reminded everyone. But not all time travelers are so smart. There is a threat in prison number 18 like Lu Dezhu, who can't withstand interrogation. It's just that I didn't expect he Xiao to regard the inner world as a game. But it can be predicted that he is the most famous time traveler, so this strategy will definitely cause a big stir. It may even use one person's strength to promote the group of people who are eager to transmigrate to quickly gather in the 19 cities mentioned in the strategy. While thinking, he suddenly saw a message from Nanjingchen. In the transmigrator group, someone is selling the elixir of immortality researched by Su Fu. The price isn't expensive, and they even sell in bulk. That year, Qin Shi Huang sent Su Fu with 3,000 children, but he couldn't do it. Now you can buy it for a small amount of money. Qin Chen asked, how do you know if this is real? Moreover, Su Fu is from this side. What does it have to do with the inner world? Gingchen replied, he said he is Su Fu. He said that he didn't go to the island country that year. He took those 3,000 children and transmigrated directly. Qin Chen replied, as long as you're happy. He thought, it's just that the matter of the inner world has indeed given rise to many scammers. Many times, I can't tell if Nanjingchen is really stupid or pretending to be stupid. Thinking this, he sighed, put his phone in his pocket, and walked away. With the countdown at more than 13 hours, Qin Chen returned home and looked at where Lu Yuan had parked, thinking, finally, the people from Kunlun are gone. Qin Chen went home and cooked a table full of delicious food. Li Tongyun fed Jiang Shui. Qin Chen looked at the scene before him, thinking, a weak nature like Jiang Shui could become strong to protect her child. And Li Tongyun believed that in this transmigration, the little girl would arrange the best armor for her mother, and he could only rely on himself. While he was thinking, Jiang Shui looked at him and asked, Xiao Chen, I rarely see your parents. Are they very busy? He replied, well, they must be very busy. Jiang Shui continued, I saw that your washing machine is broken. You and I are so close, just bring your clothes over for me to wash. Don't be polite. After school. Don't cook anymore. Come to my house to eat. Even if you don't come, I'm cooking for Xiaoyun anyway. It's just adding an extra pair of chopsticks. Seeing Jiang Shui's smile, he lowered his head and replied, okay, thank you, and Jiang Shui. That night, at 23 hours and 59 minutes, Qin Chen lay on the bed thinking, I'm getting more and more used to this transmigration thing. If someone gave me a choice to only choose one world to survive, I would probably choose the world inside. With that thought, he transmigrated. In the world inside, someone was shouting, is there anyone? Let me out. Where is this? Let me out. What right do you have to arrest me? Do you know who my dad is? Qin Chen smiled and muttered, a newcomer? Welcome to prison number 18. At 12 noon in the world inside, Qin Chen woke up on the bed. Qin Chen frowned, surprised, looking at his wrist. Qin Chen was surprised, this countdown is 7 days? Qin Chen felt a little uneasy and thought, why is this? Is there some rule? It seems I have to continue to understand the rules of transmigration. With that thought, Qin Chen got out of bed and walked towards the door. The door opened, and he saw that everyone else was also walking together towards a certain location. Facing Qin Chen was a crowd of prisoners with extremely unpleasant expressions. Qin Chen looked down at Lu Guangyi and nodded slightly as a signal. Seeing this, Lu Guangyi smiled and gave an okay sign in response. Watching them walk down the stairs, Qin Chen silently thought, even though Lu Guangyi's actions will anger people from the other two forces, there might be conflicts erupting someday. Like a pawn, Qin Chen looked down at Lu Guangyi and thought, but he entered prison number 18 to pave the way for me. A fatal pawn must have the awareness of a sacrificial pawn. Once you step forward, you can't retreat. Succeed and live, fail and die. Glory must be exchanged for life. Moreover, Li Shuchong tacitly acknowledges Lu Guangyi's behavior. It seems he wants to know what my intentions are. The crowd below was in chaos. Today, there were 7 new prisoners. While Lu Guangyi was arresting the prisoners, 6 of them seemed to have been arrested for the second time, choosing to accept their fate. Experienced prisoners knew that enduring was the best option, as resisting would only make things worse. Looking in the direction of Lu Guangyi, Qin Chen thought, but while Lu Guangyi was arresting the last prisoner, that prisoner kept running away. However, this prisoner doesn't have any armor on his body. How can a normal person escape from a beast made of steel? While running, The new prisoner fearfully turned his head to look at Lu Guangyi's arm gradually reaching for him and shouted, "Don't hit me! Why are you arresting me? Let me go!" From above, Qin Chen looked down. The new prisoner, cornered, kept shouting, "Don't mess with me! One slap from me will send you to hell!" Hearing this, Lu Guangyi's youths were a little confused and said, "What is this guy saying? Do you understand?" "I roughly understand, but not completely." Qin Chen on the upper floor looked down with cold eyes and thought, this is the local dialect of Chuanzhou. This guy is a transmigrator. At this moment, Qin Chen frowned and thought, but why did this guy transmigrate to prison number 18? According to the rules that Ha Xiao and I summarized, there are only 19 cities in the country that gather transmigrators. Moreover, it seems that a transmigrator can only transmigrate to one rationality, so people from Retouching transmigrate to this place. Qin Chen kept his eyes fixed on Li Xiaotong below and thought, could it be that my summary is wrong? Can the transmigration location change? No, there must be a special case. Below, Li Xiaotong was sitting in front of the chessboard, holding a chess piece in his hand, with the other hand raised as a signal, and cold eyes said, "Go to Bailey and greet her carefully," including Lu Dezhu and Huang Zixian. Li Xiaotong picked up the chess piece and continued, "I have a feeling that they are going to the same place." Hearing Li Xiaotong's words, Qin Chen felt a little worried and frowned, thinking, as long as the other party isn't stupid, they can deduce something from these continuous changes. It's only a matter of time before people in the world inside know about the outside world, because there are too many transmigrators. Looking at the prisoner being cornered against the wall, Qin Chen thought, it seems that this guy speaking the local dialect has caused Li Zhuchong to connect all the strange events that have occurred recently. Suddenly, Qin Chen's eyes lit up with a strange amber light. Suddenly, the prisoner fell down. Qin Chen thought, this time, he won't sit idly by anymore. He let Lin Xiaoxiao take action. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxiao stepped forward and pushed Lu Guangyi away, saying, "Get out of the way, leave him to me." This action surprised Lu Guangyi. Lu Guangyi glanced up at Qin Chen and said, "Our boss has to agree." From above, the prisoners gathered into groups and whispered about Qin Chen, "Isn't Lu Guangyi the boss? So Qin Chen isn't just a lucky kid who happened to know Li Shuchong. He himself is a real god." Another person said with a frightened expression, "His surname is Qin, and he's Lu Guangyi's boss? The Qin Shi Consortium." Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and pointed at Lu Guangyi, saying, "You know the identity of my boss and you still dare to stop me? You're quite stubborn." "Very good." Finally, Qin Chen nodded and agreed to let Li Shuchong's people take the new prisoner. Just like that, Lin Xiaoxiao carried the new prisoner out of the room with one hand, to the astonishment of the other prisoners. At this moment, Qin Chen was a little surprised and thought, Li Xiaotong's people can freely walk around in prison number 18? But if he can move freely, then why doesn't he leave this place? Qin Chen turned his gaze to the chessboard where Li Xiaotong was sitting. Li Xiaotong was sitting in front of the chessboard, stroking his kitten, when an arm reached out and moved a chess piece on the board. Where did Lin Xiaoxiao go? It turned out that Qin Chen had come down and was standing right in front of Li Xiaotong, asking. He replied. Li Xiaotong replied, "Something unexpected happened, although I still don't know what it is." Li Xiaotong continued calmly, "But it will definitely be something beyond my imagination. In the past, if someone with an unknown background appeared beside me, I would feel that someone was planning to take something from me, but not this time. The other party doesn't have any plans at all, as if they don't have a brain." Qin Chen stood up and crossed his arms, frowning uncomfortably, thinking, there isn't much time left. Not to mention that Chuanzhou compatriot, just Lu Dezhu alone won't be able to withstand Lin Xiaoxiao's interrogation. Lin Xiao also has mysterious witchcraft abilities. This kind of ability will make people unconsciously reveal the truth. It is inevitable that the outside world will be exposed, and it will be very soon. Guahuchan was chewing his food like a starving ghost. Yuan brought a plate of rice to their table and sat down, looking at the bald prisoner and said, "Don't just eat. Wasn't that person just now your man? I heard that there are some places in that wasteland that speak strange languages." Hearing this, Guahuchan quickly raised his hand to wipe his mouth and replied, "He's not my man. That kid is not like the people in the wasteland. Have you ever seen a wild person with such fair skin? Hearing this, Yuan found it reasonable and replied, "That's right." Suddenly, Guohuchan burst out laughing and reached out to pat Qin Chen's back, saying loudly, "Our people have all been found by our brother Qin Chen. Don't worry anymore. Now I'm no different from being alone." Then he became serious again and looked at Yuan and said, "That's right, can my 3 brothers eat meat?" Yuan replied, "Is there a shortage of meat in the wasteland?" Guohuchan raised his chopsticks and said, "Every 2 or 3 days we're attacked by people from the consortiums. Where do we have time to raise livestock? Moreover, there are 2 more forbidden areas there, almost causing deaths. The living space isn't large, but what do you think?" Guohuchan put on a cheerful expression, turned to look at Qin Chen and said, "Of course, if our brother Qin Chen leaves, we'll eat and drink according to you." Qin Chen sat beside him and glanced over, thinking, forbidden area, another new word. It sounds like it's related to that forbidden object. Next, Guohuchan happily put his arm around Qin Chen and said happily, "Brother Qin Chen, why don't you come with me to that wasteland? I don't dare to say anything else. But a talent like you can have whatever you want, and eat whatever you want." Li Xiaotong, sitting opposite him, stroked the cat and said, "You want to pull him over that much? Can't you see? He's a member of the Qin Shi Consortium. Isn't being a shadow of the Qin Shi Consortium better than your wasteland?" Hearing this, Guohuchan suddenly became angry and shouted, "How can they be the same? It's not certain that he'll become a shadow. The selection of shadows is so dangerous. Why risk it? What's wrong with following me to the wasteland? It's not that dangerous." Li Xiaotong smiled calmly and replied, "What do you have in your wasteland? Why should people follow you?" Suddenly, Qin Chen replied, "There's a pie waiting for him." As soon as he finished speaking, Guohuchan, who was eating beside him, froze and turned to look at Qin Chen with a very surprised expression. Looking at his watch, Qin Chen said, "Lin Xiaoxiao will be back soon." Looking at Li Xiaotong again, Qin Chen thought, "I'm about to face the most dangerous test in my life, and I don't have any cards in my hand." Qin Chen was now very thoughtful and worried, knowing what he had to face, but he couldn't escape. Qin Chen slowly opened his eyes very serious, waiting for what was about to happen, and there was no place to hide. At this moment, the clock struck 3:30 in the afternoon. In interrogation room A, the prisoner from earlier was lying on his back on the chair. As for Lin Xiaoxiao, she said helplessly, "This kid has been scolding me blatantly from his dreams to reality, and he's been scolding continuously for half an hour without even repeating himself." In interrogation room B, looking at the interrogation results and the prisoner slumped on the table, Lin Xiaoxiao smiled with satisfaction, thinking, "This harvest is not bad." This Lu Dizhu said that he is a high school student who transmigrated from a parallel world, and his residence is in Luoqing. There are many transmigrators, but they all transmigrate randomly. Before transmigrating, no one knows where they will end up. However, there's one thing to pay attention to. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly narrowed when she saw the information. Lu Dizhu said that he approached the boss because someone told him that finding Li Shuchong in prison number 18 could lead to a career path. It is necessary to find out who is spreading this message. Even though this transmigration thing is unbelievable, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly stood up and thought, but according to what Lu Dizhu confessed, it is indeed logically worth considering. As for the last question, he slapped the table, startling Lu Dizhu. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes were now very scary, saying, "Have you ever heard a song called Farewell?" At dinner time, while everyone was eating, Lin Xiaoxiao finished her meal and left. At this time, Qin Chen picked up a piece of meat to eat and thought, Lin Xiaoxiao is smart and sharp, but not a deep and scheming person. Then Qin Chen raised his head to look at Lin Xiaoxiao and thought. He returned to the dining table but didn't mention the results of the interrogation, so the results are very clear. There must be a secret related to the people sitting here. Qin Chen frowned and realized, and that person is definitely me. Qin Chen looked towards Li Xiaotong, who was silently eating, and thought, how will Li Xiaotong consider this matter? A person with such strong control will not allow things to develop in an uncontrolled direction, no matter how much goodwill he had before. When standing in front of someone in a high position, it is not worth mentioning. Suddenly, Li Xiaotong stopped eating and put down his chopsticks. Then he said calmly, Lin Xiaoxiao, take the brothers of He Tao somewhere else. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao politely bowed and replied yes. Please, Lin Xiaoxiao stepped forward to Guahuchan and held out his hand. Seeing this, Guahuchan refused to agree, saying, I'm not going anywhere. Suddenly, a hand was raised and pointed directly at Guahuchan, then moved in a confusing way. Then a force shot straight at Guahuchan's face, causing him great surprise and pain. Guahuchan looked at Li Xiaotong with some anger. He said, if you still want to stay here to find the forbidden object Asus, don't take another step. Behind him, Yuan had created a protective barrier to prevent the surrounding people from entering. If you don't listen, then don't listen. Guahuchan didn't bother to argue and turned away, saying. Inside, Li Xiaotong calmly stroked the cat on the table and said, So, these past few days you've been letting Lu Guangyi interrogate the new people because you wanted to find them? Qingchen bluntly replied, That's right. Li Xiaotong said very calmly, You're more calm than I imagined. When I was your age, I wasn't like you. Qingchen replied, It's not calmness, but useless to be nervous. Although Xiao Xiao didn't tell me the results, I know for sure that there is a big secret. Facing uncontrollable problems has always been ruthless. Li Xiaotong replied, Have you ever thought that? His eyes began to become terrifying. He continued, Maybe you won't live past tomorrow. Hearing this, Qingchen suddenly fell silent and turned his face away. Surrounding him were prisoners happily talking to each other. Right there were the prison guard robots standing and observing every small detail. Above his head were the flying reconnaissance robots 24 hours a day and the electronic bulletin boards. Sitting inside the protective wall, Qingchen quietly looked around. Qingchen suddenly lowered his head and smiled, replying, Living together these past few days has been very enjoyable. If possible, I still hope to get to know you again. Hearing this, Li Xiaotong replied, The first time I played chess with you, you won. So I still owe you a request. Tell me what you want now. Can you play farewell again? A request made by Qingchen surprised Li Xiaotong. Li Xiaotong asked, Don't you want to exchange it for your life? Qingchen calmly replied, My life? There's no need to exchange it, and it can't be exchanged. Finally, the conversation ended. The protective wall gradually disappeared. Qingchen reached out and took the harmonica from Yuan. Okay, I still really like your momentum. Consider this piece of music as a gift from me, and you can tell me your request at any time. With that, he put the harmonica to his lips and began to play. The sound of the harmonica began to sound like a charm, gradually flying out of Li Xiaotong's harmonica. Gradually, those sounds spread around the 18th floor prison like an exquisitely carved pattern. Qingchen also closed his eyes, raised his face, listened and enjoyed every melody and sound of the song. Thank you, Qingchen replied. The time had reached midnight. The entire prison was so quiet that not even a fly could be heard. In Qingchen's room, suddenly someone stood in front of the door. Very quickly, he used a black sack to cover his head, catching Qingchen off guard. Then the two men took Qingchen away from the room. The two men threw Qingchen into the room, disregarding his helplessness. Then, leaving Qingchen lying there, the two men quickly closed the door. Now, only Qingchen and the darkness remained. The silence couldn't make Qingchen feel anything scary. He took off the head cover and lay on his back on the cold ground. Now, Qingchen thought, in the dark space, not knowing where this is, not being able to talk to anyone, not even knowing the time, the loneliness and fear seemed to swallow me up. Qingchen stood up. Now, in Qingchen's memory, the scene of his broken family appeared again. He thought, but in fact, I'm not afraid of loneliness. Ever since my parents divorced, I've started to befriend loneliness. Qingchen was now only worried about one thing. Now, losing water is my biggest enemy. Looking at the numbers on his right arm, Qingchen thought, although the countdown time is no longer useful, at least it can help me calculate the time. Then Qingchen shifted his consciousness. He appeared in a large movie theater. Qingchen looked at the projector and thought, since there's nothing I can do, I might as well watch a movie. The theme of prison escape is very suitable for the atmosphere now. So let's watch The Shawshank Redemption. The system gradually displayed a notification calculating consumption. Countdown time, 122 hours, 9 minutes, 1 second. After a long time, Qingchen now thought, I've watched 8 movies in my head, and even dozed off, but I still can't stop the hunger and thirst, but it's not yet the limit. The system displayed a notification that the countdown time was 98 hours. Now Qingchen began to struggle with the things in his head, the zoetrope. The scenes in his head began to break apart. Now Qin Chen's face was terrifyingly haggard, like someone who had suffered from starvation for a month. He thought, can't sleep, too hungry feeling. The spirit is gradually being eroded. The system continued to countdown time, 74 hours, 9 minutes, 7 seconds. Until late at night. Now inside Li Xiaotong's room, the shouts still did not stop. Li Xiaotong, let me out of the dark room immediately. Where did you imprison my boss? Li Xiaotong. I won't spare you. Qin sure won't spare you. Now, Lin Xiaoxiao looked at his watch and found that the time was up. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly turned to look at Li Xiaotong and said, Boss, it's been 4 days. Seeing that Li Xiaotong was still silent, Lin Xiaoxiao bowed and said, Boss, Qin has been in there for 4 days, without saying a word, and there are no signs of collapse. Li Xiaotong calmly replied, he is an extremely intelligent person. From the first day, he began to adjust his breathing to avoid losing too much water. It's not strange to get through 4 days. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao said with some dissatisfaction, but even so, being able to spend 4 days without saying a word is considered rare. He doesn't look like he's going through torture, but like he's waiting. But he hasn't drunk water for 4 days. If he doesn't drink water anymore, he'll die. Boss, you're a person who values talent, spare him. Yuan, standing next to him, also added, Boss, maybe the dark room can't do anything to him. Release him. But instead, Li Xiaotong said softly, change it to water torture. Lin Xiaoxiao said worriedly, Boss, he is now dehydrated. As soon as he encounters water, he will drink it immediately. If that's the case. In response to Lin Xiaoxiao's worries, Li Xiaotong remained silent. Lin Xiaoxiao continued, he will die. Only then did Li Xiaotong reply, life or death is his choice. He has never seen true death. Then how can he follow my path? Li Xiaotong frowned and said slowly. Then they took Qin Chen to another place, tied him to a chair, and had Yuan pour water over a cloth on his face. Behind him, Qin Chen squeezed one hand tightly to try to hold on. His face was still constantly catching water. Lin Xiaoxiao thought, I didn't expect that even at this time, Qin Chen could still maintain his sanity. Does he know what he is facing? Does he know to use his last will? To exchange for a chance to survive? At this time, Qin Chen was gritting his teeth and enduring. He fell into a dream. Someone called Xiaochen. It turned out to be the past when he was in the park. His mother said, Xiaochen, your dad has someone else. He doesn't need us anymore. Qin Chen didn't ask any more about it. He just looked at the candied hawthorn vendor over there and said, Mom, I want to eat candied hawthorn. Qin Chen's mother heard her son say that, pursed her lips, and then smiled and said, Okay, Mom will go buy you candied hawthorn now. After a while, the mother came back, her hand trembling as she handed the string of candied hawthorn to him. After handing it over, she turned around and said, Xiaochen, you eat here, Mom will go to the bathroom for a while. Qin Chen ate the candied hawthorn. Only one piece was left, from when the sun was shining brightly. Until dusk came, he sadly realized that his mother had not returned. Then the candied hawthorn fell to the ground along with the patter of the rain. He stood in the rain and cried loudly. A police officer came out, holding an umbrella, and pulled him into the room to sit, but he refused. At that time, his mother ran back. She hugged him and cried. At that moment, he realized he had been abandoned. While reminiscing, his body reported that water had flooded his organs. Outside, after a whole bucket of water, he began to tremble. During that time, Qin Chen saw the image of his mother reaching out her hand and saying, Follow Mom. Qin Chen in the form of a child holding the candied hawthorn stood in the opposite direction and said, I don't need it anymore, Mom. His mother frowned and continued, Follow Mom. He still replied, I don't need it anymore. His image at this time was that of the present, with cold eyes, saying, I said I don't need it anymore. Returning to reality, taking the cloth covering his face, Qin Chen's eyes opened slightly, and he saw Lin Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao ran over and patted him on the back, making him cough up all the water. Li Xiaotong stood in front of him and asked, Why didn't you beg? I still owe you a request. Qin Chen said with difficulty, Because you don't need a weakling. Li Xiaotong stared at him. Seeing the look in his eyes at that time, like a wolf glaring at him, Li Xiaotong asked, Can you forget what I did to you today? He replied, I can't forget, but I don't mind. Li Xiaotong smiled after hearing the answer. Then he turned and said, very honest, very good. From tomorrow onwards, I will personally teach you. Before leaving, he did not forget to look back and say, I will take you on the longest road, among all the roads in the world. Lin Xiaoxiao watched Li Xietong's back. Then he rubbed his nose and thought, his mood must be very good at this time. The era of the boss's night is almost without an air. Even though the boss has never mentioned it. But seeing the boss choose one person after another, and then fail one after another, the boss must be very anxious. That road is very difficult, so difficult that I and Yuan don't want to go anymore. Thinking about it, Xiao Xiao turned around and sat down, saying, I really admire you. I don't know how you were able to withstand 4 days in that dark room. Anyway, we couldn't withstand more than 36 hours at the beginning. Auntie is a little stronger than me, and she can withstand 47 hours. Yuan heard and looked over, asking, a little? Xiao Xiao glared and said, a whole generation stronger, okay? Qin Chen was still regaining his breath and asked, were you also locked in there? Xiao Xiao said, for ordinary people, it's torture, but for us, it's just a test that we have to do. When the boss told us to throw you into the dark room, I knew that the boss wanted to choose you. It's just that if you can't get through it, he won't care about your life or death. The boss has witnessed too much life and death, and his heart has also grown cold. It's just that you can't be cold-hearted. The world is like that. You can't blame him. Yuan handed him the towel and said, wipe your face. There aren't many people who can endure water torture and still be as tough as you. It's normal for ordinary people to lose control. After a while, they brought over a tray of food with 2 bowls of rice. Qin Chun looked at the tray of rice and thought, after that, Lin Xiaoxiao and Yuan even bet on what I would eat tonight. It seems that my ability to get through the water torture not only made Li Shuchong happy, but also made the two of them happy. Yuan saw Qin Chun pick up the bowl of rice and eat it first and said, look, the person who passed the dark room and water torture isn't stupid enough to eat the pork ribs first. While eating, he thought, even if I have to endure suffering in the outside world, it's nothing compared to what I've experienced in these few days. People of the same age are still going to school, dating, and playing games, while I have already started to open up an unknown part of my life. Even I don't know where I will go in the end. Xiao Xiao, sitting opposite him, asked, so, after entering here, you didn't know that you were a member of the Qin Shi Consortium, so you played chess with the boss to get yourself out of trouble? In reality, you don't have any connection with the Qin Shi Consortium? You've never lived in the Qin Shi Consortium, and you don't have a sense of returning home? Qin Chen said, almost like that. Xiao Xiao smiled after hearing that and said, that's pretty good. The boss must have thought about this, so he decided to take you in. Yuan, sitting next to him, said after hearing that, you can rest assured that only me, Lin Xiaoxiao, and the boss know about your identity as someone from the outside world. Even Li Dongzi doesn't know. We will keep your secret. He asked, thank you? Who is this Li Dongzi? Lin Xiaoxiao quickly explained, Li Dongzi of Hengxi. Hengxi is an organization under the command of our knight. The knight's abilities are greater than you think. It seems that you don't understand much about the outside world. Then we have to popularize knowledge for you in these 2 days. Yuan continued, that's right, that Lu Guanyi is quite loyal to you. He has suffered a lot these past few days. He almost made a move on the boss. He replied, thanks for the reminder. Xiao Xiao asked, do you know Lu Dehua and Huang Jixing? And that Jian Xing who likes to scold people? Qin Chen replied, I know those two, Lu Dezhu and Huang Jixing. But I wouldn't consider them acquaintances. They were my high school classmates. Xiao Xiao was surprised after hearing that and said, wait a minute. In the outside world, you are just an ordinary high school student? I thought you must be someone powerful in the outside world. Your ability and will are not something that an ordinary student can have. He said the outside world is a fairly peaceful world. There are no superhumans, no armor, no organizations or parties. It's very safe. In such a world, it's pretty good to be an ordinary person because it's not life-threatening. Xiao Xiao said after hearing that, I really like that. Suddenly, Qin Chen looked up and asked, where is that person who speaks the local dialect locked up? Can I go ask him a few questions tonight? Xiao Xiao winked after hearing that and said, we're all family. What can't be done? In prison number 18, you don't have to worry about anything. That person is locked up in a place a few rooms away from the interrogation room. Over there, the transmigrator was still shouting, I. Qin Chen wore a mask and held up a sign with a question. The transmigrator read it and said silently, Are you an Earthling? Qin Chen continued to write on the board, Asked you a few questions. Are you from Chuanzhou? Why did you transmigrate here? Are you in Luoqing? The transmigrator replied, I used to go to Luoqing to do business, but I don't know why I transmigrated to this broken place. Qin Chen asked, Your occupation? The transmigrator replied, Bullfighting. Are you from Luoqing? But he didn't answer and stood up and turned away, making the person inside continue to curse. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at his back and thought, he just got through the dark room and then the water torture, but he can still maintain such careful habits. The three walked in the prison hall. Qin Chen thought, Mai and Lin Xiaoxiao's deductions are not wrong. Because Jianxing appeared in Luoqing, he transmigrated to city number 18. Wherever they transmigrate to, the rest of the Time Walker's life will be spent there. Yuan said to him, on the day the transmigrator appeared, we didn't catch him immediately. This is also to avoid others from making other associations, so you don't need to worry about being exposed. Xiao Xiao has released information that you are snooping on the boss's Ace 005, so you were punished lightly. Qin Chen replied, you guys are more thoughtful than me. Lu Guangyi's voice rang out, Li Xiaotong, let me out. Qin Chen remembered and asked, You've locked him up for 4 days? Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and said, Well, otherwise he'll come and make trouble for the boss again. If it weren't for his loyalty to you, the boss would have dealt with him already. But don't worry, he's had plenty of food and drink for the past 4 days. Qin Chen asked, Have you investigated everything he did before? Lin Xiaoxiao said. We have. Before, he ran errands at the nursing home for the Hellion Society. Qin Chen was surprised. Nursing home? Running errands? According to Lin Xiaoxiao, residents in the inner world don't have the habit of taking care of the elderly. When people reach 60, they're sent to nursing homes, and their children spend their parents' retirement money. And the so-called running errands for the nursing home means collecting protection fees from the elderly, pretending to be their descendants to intimidate others, so they aren't bullied by other elderly people. Qin Chen asked, Can I visit him? Of course, Lin Xiaoxiao replied. Qin Chen thought, confused, why would the Qin Consortium send someone who runs errands at a nursing home to help me with something as important as participating in the shadow fight? It's too strange. After a while, Lu Guangyi, who was lying down, tried to speak. Li Xiaotong, let my boss go. Lin Xiaoxiao waved his hand to signal. Lu Guangyi saw the movement outside and jumped up. In front of him was the person he had been longing to see for days. Lu Guangyi saw Qin Chen and was so happy he cried. He ran over and looked Qin Chen up and down. Boss, are you okay? Qin Chen replied, I'm fine. Lu Guangyi continued, but why are you so thin? Did they torture you? I'll tell Qin Yan when he comes to supervise me in a few days. Qin Chen stopped him. No need to tell him. Qin Chen asked, I heard you went to cause trouble for Li Xiaotong? Lu Guangyi replied, It was just probing Ace 005. Did they have to torture me like this? Guahutian also came to probe, but nothing happened. I guess they think you're just a shadow fight candidate, so they assumed the Qin Consortium wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Qin Chen said, Don't mention this again. You have to bow your head on someone else's turf. Lu Guangyi was angry. No way. I'll fight Li Xiaotong tomorrow even if it costs me my life. Qin Chen sighed. Okay, stop pretending. Lu Guangyi was confused. Pretending? I'm not pretending. Qin Chen looked at Lu Guangyi's sincere face reflecting in his eyes, like a demon revealing mirror. Lu Guangyi immediately obeyed. I won't pretend anymore. The boss has seen through my true colors. Actually, this is just the way lowly people like us survive. Qin Chen thought, Lu Guangyi probably knows I'll be fine, so he's deliberately putting on an act to show his loyalty. He must know that if he doesn't do anything, I'll kick him out sooner or later after I get out. Qin Chen said, You don't have to cling to me. I appreciate your efforts for me these past few days. Don't worry, as long as you don't betray me, I won't abandon you either. Lu Guangyi was overjoyed when he heard this and said happily, Really, boss? Qin Chen continued, Of course, but there's one thing I have to make clear. If you follow me, you have to be humble. Don't swagger around like before. Lu Guangyi immediately said, I heard Qing Yan say before that the boss is very humble. It's true. Boss, tell me what I need to change, and I'll definitely change it. Qing Chen said, just take off all the gold on your armored arm. Keep it simple. I'll hold on to that gold chain for you. Remember, don't be arrogant. Lu Guangyi blankly watched Qing Chen put the gold chain into his pocket, and Qing Chen left the sentence, get some rest. Qing Chen calculated, this gold chain must be 2 cubic centimeters. Based on the density of gold at room temperature being 19.23, it weighs more than 30 grams. What's the price of gold in the outer world? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him and asked, do you have anything else to resolve? Qing Chen replied, yes, I have a plan to confirm something. The countdown time was 40 hours and 20 minutes. People in the corridor pointed at Qing Chen and talked. They said, I heard that kid angered Li Xiaotong and was locked in a dark room for several days. So now he's no longer under Li Xiaotong's protection and has become an ordinary person, huh? Qing Chen's group ate not far from Li Xiaotong's group. A familiar voice spoke up, how did you offend Li Xiaotong? He tortured you this badly? Qing Chen asked softly, aren't you afraid of offending Li Xiaotong by sitting next to me? Guohutian smiled, we Black Taos aren't afraid of any consortium, so why would we be afraid of Li Xiaotong? Qing Chen asked, then why are you looking for me? Guohutian said, I'm not like the others. The others care about the Qing consortium behind you, but I'm not like that. I admire your abilities. I'm serious. I seriously want to invite a man of ambition like you to join the Black Taos. Qing Chen left, leaving the sentence, not interested. Suddenly he slipped and fell. But thanks to his good reflexes, he managed to grab the edge of the table next to him. Qing Chen noticed 2 people pretending to be stupid behind him. Those 2 people were still approaching him, thinking Qing Chen was an easy target because he was careless. Suddenly, he turned around with a calm expression on his face. The 2 people were caught off guard and froze. Then they exchanged glances, tacitly agreeing on something. They took out weapons and attacked, both rushing towards Qing Chen. But then, inexplicably, one of them felt dizzy. As a result, Qing Chen was able to easily dodge them, and at the same time, redirect them, causing them to fall helplessly. The others were confused. What happened? Lu Guangyi helped him take something out of the 2 people's mouths. Qing Chen looked, and Lu Guangyi said, Boss, it's poison. Qing Chen thought, these 2 suicide soldiers, along with Jian Xing, came here 5 days ago, along with the 3 who died before. The plan worked. Their target isn't Li Xiaotong, but me. Who exactly wants me dead? Is it someone competing for the shadow position? It seems. The shadow fight is much more dangerous than I thought. In the Qing consortium, those shadow candidates who do evil will naturally resort to any means to eliminate those who aren't on their side in order to become shadows. In this dark race among the 9 of them, from the very beginning, it's not about who is stronger, but who is more ruthless and decisive. Qing Chen watched the robot take the 2 people away. Lu Guangyi approached him and asked, Boss, what do we do now? Qing Chen glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao and replied to Lu Guangyi, wait for them to open their mouths and confess. That night, Qing Chen was lying down when his cell door opened on its own. He went outside and looked down at the lobby, where Yuan and Lin Xiaoxiao were waiting. Li Xiaotong saw him come and asked, do you have anything you want to ask? You can deal with other things before learning. Qing Chen got straight to the point, who wants me dead? Lin Xiaoxiao casually replied when he heard him say that, who wants you dead? We haven't been able to interrogate them yet. Those 2 are very tight-lipped, even under dream infiltration they grit their teeth and refuse to talk. Those 2 were indeed sent here for committing offenses, not because someone arranged it, so we couldn't investigate anything in that regard. It seems the armored parts have been replaced to prevent us from finding the place of sale or the manufacturer of those armored parts. But don't worry, give Jiang Shui 2 days, and I'll give you an answer. Qing Chen thanked him when he heard that. Li Xiaotong speculated, in the end, it's just a few juniors from the Qing consortium. Wanting the shadow position is inevitable, and it's inevitable that you'll encounter danger. So he felt that he should prepare himself mentally. But Qing Chen didn't understand one thing. Why did they have to compete for the shadow position? Weren't they even afraid of the odds of 9 deaths? For every 1 survivor? Li Xiaotong explained that in ancient times, the Qing consortium had established the Qing clan rules. Only by becoming a shadow could one become the family head. Hearing this made him stunned. Qin Chen felt that this rule was a bit strange. Only a shadow could become the family head? According to Li Xiaotong, the Qin Consortium had shadows since the era of human civilization, and they were just pawns to be discarded after use. Later, a certain powerful shadow, in order to become the family head, established a rule that the family head must be a shadow. On average, a new generation of shadows is selected every 10 years. A family head can only last for more than 10 generations of shadows. When the family head abdicates, one shadow is selected from those shadows. Those who apply for the shadow position are forced to hand over power in exchange for a death exemption token to survive each year. Now, the way these 9 people participate in the selection is decided by the son of the first shadow to become the family head. It is said that because he chose useless people, he could only let his subordinates compete with each other. Whoever wins will be a promising candidate for the family head position. But for nearly 1,000 years, the competition for the shadow position has become corrupted. At the beginning, everyone felt like they were doing a mission, the stronger one wins. But now, whoever survives is the shadow. Then it continued until now. Perhaps the current family head of the Qin Consortium also understands that if the Qin Consortium is not ruthless, how could it have achieved its current status in the inner world? So now I have to worry about my own safety. He knew that he was in danger because all 9 candidates wanted to eliminate the other candidates. Li Xiaotong felt that this matter had exceeded his expectations because he didn't expect that someone would want to eliminate others so early on. In the past, it wasn't so fast. He guessed that someone had seen the threat from Qin Chen, so they took action. Qin Chen attributed this to his close relationship with Li Xiaotong. But he quickly felt that something was wrong because those suicide soldiers had been here before he met him. Sigh, Li Xiaotong turned away and told him not to think too much. He would know after a long time. He had a backer, but he could die at any time. He asked Li Xiaotong if he could withdraw from the shadow fight and whether joining the knights was contradictory to staying in the city, so he could avoid it. Li Xiaotong turned and left. No, just try not to let others know that you joined the knights or else. Why else would I be locked up here? From now on, I'll come to teach you at midnight. Things will remain the same during the day. Above all, Li Xiaotong did not encourage him to withdraw from the shadow fight because he had not yet seen how much power a shadow has. At this time, Qin Chen was sitting in meditation, moving his meridians. Qin Chen asked if there were more powerful weapons than guns in this world. Li Xiaotong replied that there weren't many because small EMP grenades were only used to deal with armored parts. And there were also special weapons mounted on those armored parts. However, the armies of the consortiums mainly used guns, and the bullets were mainly made of copper. This made Qin Chen feel strange because the technology in this world was so advanced. He asked Li Xiaotong why they used external weapons. Li Xiaotong retorted, because one Qin Chen bullet is enough to kill someone. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's get to the main topic. Qin Chen realized, is it about the longest road of all the roads in the world? Hearing this, Li Xiaotong said solemnly, that's right, so show your left hand. Qin Chen immediately raised his left hand. Qin Chen slowly and steadily. Suddenly, he was startled when Li Xiaotong's hand suddenly grabbed his. He felt as if his whole body was controlled by a mental force, and he couldn't breathe. Qin Chen felt as if he were an ant, to be crushed at will. Li Xiaotong took a deep breath, and flames gradually spread throughout his limbs. He looked at him in horror, being grabbed by Li Xiaotong's arm as if he were chained to the 18th level of hell. Suddenly, a flame entered his blood vessels. His body was now ablaze, emitting a bright light. His body convulsed repeatedly. Yuan encouraged him, hang in there. Lin Xiaoxiao also encouraged him, do you remember what I said? Only by experiencing a painful life can you stand above others. The flames on Li Xiaotong's body had spread all over him. Suddenly, a strange blue aura enveloped his body. Lin Xiaoxiao shouted even more excitedly, maintain consciousness. The pains you've forgotten will reappear in your mind. All the pain. Remember all the pain. Then you'll collapse. If you can't overcome this hurdle, no one can save you. At this moment, Qin Chen remembered the first time he became independent, when he cut his hand with a knife, and even felt as if the tip of his finger was cut off. Or while enduring slow slicing, he felt like a poisonous sapling, with each icy blade stabbing into his lungs. While in the dark room, he felt the dry, parched feeling of being deprived of water. Not only that, he had to remember the day his mother left him, hoping that person caused him to sink deep into the feeling of ultimate pain. Now, it was like a stream of water gradually enveloping Qin Chen, not allowing him to escape. From afar, a light suddenly filtered through the dark night. A voice called, "Qin Chen," causing him to turn around and look. His mother was happily reaching out her arms, telling him to follow her. Qin Chen was stunned for a moment. He unhesitatingly went to his mother. Just as their hands were about to touch, he remembered. What kind of memories were those? How did Mom abandon him? Qin Chen realized that. Li Xiaodong's words were simple. If he couldn't pass this test, he couldn't follow his path. So Qin Chen retracted his hand now. Qin Chen told himself that he had been through it all before, so he would go through it all again himself. He didn't resent anything anymore, and he didn't need to turn back. The rest of the journey was only the road ahead. Qin Chen knew what the feeling of pouring inner feelings would be like. That brat of the area resisted it because only those who dared to face the pain of following orders and could cross the abyss of the road of self-examination could separate themselves from the past and move forward. The first time, such a terrifying flame made Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps it was because Qin Chen had the ability to see Qin Chen's past memories. Otherwise he would forget them, so he was so tormented. She had never forgotten those memories. Super memory had given him outstanding talent, but also brought him endless pain. Yuan beside her felt the same way, but now Qin Chen had crossed that abyss. After a while, Qin Chen successfully passed through with a body dripping with sweat. He asked Li Xiaotong what the breathing technique was for, and he replied that it was just an auxiliary method. The breathing technique was irregular breathing. Now you still can't use it yourself. You have to wait until I'm awake and do it a few more times, then you'll remember the rhythm. But the scene in front of him surprised Li Xiaotong. He forgot that he had a super memory, and could remember the rhythm right away. Li Xiaotong looked at Qin Chen and couldn't help but sigh. When I first learned it, I had to have my teacher teach me more than Li Xiaotong 0 times to remember this breathing frequency, but he only needed 1 time. According to Li Xiaotong, the founder of the Knights had discovered the secret of the gene lock. According to the summary results, after humans went through 8 gates of life and death, the gene lock would be opened. Never mind all that. Only when all 8 gates of life and death were completed could one become a formal knight. At that time, there were many knights, and they went through the disaster era with humans, and at the same time opened a new era of civilization with humans. It's just that later, there were fewer and fewer knights. The reason was that one of the gates of life and death had to be carried out at sea, but that whole sea area had become a forbidden zone. Passing the gate of life and death was like a narrow escape from death, but if one didn't pass it, the gene lock couldn't be opened. It was only thanks to the continuous efforts of the predecessor, Qin Xing, and the later generations of knights that they discovered that only by cooperating with the breathing technique could the gene lock be opened after each passage through the gate of life and death. At that time, when everyone completed the 6th gate, their strength had surpassed that of the previous generations of knights. Li Xiaotong explained to him that this world was divided into 6 levels, A, B, C, D, E, F. Completing Li Tongyan's level was already A level. Hearing this, Qin Chen asked him what level he was. Yuan beside him answered for him, the boss is already S level. After using the breathing technique, Qin Chen felt very refreshed. Li Xiaotong explained that it was like endorphins, and also like dopamine. It was Qin Chen's substance that brought pleasure to people, but they were different. The pleasure of games and gambling was dopamine, while the comfort and relief after exercise was brought by endorphins. Chicken Soup for the Soul also said the same thing, but dopamine doesn't bring immediate pleasure. It's a neurotransmitter that transmits the metal substance dopamine 5-HTP, bringing pleasure to people. Normally, dopamine can bring pleasure, but we must understand one thing: what it brings is not pleasure, but a craving for addiction. What about endorphins? Li Xiaotong continued to explain that endorphins are a special substance that, when combined with morphine, has an analgesic effect, but only a basic effect. Predecessor Qin Xing conducted a test and discovered that every time a knight passed through the gate of life and death, their body would secrete a large amount of endorphins. Only Qin Chen understood these words. while Lin Xiaoxiao looked like a log and didn't understand a word. Li Xiaotong determined through experimental results that endorphins were the key to the gene lock. Therefore, the Knight's organization issued Qingchen another rule. Only by experiencing a life of pain can one stand above others. Every beginning is difficult, and one must not give up in the face of difficulties. Qingchen asked a series of questions. What does the breathing technique have to do with endorphins? Why is it necessary to assist with the breathing technique to unlock the gene? Li Xiaotong slowly explained to Qingchen that because the breathing technique can make you secrete endorphins immediately after enduring pain, its essence is a technique of controlling the body. Using the breathing technique to train the body for 3 months, you can travel the distance that others have to travel for several years. Therefore, when you concentrate on using the breathing technique to resolve the gate of life and death, the endorphins secreted from your body will be much higher than normal. Are there any other effects? Qingchen asked. I will tell you the remaining effects when you resolve the first gate of life and death. It doesn't make any sense for you to know now. Here comes another series of questions from Qingchen. Can't endorphins be injected into the body? With the technical level here, it should be possible to extract or inject endorphins into the body without leaving any sequelae, right? Li Xiaotong had to explain that this is an era where even love can be created with PA, adding that PA is an organic compound, a central nervous system stimulant in humans, but you must understand that all actions relying on external assistance are ineffective for us. A predecessor once tried to inject endorphins directly into the body without using the breathing technique. They resolved the gate of life and death that day, but did not unlock the gene. We can understand the principle of endorphins, but we cannot decipher the gene lock. To this day, the secret of the gene lock is still a distant and unattainable thing for us knights. We can only use the stupidest way to abide by the rules of the old era, so I say this is the longest road in the world. Li Xiaotong's sharp eyes said word by word, and there is only one way to become a god, that is, to cultivate through hardship. Qingchen's copper-brown eyes sharpened, shining with determination. The disciple has remembered. After unlocking the 7 gates of life and death, you will be promoted to demigod level S. So, what if the disciple uses the breathing technique and solves the 8th gate of life and death? Li Xiaopong sighed. That question is meaningless. Qingchen immediately retorted, it's meaningful, because the sea in the outer world doesn't have forbidden land. Hearing Qingchen's answer, Li Xiaotong's eyes widened in surprise. And he also said, that's right, how could your place have a forbidden land if there are no transcendents? So you can resolve all 8 gates of life and death in another world. Now in Li Xiaotong's mind are 7 times 7 is equal to 49 thoughts about Qingchen. For thousands of years, I don't know how many knights have been trapped at this level and unable to break through. Now, suddenly there is such a teenager who can complete the regrets of the predecessors. Li Xiaotong looked at Qingchen and had great faith in him, in the image of the strong young man sitting up straight and holding his chest high. Qingchen suddenly asked, what exactly are forbidden items and forbidden lands? Yuan standing below said, forbidden items and forbidden lands both originate from transcendence. Transcendence, Qingchen said puzzledly. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately explained, that's right, since the death of the transcendent, that strange and powerful fresh blood has seeped into the soil, irrigating the living beings there. Ants, snakes, insects, any creatures living there, even plants and even microorganisms growing there, thus, the living beings in that place of death are evolved. And the place of death becomes a forbidden land. And let's start from the past. It is said that at first the Lujiao Consortium created many submarines. The purpose was to explore the new continent, and then photographed a very large whale skeleton at the bottom of the sea. This whale skeleton was so large that the camera could not capture its head even 300 meters away. Therefore, the Lujiao Consortium suspected that this evolved whale died of illness, and then its flesh and blood and body bathed the entire sea area, turning the entire sea area into a forbidden land. And according to Lin Xiaoxiao's explanation, a forbidden item is what a transcendent secretes after death for more than 10 years, even nearly 100 years. Or it obtains his supernatural ability, or inherits his obsession when he was alive. For example, on the wilderness near city number 16, there is always a train of 12 black windows running on the wilderness. Occasionally it will stop. If you throw a 50-gram gold coin into the carriage behind, you will become a passenger sitting there. following it to the end of the world. And the end of this train is full of gold coins. Many consortia use gold coins to exchange for supplies, although it is not easy to find them. If you want to steal their gold coins, they will know that you are there until the person who steals the goods dies. Therefore, the last car of this train is full of bones. Of course, there are also some forbidden items that have nothing to do with the abilities of transcendence, and can even be said to be mysterious creatures with infinite vitality. If you can subdue them, they will serve you. If you can't, then they will be an extremely dangerous threat. Faced with forbidden items, humans are like tattooed people holding long swords. We all know that there will be beasts in the deep forest, and we also know that these beasts are not the same. We know what can deal with what needs to be avoided, accumulating experience in dealing with them. But now there are more and more beasts, so there must be special hunters to deal with them. Therefore, the forbidden item arbitrators appeared. They not only become enemies with beasts, but also enemies with people who raise beasts. They not only collect forbidden items, but also subdue transcendents who can produce forbidden items, because they do not want a day when there are so many beasts that they can kill all mankind. Back to the present, Li Xiaotong instructed Qin Chen, from now on, Yuan will teach you combat skills, train your physical fitness, and teach you the techniques of the 8 challenges. I am very envious that you were born in the outer world, but this is not important. What is important is that perhaps you can change an era. Start, said Li Xiaotong, standing up. Looking directly at Qin Chen, I can't wait for that day. At this time, Qin Chen was telling himself, even though I am in prison, I see hope and freedom. Compared to the world full of light in the outer world, I really like this place. Qin Chen closed his eyes and looked up, receiving the gentle light shining faintly on his face. The corners of his mouth slightly curved, feeling the peace. Then the training began. Before training, Yuan gave him a box of meat and told him to eat it all, probably thinking that he would consume all his energy and couldn't support it. However, what made him most concerned was, when using the breathing technique, he discovered a strange breath in his body. It seems that it has no effect on him, nor can it be grasped, but it can be controlled. In this regard, he must ask Li Xiaotong clearly. On the morning of the second day, Lin Xiaoxiao asked about Qin Chen's training. How far did you get last night? Ordinary people can't withstand high-intensity training. How many hours did he last? Yuan said calmly, from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. Lin Xiaoxiao was shocked and couldn't believe it. Wait, he has never been trained before, but he can withstand it until 3 a.m.? Yuan, don't kill him, Yuan said leisurely. What are you worried about with the breathing technique? Before training, I gave him a whole box of beef, which was all consumed during training. The boss has instructed me. And I have a sense of propriety. Even with the breathing technique, he is still tired, right? Yuan saw that Lin Xiaoxiao was worried about Qin Chen, so he said, it seems that his body and spirit are two separate entities. It only pursues the goal of training and doesn't care about fatigue. I have never met anyone like this. If he is not a time traveler from the future, with this will, he will become a transcendent soon. Lin Xiaoxiao stroked his chin and said, this is a good thing. If he awakens early, he will no longer be an ordinary person and cannot follow the boss's path. Clatter, clatter, the sound of footsteps made Lin Xiaoxiao pay attention. It was Qin Chen, carrying a tray full of meat, and more importantly, his spirit was extremely bright. With no signs of fatigue from overtraining, Lin Xiaoxiao turned to discuss with Li Xiaotong, boss, is the breathing technique so magical? Why don't you let me try it tonight? I think I can try it once. Li Xiaotong bluntly said, back then, you didn't dare to try it. It's too late now. You're old. I'm only 27 years old. Li Xiaotong explained, the longer a person lives, the more pain they experience. After the age of 20, you receive more worldly pain and can't pass the gate of self-examination. Li Xiaotong held a chess piece in his hand and philosophized, back then, we thought that our youth was very hard, but after growing up, we realized that these two types of hardships are different. Although I let you pretend to be rejected, doing so will prevent anyone from disrupting my endgame. Suddenly, an announcement came over the loudspeaker, employee code 010101002199, someone has come to visit, please follow the armored prison guard number 03 to the visiting room. Qin Chen heard the announcement, and realized that someone had come to visit him. Qin Chen told himself, "It's been so long since I came to this world, and it's the first time someone has come to visit, so much so that I have forgotten about family visits here." Lu Guangyi, sitting opposite Qin Chen, said, "Boss, today is visiting day, it must be Qin Yan." Creak, creak, the iron door slowly opened. There were many people chatting and playing on the path, but Qin Chen walked alone due to the protagonist's halo. Creak, the next door was opened. Qin Chen's face revealed an expression of surprise. In that visiting room was a beautiful girl. She had light brown hair and emerald green eyes, and every line on her face was extremely delicate. Seeing Qin Chen, her face flushed slightly and her lips pursed slightly. She shyly lowered her head and avoided looking directly at Qin Chen. After Qin Chen sat down, she glanced at him. Qin Chen told himself in his head, "This is clearly not Qin Yan. Could it be that the time traveler thing has been exposed?" Qin Chen opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, the girl shyly introduced herself. "I am your fiancé, my name is Shindai Kongying." Shindai Kongying glanced at Qin Chen. Qin Chen frowned slightly and remained silent. He was thinking in his head, "What is she doing here? Is this the first time I've met her?" Before he could say anything, there was an announcement that the visiting time was over. Shindai Kongying gently placed her hand on her chin. Her cherry lips parted slightly and said, "You sitting quietly like this is also great. Your appearance at this time is very beautiful." "What's wrong?" Qin Chen was extremely confused. Shindai Kongying quickly waved her hand, "It's nothing." Without saying anything more, Qin Chen stood up and walked out. Qin Chen was now having a headache, thinking, where did this engagement come from? What's going on again? Then Qin Chen returned as usual, leisurely walking in the hall. Lu Guangyi ran over from somewhere and happily asked, "Boss, did Qin Yan say anything?" Qin Chen replied, "The person who came was not Qin Yan, just follow my plan." Lu Guangyi came closer and whispered in Qin Chen's ear, "Are you really breaking up with Li Shatong?" Qin Chen's eyes revealed a coldness and said, "Yes, I've cut it off. Besides, we didn't plan to borrow outside forces to carry out our mission, right?" Lu Guangyi put his hands behind his head and followed Qin Chen with great agreement. "That's right, boss, you still have me. The countdown is 6 hours. The modern and gorgeous city at night under the galaxy is even more magnificent. A virtual whale swims on the roofs of buildings. When it reaches a suitable location, it begins to launch wonderful fireworks. The entire night sky is lit up by extremely beautiful fireworks, making everyone look up and admire. Jiang Shui is no exception, she also looks at it." Jiang Shui strolled leisurely on the street. Walking on the street, Jiang Shui could not avoid some strange eyes looking at her armored arm. Suddenly, 2 people came to chat. "Hello, Jiang Shui," and Jiang Shui also smiled and replied, "Hello, what's the matter?" The 2 employees were dressed neatly in suits, and they also politely introduced the reason for meeting Jiang Shui. "Hello, this is the thing, our company is very happy to successfully enter the shares. In order to respond to you, the company sent us here to give you the latest version of the armored arm from the Li Consortium. Not only that, the subsidiary company arranged for you an expert in the field of armored part assembly and also arranged for you a special training course." Jiang Shui could only smile awkwardly and think, time travelers in the outside world all say how terrible the people of the consortium are, but I find them very friendly. Not only do they give money to enter the shares, but also give me this armored part for free. They even find the best experts to train me, as if they know that I don't know how to install it. The female employee then explained with a smile, 2 years ago, you accidentally saved a middle-aged lady. She is a member of our Li Consortium. She has been looking for you for 2 years. And recently she learned of your news, so these are all her rewards." Jiang Shui was still very dazed and scratched her cheek. "Oh, is that so?" Jiang Shui asked in confusion, "So these 2 armored arms?" The male employee then said, "This is the most high-end product on the market. Not only can it hold high-energy weapons, but it also has very good durability. The synchronization rate with the nerves is 97%. Jiang Shui smiled awkwardly. Thank you so much." The female employee was even more enthusiastic and said, "There is one more thing, that lady has words she wants me to pass on to you, saying that you are a very kind person. She is very grateful to you. You make very delicious tomato eggs and sweet and sour pork ribs are also very good. In the future, you will definitely be a worthy mother. I hope you don't be inferior or weak." You deserve a better life. Jiang Shui was stunned and speechless, her heart full of more than 1001 question marks. What nonsense is this? On Qin Chen's side, he was diligently practicing, his sweat dripping and his six-pack abs rippling. Yuan stood beside him, observing Qin Chen and assessing, just need to practice for another half a month, Qin Chen can start weight training. That is the most effective method. It's just that for Qin Chen, time seems to be divided. In another half an hour, he has to return to the outside world, and then he doesn't know how many days it will be before he comes back to continue training. Li Xiaotong walked up from behind and asked, "Are you going back to the outside world in a while?" Qin Chen asked back, "What's wrong? Do you have something to say?" Li Xiaotong said leisurely, "I want to see the time travel process with my own eyes. Maybe I can discover some secrets." Okay. After a tiring workout, Qin Chen had to replenish his energy. Qin Chen took the box full of meat and thought, it can't be said that the breathing technique is good for helping training. But it consumes too much energy. I'm unbearably hungry just now. Qin Chen was still chewing and looked at Li Xiaotong and asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" Li Xiaotong hesitated and said awkwardly, "Well, it's like this. Can you record a few more chess books for me?" Qin Chen replied comfortably, "No problem." Although he had finished the box of rice, Qin Chen continued to eat a little more. Then Qin Chen stood up and took the golden thread from his pocket. Seeing this, Yuan said, "No wonder I haven't seen the golden thread on Lu Guanyi's arm anymore." Qin Chen clenched the thread and it glowed in his hand. The time counted down from 10. Li Xiaotong stood beside him observing Qin Chen's entire process. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time was up and light enveloped Qin Chen's entire body. Space seemed to be cracking. Qin Chen sat up. He reached out and spat out the metal piece in his mouth. Qin Chen sat and looked at the golden thread calculating for a long time. It was 7 days again. It seems that the time travel time of the time traveler is getting longer and longer. I don't know how long it will be in the future. Will there be a day when I stay in that world forever and never come back? Just this time, bringing the golden thread from that side over here means that I at least have an advantage over others when returning to the world inside. His eyes became more determined than ever. Then Qin Chen began to devote himself to continuous training, push-ups, sit-ups, and so on. After a while, Qin Chen stopped and sat in meditation to balance his body. After taking a shower, Qin Chen began to check his phone. Taking a sip of water, he remembered the girl named Shindai Kongyin again. Qin Chen read the incomprehensible message. It seems that sitting quietly is also good. This young man's silent appearance is too beautiful. Scrolling down further, Qin Chen was even more speechless and didn't understand. What does she mean? Moreover, the Shindai family also speaks Mandarin, so why speak Japanese? Qin Chen sat and scratched his head with a series of question marks. Is she a time traveler from the outer world? Or is it because the Shindai family still maintains the tradition of speaking Japanese? If she is a time traveler, then why does she speak Mandarin so fluently? I'm afraid there aren't many Japanese people who can speak Mandarin so fluently. Ting! Suddenly a notification popped up, a message from Nan Gingchen. Nan Gingchen excitedly reported, Qin Chen, Qin Chen, Qin Chen, do you know how powerful Lu Dezhu from the class next to us is? Qin Chen was also curious and messaged back asking, what's wrong? And what replied to Qin Chen was an even more intriguing message, come to school right away. Qin Chen didn't hesitate to change his uniform and went to school. On the corridor, Nan Gingchen had already seen Qin Chen. He hurriedly raised his hand and called, over here. Qin Chen asked, what's wrong? Nan Gingchen took out his phone for Qin Chen to see. Look at the hot search. After reading it, Qin Chen was also speechless and told himself, it can't be said that Lu Dezhu and Jianxing are really unlucky. The life of other time travelers is rich and colorful, visiting cities full of three-dimensional cameras and traveling in the cyber city. These two are good, they changed places and sat in prison. It's better to just be obedient and not travel through time again. During the last return, because of vanity, Lu Dezhu realized that he had traveled through time to prison number 18 and told everyone that he had spoken with Li Xiaotong. Then, when his friends escaped, he pretended to be profound and unpredictable and said nothing. He meant that it was a secret and didn't ask. Therefore, many people thought that Lu Dezhu had inherited from Li Xiaotong and become a transcendent Now that Jianxing's affairs have been exposed, everyone who sees this hot search thinks of Lu Dizhu. On Lu Dizhu's side, his face was as green as a banana leaf, hiding behind the wall, panicking about his popularity. Other classmates discovered it, and hurried over to ask. Someone named Jianxing said that he had met you in prison number 18. I hope you can talk to Li Shutong to release him. Another male student added, according to what Jianxing said, that mysterious boss once went to explore the other party alone and asked a few questions, but that wasn't me. Lu Dizhu told himself, besides me and Jianxing, there is another time traveler in prison number 18. That person is the real boss. I'm just the scapegoat. Damn. I also want to beg that big boss. I hope that person will release me and Jianxing, okay? In fact, the person Jianxing was talking about was not me, but someone else. Lu Dizhu's current feelings were like falling into an abyss. He hugged his head and cried out that everyone had misunderstood. Lu Dizhu spoke up and said, before we asked you if there were other time travelers in prison number 18, and you said no. That classmate replied, it's good to have someone attract attention for me. Lu Dizhu could only cry silently and was speechless. Qin Chen stood outside and could only sigh and think, hurry into class. Outside the school gate was also bustling with activity, with many people coming to report, film, and take pictures. Several teachers were also trying to disperse the crowd. Qin Chen pulled Nangingchen into the classroom. If they couldn't enter through the main gate, they would climb the wall, and someone did just that and was discovered by 2 female students. He jumped down and shouted loudly, which one of you is Lu Dizhu? The girl tremblingly pointed to the building where Lu Dizhu's classroom was. He rushed in to find someone, opened the door violently and met Lu Dizhu still standing there blankly. He grabbed Lu Dizhu's shoulder, his eyes glaring red, and asked, I know very well that you are very powerful in prison number 18. That transcendent who interrogated me that day followed behind you. So your status must be very high. Lu Dizhu painfully denied, it's not me. You've found the wrong person. Fortunately, 2 teachers came to stop his actions, but he insisted that Lu Dizhu tell the truth. Don't worry, I won't catch you. I'll give you money, so he was dragged out by the 2 teachers immediately. Nangingchen, standing in the classroom next door, saw the whole thing and said, if you hadn't pulled me away so quickly, we might have heard what they were saying. This is the fastest way to get information about the world inside. What if we transmigrate together in the future? It might be useful. Qin Chen said bluntly and dismissively, not interested. Nangingchen sat next to Qin Chen and talked about his plans. Transmigration is so cool. What if we transmigrate to that world and become superhumans? Or transform our bodies into ironclad glands? And become supermen? Then you and I will start a League of Mourning, which sounds so impressive. Qin Chen pondered for a moment, then looked at the book in Nangingchen's hand and judged, why are you suddenly reading this? Nangingchen hesitated guiltily. It's nothing, I just want to learn some skills. What do you think about befriending Lu Dizhu? If we have a good relationship, maybe it will be beneficial to us in the inner world in the future. Qin Chen, resting his chin on his hand, said indifferently, not necessary. I'm not a time walker. But in his heart, Qin Chen was thinking, of course I know that Lu Dizhu is an imposter, but others don't. I'm afraid that there are tens of thousands of time walkers all over the country now. Will anyone be attracted by Lu Dizhu's identity? Such a big thing happened today, why haven't the people from the Kunlun organization come yet? Could it be that Li Shutong's inheritance hasn't attracted their attention? Surely not, there must be a problem. At 9:20 p.m., school ended, and Lu Dizhu said goodbye to his friends and rode his bicycle home. The bicycle zipped along the bustling streets, passing under brightly lit high-rise buildings. Lu Dizhu noticed a car following him. 2 men in black sitting inside were discussing something. Lu Dizhu knew he was in danger. Without hesitation, the driver slammed on the accelerator. He rammed straight into Lu Dizhu. Lu Dizhu was caught off guard. His body was thrown off and he fell heavily on the road. Quick, let's take him away. The 2 men got out of the car and observed Lu Dizhu. Both of them were holding guns, just waiting to make their move. Tears and snot streaming down his face, Lu Dizhu screamed, no way. Just as the 2 men were about to eliminate Lu Dizhu, a beam of headlights shone directly at them. The sound of an off-road vehicle braking sharply from a distance was deafening. Without emotion, it sent the 2 men's car flying. Knowing that they had bumped into the wrong person, the two men quickly braced themselves and attacked the off-road vehicle. A black shadow jumped down from the wall of a building, suddenly attacking the two men. With just one move, he knocked them both down. Screws and joints flew in all directions before Lu Diju's horrified face. The man stood tall, turning his back to greet Lu Diju. "Hello, nice to meet you for the first time. My name is Jing Yuandong, the person in charge of Kunlun." Lu Diju's face turned pale, devoid of any blood, as he watched Jing Yuandong deal with the men. Jing Yuandong quickly took out a very powerful-looking weapon. Without hesitation, he slashed down, the simple motion like chopping fruit. The huge car was cut in half, becoming a pile of useless scrap metal. Jing Yuandong stood there coolly, noticing someone getting out of the car behind him. Lu Yuan, with his hands in his pockets, walked over and reported, "Boss, it really is the location you predicted." Jing Yuandong said, "Lu Wenqin, Tang Wuze, Chui Chang, Huang Haoi all have login H histories. It seems that Lu Wenqin has tied them all together. Tell people to tow the car away, hurry up." Lu Yuan bowed and replied, "Boss, you are wise. I heard the news that they went missing in Yuking early in the morning, and I knew they were targeting Lu Diju. It's just that these people are too bold, daring to do these things in the mainland." Jing Yuandong said sternly, "After being in the inner world for a while, they will be influenced by the chaos there and become more daring. What we need to do is to make them understand that the outside world cannot be thrown into chaos, at least not within our scope." Lu Yuan completely agreed with his boss's opinion and suggested, "Yes, there are more and more people like this recently. Maybe we can choose more transmigrators." Jing Yuandong reminded in a deep voice, "Don't rush. The essence of the organization and the importance of faith are more important than strength, at least not blindly improving strength, which is not the goal pursued by the organization." After saying those words, Jing Yuandong closed his eyes and reasoned, "Just like what I thought, there must be other transmigrators paying attention to Lu Diju. Because behind Lu Diju is Li Shatong. Li Shatong is the current leader of the Knights organization, the person whom Li Dongze and Hengsha has to call boss. In the inner world, approaching those people is as difficult as ascending to heaven. That's why I arranged for people to monitor the situation around the school and sent people to rescue Lu Diju on his way home. Finally, I waited for these thugs." He turned to ask the person who had helped Lu Diju up, "Is he injured?" The subordinate reported, "His arms, left leg, and left cheek have superficial injuries, but they are not serious." Seeing Lu Diju's still pale face, Jing Yuandong glanced at him and said, "Don't be afraid, we are here tonight to protect you. In addition, we will protect you for the next 24 hours. Lu Diju was overjoyed and replied, "Thank you." Jing Yuandong said in a deep voice, "You're welcome, you should be careful too. If anything unusual happens, call me. I gave you my phone number before." With that, Jing Yuandong quickly got into the car and slammed the door shut. Then, he left with the police car, leaving Lu Diju sitting blankly on the road. He looked at the disappearing car in a daze. "They just left like that. They didn't ask me anything, and they didn't try to recruit me. Why?" On the other side, Jing Yuandong, sitting in the car, asked Lu Yuan beside him, "Don't you find it strange?" Lu Yuan asked doubtfully, "Strange? What is it, boss?" Jing Yuandong crossed his arms and analyzed seriously. "This student doesn't have the slightest bit of courage, nor the most basic vigilance. How could such a person be favored by Li Shatong?" Lu Yuan said, "It's also possible that Li Shatong doesn't really favor him." Jing Yuandong retorted immediately, "No, according to what Jiangxing said, the superhumans all serve that secret transmigrator. So that person must have been trusted by Li Shatong. I suspect that there is a third transmigrator in prison number 18. But it's not the same as the information we have. Let's see how things go, we'll have an answer sooner or later." Lu Yuan didn't talk about this anymore and asked another question, "Boss, are you not planning to recruit Lu Diju into Kunlun?" Jing Yuandong replied, "He's not qualified." At this time, Lu Yuan suddenly remembered something else. The two continued to discuss, "Oh right, boss, the Hijincho side proposed to hold a meeting next month. I almost forgot about this." The scene shifted to Qin Chen's small apartment. It was already 10 o'clock at night, but he was still diligently doing push-ups. As he lowered himself, he happened to see the gold bar hidden under the bed. Qin Chen thought to himself, It seems I have to exchange the gold I brought from the inner world for cash. Otherwise, I won't be able to afford the cost of food consumption. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The little girl Li Tongyun stood in front of his house with a plate of cakes, calling, "Brother Qingchen, my mom just fried these cakes. She told me to bring them to you." Qingchen unceremoniously accepted them and said, "Thank you." After completing the task of delivering the cakes to Qingchen, Li Tongyun happily ran towards the stairs back to her room. Qingchen looked at the little girl thoughtfully. Then, he couldn't help but ask, "Actually, you're very smart, right?" "You know what I'm talking about," Li Tongyun said, stopping in her tracks upon hearing the question. Without hiding anything, the little girl playfully turned her head and asked, "Brother Qingchen, you're also a transmigrator, right?" Qingchen smiled bitterly, but didn't admit it immediately, asking in return, "What's the evidence?" Li Tongyun said seriously, "Because when my mom was beating my dad, you brought me into your house and hid behind the door to secretly observe the people from Kunlun. You've met them, and you're hiding from them." Qingchen smiled and sighed inwardly. As expected, I can't hide it from this little girl. She can deduce my identity from such small details. It's not that I'm stupid, but that I didn't realize before that this little girl lives in a family like mine. She has a mature and intelligent heart. Who would bother to suspect a little girl? It's just that I already know her identity in the inner world, but it's difficult for her to find me. The next day, as Qingchen left his house, he saw some unfamiliar people. He asked suspiciously, "What are you doing?" A person carrying a ladder said, "Moving." Qingchen continued in a deep voice, "Where's the homeowner? After all, we're neighbors, I can at least say hello." The man on the other side said, "I don't know. We're just hired hands, we don't know where the homeowner is." Qingchen didn't make things difficult for them, but he still felt very suspicious. Room 102 across the hall has been vacant for a long time. Why are there suddenly new neighbors? Not only room 102 across the hall, it seems like there are also people on the upper floor. As he walked up the stairs, the things placed in front made Qingchen even more suspicious. What's going on? Two families moving in at the same time? This is clearly not normal. But there are only moving workers here. I don't see the homeowners anywhere. From the things being moved in, it can be seen that the movers are either rich or have high status. But why would wealthy people move into this old apartment building? Unless they're here for something else, like something to do with the inner world. They're here to target Jiang Shui. Qingchen happened to see the mother and daughter standing below the building. So he went over to remind her, "Ms. Jiang Shui, please be careful." Jiang Shui smiled and nodded at him. "Okay, I know." A moment later, Qingchen arrived at school. As he passed by the classroom, he took the opportunity to look inside to check on Lu Dizhu. He saw that Lu Dizhu had a gloomy expression and was writing with trembling hands. Several classmates were surrounding him as usual, asking questions and asking him to reveal some details about how he got injured. "Copy it and submit it to me." Qingchen took out his phone and learned that the matter of Lu Dizhu's injury had already reached the top 13 of the hot searches. It seems that this photo was taken from across the street from the school, by a paparazzi, but that's normal. What's hotter than a transmigrator now? Even celebrities and internet sensations can't compare to them. Suddenly at this moment, Qingchen's eyes flashed with surprise as if he had seen something. It turned out to be a new video posted online. As soon as he pressed play, he heard a voice saying, "Today, I'm bringing you an introduction to the forbidden areas." Qingchen seriously watched the latest video. According to what he Xiao said, there are 139 forbidden areas in the inner world, and the reason for the formation of the forbidden areas is closely related to the superhumans in the inner world. Moreover, the technology in the inner world also originates from these forbidden areas. It is said that those who conquer the forbidden areas will receive great rewards from the consortium. But the forbidden areas are extremely dangerous, some even have bosses, so it is recommended that you team up before conquering them. As he was concentrating on watching, he heard Nanjingchen calling from beside him, "Qingchen, look at this." Outside the classroom door, there were two extremely beautiful female students leaning against the wall, chatting and laughing happily with each other. Soon, the two girls followed the teacher into the classroom. The teacher stood on the podium and introduced, "I have something to say. 2 new students have transferred to our class. I hope everyone will unite and help each other. Now, please come up and introduce yourselves." The girl with orange hair introduced first. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Yun, from Haiqing. Next was the brown-haired girl. Hello everyone, my name is Bai Wanni, also from Haiqing. I hope everyone will help us more. All the male students in the class except Qin Chen were cheering non-stop, as if they had never seen beautiful girls before. The teacher pointed to the desk above Qin Chen and Nanjing Chen. You two will sit there later. Qin Chen is one of the best students in our class. If you don't understand anything, just ask him. The two of them were subjected to the hostile gazes of all the boys in the class. The teacher above asked, I need a few boys to move 2 sets of desks and chairs for me. Immediately, the boys clamored to compete. Me. 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 Soon, someone pulled up a chair and stood up before the contempt of the remaining girls in the class. You two sit at this table first. A well-dressed boy reached out to invite the 2 new female students. Bai Wanni asked a little shyly, then what about you? The young man smiled and replied, It's okay, I'll go to the storage room to bring a set back here. Bai Wanni said sweetly, Thank you. So the 2 beautiful female students quickly sat down. Nanjing Chen in the back was so happy that he could hardly contain himself. Just then, Wang Yun turned her head with a lovely smile and asked, Hey, do you know Lu Dezhu in the next class? Nanjing Chen stiffened and replied, I don't know him. Then, he revealed his infatuated side and said, But I can go get to know him. A moment later, the teacher on the podium began to lecture, and the students no longer talked privately. Qin Chen secretly assessed these 2 newcomers. Wang Yun and Bai Xuanyi must also be transmigrators. They transferred schools to target Lu Dezhu. Within 45 minutes, Wang Yun looked at his arms 6 times, and Bai Wanni also looked 5 times. These are all the positions of the countdown timer. What's noteworthy is that Nanjing Chen also looked 21 times. Qin Chen was extremely helpless with the naivety of his friend. The break bell rang, and the 2 girls quickly left the classroom together. Then they went down to the schoolyard and gathered with 2 other boys. In a not very discreet corner, anyone who paid attention could see this scene. They didn't know what they were talking about, but everyone looked very serious. Qin Chen sat in the classroom looking down and observing them, making an initial assessment that they didn't know each other. Nanjing Chen sat next to him, after investigating, reported back to Qin Chen, These 4 students transferred here together. I just overheard from the next class that the 2 boys transferred to Class 4 of grade 11. Qin Chen nodded. Okay, anything else? Nanjing Chen said with a slightly admiring expression, The one with the gold-rimmed glasses is called Hu Xioniu. Someone said that he drove the other 3 to school this morning. Driving a Benz G63, the dream of men. The other boy is called Zhang Tianjin. Hearing this, Qin Chen tilted his head in slight doubt. Driving? He continued to observe that Wang Yun and Bai Wanni didn't say anything to the class all day. Every time the class ended, the 2 of them would go outside to talk to Hu Xioniu and Zhang Tianjin, not giving the students in the school any chance to contact them. Today, the 2 girls said a few words to Nanjing Chen, for example, asking the name of the teacher, the progress of math, and asking about the equipment and style of the school. As for himself, the 2 of them didn't say a word. These 2 girls study better than I thought. Bai Wanni even did the 2021 TOEFL exam for practice. I've tried that one, and Wang Yun did the biology Olympiad exam. I haven't even seen this Olympiad question before. It must be the material of some educational organization. Moreover, once when I went to the bathroom and passed by the corridor, I heard them talking in English. They must have deliberately not let others hear, so they chose English. In a small third-tier city like Luoqing, there are not many high school students who can understand spoken language. And the keywords in their conversation are transmigrator, transmigration, how to get from city number 7 to city number 18. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Chen put his bag on the table and put his books away. Then, he turned to Nanjing Chen and said, I'm leaving first. If anything happens at school, text me. Nanjing Chen gestured, okay. Seeing Qin Chen leave the classroom, Wang Yun asked Nanjing Chen in confusion, Is he skipping class? Didn't you say he's a good student? Why is he skipping class? Nanjing Chen smiled and replied, Well, this is the privilege of a good student. Even the teachers won't say anything to him. Hearing what he said, so the 2 girls quickly took their bags and left, enjoying the privilege of good students. leaving Nanjingchen alone and lonely on the wooden chair, crying in his heart without saying how sad he was. The next day, at the slightly old apartment building, Qingchen put on his coat and bag and prepared to go out, thinking to himself, I have to quickly sell the gold thread I took from Lu Guangyi. The breathing technique consumes too much energy, and my diet must replenish this loss. As soon as he stepped out of his house, he saw 4 familiar figures on the stairs outside, the students who had just transferred to his school, his new neighbors, Wang Yun by Wani on the 2nd floor, opposite Jiang Shue's room, and Hu Xiaoniu and Zhang Tianjin opposite his own. Wang Yun was a little surprised to see him and said, I didn't expect you to be here too. Hu Xiaoniu saw that she was acquainted and asked doubtfully, Who is this friend? Wang Yun said, He's a classmate in our class. The teacher said that he's one of the best students in the grade. Hu Xiaoniu was also very polite and reached out to Qingchen to greet him. Hello, I'm Hu Xiaoniu. I hope you can help us more. Qingchen nodded and said, Okay, I hope you can help us more. Then he left home without saying much, continuing with his own business. Hu Xiaoniu stood watching Qingchen's figure go through the window, wondering, why does he give me a sense of familiarity? It's not that I've met Qingchen before, or that Qingchen looks like someone, but his attitude of distancing himself from everyone. That's right, like when we rejected some classmates, the polite and courteous attitude on the outside, but inside it's arrogance. He asked the others, Do you see anything strange? A moment later, at Wang Yun and Bai Wani's house, 4 pairs of shoes were neatly arranged outside the door, and a voice said, You said there's something about our classmate Qingchen? What's there? Bai Wani continued to recount, Today I asked Nanjingchen who sits next to him, he said that this classmate always keeps his grades in the top 3, it's normal for him to be a bit arrogant. All the top students in our Haizhong are like that. Hearing this, Wang Yun smiled contemptuously, the top students in a small city are too low level, never mind. Don't think about top students anymore, we don't have much to do with him anyway. It's just a coincidence that we're neighbors. She sighed and continued, Actually, we could have stayed in a hotel, it wasn't necessary to stay here. Everyone's target is Lu Diju, Jiang Shui is nothing special. Hu Xiaoniu objected, Don't be so short-sighted. Since we decided to move from city number 7 to city number 18, let's try to make friends here. Didn't you read He Xiaoxiao's strategy guide? Try to team up. Hearing this, Bai Wani looked dejected and lay on the table, dissatisfied. Do you have to get to know Lu Diju? I think it's better to spend money to buy information and resources. Zhang Xiaozhen then replied, If you've chosen to come to Luoqing, you have to be prepared to suffer, Xiaoniu and I said this before. Hu Xiaoniu suggested, Now we have to think of a way to build a relationship with Lu Diju, so let's drop everyone's habits. Although you can't do anything without money. Money is not omnipotent. You have to understand that there are many more people in this world who have more money than us. He pushed his glasses up, his eyes slightly dangerous, and continued, When someone wants to use money to buy resources from Lu Diju, relationships will be our best advantage. Wang Yun raised her hand and asked, How's your progress? Originally the 4 of us were going to be in the same class, but the schools said that class 4 was full. Hu Xiaoniu said, Lu Diju is easier to approach. But if you ask him a lot of things, he won't say anything. Wang Yun suddenly remembered something. Oh right, did you hear anything? Yan Yang is also planning to transfer schools. The other 3 were extremely surprised to hear the name and asked in unison, Yan Yang is coming? Zhang Xiaozhen asked worriedly, Could it be that she's also transferring here? Hu Xiaoniu stood up from the chair and reminded them, Don't think about this yet. I've never heard that Yang Yang is a transmigrator. Let's greet the new neighbors first. With that, the 4 took out a box of cakes. Wang Yun went to the room across the hall and reached out to knock on the door. Jiang Shui heard it and called Li Tongyun, Xiaoyun, go open the door, it might be Brother Qingchen. Li Tongyun happily skipped towards the door, Brother Qingchen. Wait a moment, I'll open the door. When the little girl opened the door, it wasn't Qingchen as expected, but Wang Yun and the others. Wang Yun smiled friendly and waved her hand, Hello, little sister. In response to her was the door slammed shut by Li Tongyun, without saying another word. Inside the house, Li Tongyun said to her mother with a pout, Mom, it's not Brother Qingchen. Jiang Shui asked in confusion, Who is it? Li Tongyun said bluntly. It's not important. Hearing the conversation, Wan Yun didn't have the courage to knock on the door and suffer humiliation anymore. Brother Qingchen, this name, the four looked at each other gloomily. The plan to approach Jiang Shui failed. Sounds familiar. At this time, the scene shifted to an old, deserted neighborhood. The sign outside the shop read, high-price pawn shop, gold, cordyceps, ginseng, white wine, red wine, premium wine. A person shrouded in a hood walked in and asked the bald boss, how much is gold worth here? The bald boss was cleaning something with his back turned. Hearing this, he glanced back and asked, do you have a receipt? The person said no. The boss clicked his tongue and walked over to say, it's difficult without a receipt. If you want to sell, it's 220 yuan per gram. I won't ask you where you got it from. The person who came to sell was none other than Qingchen. Hearing the price, he began to calculate in his head. It's 8,880 yuan. This is a large sum for me, at least it can solve the immediate problem. So he said, deal, 39 grams, but I need cash. The bald boss took out the money and counted it carefully, casually saying, you're young but meticulous. It's not surprising for people in our profession to be careful. Next time you have something to sell, come to me, okay? I can offer you 5 yuan more per gram at most, and I'll buy as much as you have. After receiving the money, Qingchen held it up to examine it. He looked for water stains, faint marks, and blurred prints, not wanting to miss any loopholes. Realizing it was counterfeit money, Qingchen said to him with a cold face, change the 50 yuan and 20 yuan bills for me. The bald boss scratched his head and clicked his tongue, having no choice but to open the cash register again. People in the gold business like us usually just take the money and go. Few people are as careful as you. Qingchen said coldly, if you want to make a profit, don't use counterfeit money to cheat people. After getting the correct money, he quickly left the shop. Qingchen thought to himself, I'll take a few more turns before heading back. After wandering around for a while, Qingchen conveniently bought a large bag of meat and a bag of eggs before returning home. As soon as he reached the gate, he saw the little girl Li Tongyun waving excitedly at him from the window. It was as if she had been waiting for a long time. Her face couldn't hide her joy. Qingchen smiled slightly and waved back in response. He gestured towards his room. A few minutes later, Li Tongyun's childish voice echoed in Qingchen's house. Brother Qingchen, who are the new neighbors? Have you talked to them yet? Qingchen put the meat in the refrigerator while saying, they moved here from High City, targeting Ludiju. I overheard them speaking English. They must be from City No. 7 in the inner world. Li Tongyun asked in surprise, Brother Qingchen, you understand English? Your listening ability is that good? Qingchen nodded modestly. It's passable. They came here because they probably sent the message to your mom by mistake. The transmigrants in City number 7 don't have a base. So they're looking for opportunities in City number 18. Li Tongyun tilted her head in confusion. City number 7 is the territory of the Qin Corporation, and City No. 18 is led by the Li Corporation. Why would they want to come here? Qingchen shook his head. It's okay. They speak English. I can listen to what they're saying and find out. Li Tongyun was a little surprised. They talked in front of you? They were too careless. Qingchen couldn't help but reach out and rub Li Tongyun's head. It's because they're not as smart as you. Suddenly, without a word, the little girl turned and ran away. After grabbing Qingchen's dirty clothes, Li Tongyun stuck out her tongue playfully. My mom told me to take your clothes to wash. Don't make it difficult for me. I'm just listening to my mom. Qingchen smiled wryly and didn't stop her, letting her take the clothes home. He knew the mother and daughter had good intentions. The house returned to silence. Qingchen turned to look at the table. Not knowing what he was thinking, his expression became serious and hard to conceal. He very quickly resumed doing push-ups and running, constantly training his physical strength and willpower. Don't stop, keep moving forward. He once heard someone say that a person who lives apart from the crowd is either a wild beast or a god. If he couldn't become a god, then becoming a wild beast wouldn't be bad either. The next day in class, Qingchen began moving his desk. Nangingchen saw this and teased him. I thought you weren't planning anything. I didn't expect you to be so proactive. Why didn't you say so earlier? I would have switched places with you yesterday. Hearing this, Qingchen had no choice but to purse his lips and silently accept the label of being a womanizer. It was too difficult to explain. He just let Nangingchen think that. After sitting down, Nanjingchen continued to talk. Yesterday, a new master joined the transmigrant group. He said he had seen divination techniques in the inner world. Then I asked him to divine my fortune for 5 yuan. He said that at the age of 65, I would earn a large sum of money, more than I've ever seen in my life. Qingchen said in a low voice. I'm telling you, can you leave that group? I get a headache every day listening to it. In the inner world, the only genuine transmigrants are recruiting people for rich women. The two chatted for a few more sentences and then saw Wan Yun and Bai Wanyi enter. Bai Wanyi turned to Wan Yun and asked in English, why did those two switch places? Wan Yun also replied in English, who knows? Don't pay attention to them. Bai Wanyi hesitated and continued, I remember the teacher saying he's very good at school. Do you think he can understand what we're saying? Hearing this, Wan Yun looked suspiciously at Qingchen, who was writing. Then she said in English to Bai Wanyi, the teachers at Haizhong have said that even if students in small cities are good at English, it's still difficult to communicate in English because they learn it for exams. Listening ability doesn't count as real skill. Look, he's not distracted while doing his work. If he was eavesdropping, he wouldn't be able to calculate so quickly. Bai Wanyi looked at Qingchen writing and nodded in agreement. That's true. Feeling relieved, the two continued to discuss as if no one else was around. Hu Xionyou said that if we go to Bai Wanyi City, we can avoid Qinluoyu. Do you believe it? I don't know. We can only take it one step at a time. Qingchen glanced at them from behind and finally stopped writing, thinking to himself, they're not wrong. Even for me, it's difficult to do my work and analyze their conversation at the same time. It's just that. All those sounds were recorded in my brain. My life cannot restart but can be recalled. Qingchen remembered everything the two of them said very clearly. Soon after, as soon as the break bell rang, Hu Xionyou came to their class and called the two girls out. After arriving at a secluded corner, they continued to chat in English as usual. Hu Xionyou looked at the watch on his wrist and asked, speak about your side first. Is there anything unusual on your side? Bai Wanyi spoke up. There's nothing unusual on our side, except that a male student suddenly switched places to sit behind Wan Yun. Bai Wanyi stood beside her, crossing her arms unhappily. Don't talk nonsense. What if he doesn't mean anything by it? Wan Yun winked teasingly at her friend. You know in your heart. Hu Xionyou was very cautious about this. He pushed up his glasses and asked, is he a transmigrant? He switched places to sit behind you because he wanted to confirm whether you were also transmigrants. Hu Xionyou thought to himself, even if a male high school student has a crush on someone, he wouldn't switch places with someone else just to sit near the girl he likes. I just feel like something is very strange. Wan Yun and Bai Wanyi looked at each other and said uncertainly, probably not, right? Hu Xionyou frowned and said to the two, you have to know that this is Luo City, one of the 19 gathering places for transmigrants. It's very normal for us to have hidden transmigrants around us. Be careful. If he understands what you're saying, big trouble will happen. Wan Yun shook her head and explained, he probably doesn't understand. When we were discussing right in front of him, he didn't stop doing his work. Hu Xionyou made a serious suggestion. How about this? Pay attention next class. See if he often looks down at his arm, understand what I mean? A countdown timer suddenly appeared on everyone's arm. Whether it's out of curiosity or a feeling of novelty, they will look at it constantly. You have to wait until he gets used to this habit before he can change it. Wan Yun nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll pay attention. A few minutes later, the new class began. The teacher on the podium was lecturing enthusiastically. Below the class, Qingchen was listening attentively to the teacher, while Wan Yun was following the plan and constantly glancing at him. She even deliberately dropped her eraser, taking the opportunity to look down to see if Qingchen was looking at her arm. But to their surprise, Qingchen was still paying attention to the lecture, without any strange movements. After a while, a few people gathered again to inquire about the situation. How is it? Wan Yun crossed her arms and said, 45 minutes. He didn't look at his arm once. Even if he had nothing to do, he wouldn't look at his arm even once. Zhang Xiaozhen asked suspiciously. Could it be that he guessed that someone might be watching him, so he deliberately didn't look at his arm? Hu Xionyou thought for a while and then spoke up. Let's temporarily eliminate the possibility that he's a transmigrant. Normal teenagers wouldn't have that much control. They also couldn't think so carefully. If he could do that, it would be too scary. Zhang Xiezhen smiled. Then maybe he likes Wang Yun. Wang Yun smiled irritably and asked, suppressing her anger, "Okay, how are things on your side? Is there any progress?" Wang Yun said in a low voice, "No. It's possible that Lu Dezhu is pretending to be stupid. We still can't get any information from him. We have to build a relationship slowly." Zhang Xiaozhen made a suggestion. "How about starting with Jiang Shui? At least before we go to city number 18, we can understand the situation of city number 18. Bai Wanni nodded in agreement. "We can only do that. It's just that Jiang Shui is not easy to approach." Hearing this, Hu Xiaoniu had an idea. "How about starting with this Qing Chen?" Wang Yun nodded. "Yes, start with Qing Chen and then use him to connect with Jiang Shui." Qing Chen, who was sitting in class looking at his phone, had no idea that they were planning to target him. While he was paying attention to what he was watching, he suddenly heard a girl's voice calling out, "Qing Chen, Nangingchen, this is for you. We just went to the school cafeteria and bought water. For you." Looking up, Qing Chen saw that it was Wang Yun, smiling at him with 2 bottles of water. Nangingchen's eyes lit up like stars and asked, "This is for me?" Wang Yun handed it over with a smile. "Of course." Nangingchen felt overwhelmed with happiness, happily taking the bottle of water. "Okay, thank you." Seeing that Qing Chen was still looking at his phone without paying attention, Wang Yun smiled a little awkwardly and called his name, Qing Chen. Qing Chen also politely took the water, but his attitude was still cold and distant. "Thank you? It's just that you don't need to be so polite in the future." Wang Yun smiled, taking the opportunity to remind him, "We're neighbors. We should help each other in the future." Seeing her smiling at him, Qing Chen looked at her a little puzzled and felt that something was a little strange. But the immediate thing was that after hearing what Wang Yun said, the male students looked at Qing Chen like an enemy. What's going on? Qing Chen is neighbors with these 2 new students? Having to endure those dagger-like gazes, Qing Chen glanced at the 2 of them suspiciously. A few hours ago, they were still indifferent and ignored everyone. Now they've changed their attitude and are being so kind and enthusiastic. There's obviously something unusual. Seeing Qing Chen looking at his phone, Wang Yun approached him and asked, "What are you watching so intently? You didn't even respond when I called you." But as soon as she saw the content Qing Chen was watching, Wang Yun immediately began to tremble. The article currently trending was, "The country successfully cracked down on a den of illegal detention and rescued 12 transmigrants who had publicly announced their identities on the internet, including a well-known internet celebrity who had previously gone missing. The criminal elements kidnapped these 12 people and then detained them in an abandoned factory in the suburbs, using threats and intimidation to obtain information about the identities of these 12 people in the inner world, and also threatening the lives of their family members, forcing the transmigrants to use their bodies to hold objects for them. They put drugs in their rectums, stomachs, and mouths and then had them transmigrate from the inner world to the outside world. At the scene of the crime, the enforcement agency seized a large force of drugs brought from the inner world, most of which are gene drugs or cancer treatment drugs. It is known that these 2 types of gene drugs do not have the effect of enhancing physical strength, but can treat family genetic diseases, congenital deafness, genetic or congenital genetic heart disease. Currently, the enforcement agencies have temporarily detained 4 suspects, and 9 others are still on the run. According to the confessions of those who have been arrested, the remaining 9 are all transmigrants. Qing Chen frowned and speculated, "This news is too shocking. In the past, news about transmigrant criminals was all abroad. Now such shocking things are happening in the country. Now I'm afraid no one will dare to publicly announce that they are a transmigrant anymore. From today onwards, all transmigrants must keep their mouths shut, as if they are all in a dark jungle. Because if you are a little careless, you may end up like the 12 people in this news report, being detained in a strange place and becoming a means of transportation for others. Now, if you don't want to become a camel for others, then you must make yourself stronger or hide well." He recalled that the people who attacked Jiang Shui at that time also had this conspiracy. Time passed bit by bit, and the crime news spread throughout the country, affecting every transmigrant. The next day was a beautiful day, and the feet of some mysterious person were walking. Shiny leather shoes, sunglasses covering almost the entire face but not concealing the flamboyance. The man wearing a cloak was walking slowly and with nobility. He went to a mansion and knocked on the door 3 times. The person inside poked his head out and asked, "Who is it?" Only then did the newcomer take off his sunglasses, smile, and introduce himself in 5 words, "Gyoujo, Hijinchyo." Immediately, the doorman shouted loudly to inform the inside boss, "It's Hijinchyo." The large door of Kunlun quickly opened again. Hijinchyo put both hands in his pockets and strode into the hall. Many people were present outside, all showing a look of wariness, staring at the newcomer. Hijinchyo naturally sensed this, smiled faintly, and said to them, "Don't be so afraid of me. Where's Boss Jing?" At this time, Lu Yuan stood in front to greet him, with a business smile saying, "The boss hasn't returned yet." "Boss, he is here. Please come in for a cup of tea. Our boss will be back soon." Hijinchyo also didn't stand on ceremony, followed them inside, and plopped down on the chair in the middle of the house. He propped up his legs, looking very much the part, and complained, "This antique-style furniture is too hard, not comfortable at all to sit on." "Oh right, do you have any wine?" "I don't drink tea." Herr Zhou felt extremely uncomfortable, dared to sit in the boss's chair, and was about to step forward when Lu Yuan held him back. Just then, the door outside opened, and a deep voice rang out, "Wine? I have it here. When guests come to visit, naturally there must be wine and meat. If it's a leopard or a wolf, there must be a gun." The man spoke as he walked into the hall. Seeing someone coming, Hijinchyo smiled and sarcastically said, "Yesterday, I invited Boss Xing to hold a meeting, but Boss Xing refused, so I can only take the plane to the capital myself." Xing Yuanong sat down on the chair next to him, with an impatient expression asking, "What's the matter that's so urgent?" Hijinchyo then asked, "Has Boss Xing read today's news?" Xing Yuanong nodded and said, "Yes, I know you just rescued 12 transmigrants. But boss, you didn't come to my Kunlun here to show off your achievements, did you?" Hijinchyo smiled faintly and replied, "Showing off achievements is out of the question. I just want to ask Boss Xing, what do you think of my suggestion? Now Kunlun is in your hands, but the number of people has not increased but only decreased. This is not in line with the requirements. The world is now more and more chaotic. How can you guarantee the security with so few people?" Xing Yuanong replied without thinking, "Different ideals. Your Gyoujo wants to monitor all the transmigrants. But I don't think it's necessary. An organization that mixes all kinds of people is not a good thing." Tea and wine were presented by subordinates. Hijinchyo was silent for a few seconds and then continued, "You know that if you don't keep them under control, then many other transmigrants will be harmed. Today's incident is an example. If you don't gather them together and tell them what the inner world is like, how will they know how dangerous the inner world is?" Hijinchyo at this time was slowly sipping a mouthful of hot tea. Then he casually asked the person next to him, "Is he Xiao in your hands?" Xing Yuanong smiled faintly, "Yes." Hijinchyo once again put the teacup down on the table. Also not beating around the bush and asking directly, "Hijinchyo, what do you want to do? Is it ultimately for the power in your hands or really care about the transmigrants?" Hijinchyo did not answer that question, at this time standing up and saying, "I already know Boss Zhang's answer. As for what I want to do, you'll know this afternoon." Saying that, he walked out of the hall, leaving this place. Hijinchyo silently looked at the other party for a moment. Then before the other person stepped through the door, he said with implied meaning, "I hope that when the enemy appears, you and I are still comrades in arms." Hijinchyo slowed his pace, gently turning his head. He replied, "It will be, old class monitor." His footsteps steadily left in the small alley. That same afternoon, there was new information online. Because of the recent incident of time travelers being kidnapped, I suggest that recognized players pay attention to their own safety. The possibility of playing in the inner world is extremely high, even being able to change one's own destiny. But if there is no more life, then there is no so-called destiny anymore. Recently I am creating a group chat system for transmigrants, currently still in the process of preparing to utilize the technology of the inner world. Soon this group chat will be open for transmigrants. To make it easier for everyone to share information and help each other. To put everyone at ease, this group chat will set up 12 moving data pivot points across the country. All transmigrants will have their identities protected. People from the outside world cannot log in by technical means. After creating the group chat, I will release the strategy guide in that group. After watching the latest video, Qin Chen frowned and speculated, who is this he Xiao Xiao, dared to create such a chat group? It seems that he has grasped the technology of the inner world. Moreover, he is using this to erase all information about his own identity. But everyone's time of transmigration is so short. How did he Xiao Xiao grasp the technology of the inner world? Did he bring the equipment of the inner world out here? There should be not a few devices that set up such data pivot points. How did he bring them back? At this time, a bold thought flashed through Qin Chen's head, or, he Xiao Xiao is not one person. It is very difficult for one person to bring a device, but if many people join forces, each person brings a component, then it seems to be possible. I don't dare to join this group, unless I can also hide my identity. In the video, he Xiao Xiao only said that outsiders cannot log in, but the important thing is, he Xiao Xiao can easily obtain the information of most people. This group chat system is like a crab trap, and he Xiao Xiao is like the Alaskan crab catcher. He only needs to sit on the crab boat, drift on the northern seas, and then throw the steel cage into the deep sea, waiting for the king crab to crawl into the cage. On this side, after hearing the knock on the door, the little girl Li Tongyun turned her head happily. Brother Qin Chen is here. The little girl ran to open the door and asked, Brother Qin Chen, are you skipping class again? Qin Chen gave her a small bag and said, this pastry is for you. Give the fruits and vegetables to your mother. Li Tongyun asked doubtfully, where are your friends? Qin Chen shook his head, I don't know, don't pay attention to them. Li Tongyun suddenly remembered something important, and pulled Qin Chen into the house. Oh right, quickly come and see my mom's new armored arm, it's so beautiful. Qin Chen quickly saw Jiang Shue's new arm, which was extremely modern and sparkling. He politely asked her, did you just buy this? How durable is it? Jiang Shui turned her head and smiled, the durability is 10 times better than my previous one. I can also be considered lucky. My identity in the inner world once saved someone 2 years ago. That person is a well-known figure in the Li Corporation. All of these things are her way of thanking me. Hearing her say that, Qin Chen turned his head and glanced at the person in Jiang Shue's words. It was Li Tongyun. Who else could it be? Li Tongyun immediately changed the subject, pulling Qin Chen towards the living room. Mom, make dinner quickly, I'm hungry. After only the two of them were sitting on the sofa, the little girl turned and asked, Brother Qin Chen, did you just inquire about my mom's arm to speculate on my identity? Qin Chen swiped on his phone while saying, no, I just asked casually. Li Tongyun covered her mouth and said suspiciously, Brother Qin Chen, you haven't told me your identity in the inner world, have you? Qin Chen replied indifferently, guess. Li Tongyun happily made a suggestion, how about we exchange secrets? I'll tell you my identity, you tell me your identity, okay? Qin Chen did not think at all and said decisively, no. Li Tongyun crossed her arms, pouted, and said a little angrily, so stingy, you definitely already know my identity, you can even deceive children. Qin Chen smiled and replied, but you are not an ordinary child. At that moment, the door of their house was knocked on again. Opening the door, Wan Yun stood smiling at Li Tongyun in a friendly manner. Hello, little sister, we are Qin Chen's classmates, and we are very close to him. Li Tongyun turned her head and asked the person sitting on the chair, Brother Qin Chen, do you know them? Qin Chen spoke up, I. Before he finished speaking, Li Tongyun had turned to look at Wan Yun and the others with a disgusted look. He said he doesn't know you. The sound of Li Tongyun slamming the door shut caused the four of them to freeze in place. Everyone was confused and their heads were full of black lines. Hu Xionyou couldn't believe it and thought to himself, why can Qin Chen get along with this family but we can't? At this time, Jiang Shui opened the door with a warm smile and said apologetically, hello, sorry, the child is ignorant, you must be the new neighbors, right, come in quickly. And what Hu Xionyou paid attention to was not the attitude but Jiang Shui's arm, constantly praising, this armored arm is quite high-end. Jiang Shui reminded the playful Li Tongyun sitting on the sofa, Xiaoyun, quickly pour tea for the guests. That night, at their apartment building, hot tea had been brewed and all four of them were sitting in the living room. Hu Xionyou spoke up, maybe we were wrong from the beginning. We came from High City to such a remote place as Luo City, and even had to transport a leather sofa by air. You look at the people across from you, they are all old-fashioned hard fabric sofas. I'm not talking about the wealth gap, but now we have to abandon our pride. Moreover, we have nothing to be proud of. Have you noticed Jiang Shue's armored arm? The details in it are extremely rich. It is something that only the financial tycoons can use. So in the outside world we are rich, but in the inner world, Jiang Shui is the real rich person. Hu Xiangyou had clearly recognized the problem and concluded, because of our pride, we cannot make friends with Qin Qin, Jiang Shui, Li Tongyun, and Lu Dizhu. Bai Wanyi still proudly said, but we are stronger than them. Hu Xiangyou's face turned black and his expression clearly disagreed with Bai Wanyi, but he dared not say it. Seeing this, Bai Wanyi had to change the subject. Okay, so what should we do now? Hu Xiangyou began to talk about the plan. The first thing to do tomorrow is to get the school uniform. Don't bring a watch anymore. Change to an ordinary electronic watch. Then stop acting so high and mighty and communicate with the classmates. No, I used the wrong word. It's not stop acting so high and mighty. But I hope you understand that we came to Luo's city to find hope, not to be proud of anything. Wang Yun found it hard to accept, saying, but the uniforms at Luo's city are so ugly. Can I wear my own clothes? I even asked you to buy so many clothes. Bai Wanyi didn't say anything but seemed to side with Wang Yun. Zhang Tianjun, who had been silent, finally spoke decisively, no. The countdown timer was ticking. The person in the bathroom at this moment was Qin Qin. Qin Qin looked at his abdominal muscles in the mirror, flames surrounding them. His face was no different, still surrounded by those flames, making him pant. Qin Qin put his shirt back on and remarked, no wonder Li Shutong said that cultivating this breathing technique allows someone who has never cultivated before to reach a realm in 3 months that others would take 5 years to achieve. This is too miraculous. The next morning, Qin Qin, as usual, put on his school uniform and went to school. Bai Wanyi and Wang Yun had changed. They were willing to wear the school uniform. They were also friendlier when they talked, causing Nan Gingchen, who sat behind, to steal glances. Could it be that these transfer students have changed their strategy, and are starting a plan to get closer to others? They even asked me to explain the math test for them. I already let Nan Gingchen do it, and even caused so much trouble. It's just that it seems Nan Gingchen is very happy. He said, do you think he likes me since he asked me to explain the lesson? Qin Qin, sitting next to him, was speechless. And so Nan Gingchen became even more narcissistic, and Qin Qin spoke up, is it because you are in contact with the hacker field in the inner world? Why are you always holding a programming book? No, it's just a hobby. I'm just learning for fun. Qin Qin thought to himself, it seems like I should also learn something, like Xiangqi. This is my first move at prison number 18. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Qin Qin's mind, learn Japanese. Qin Qin thought of Shanai Kongyin. In that inner world, he suddenly had a fiancée. And if he wanted to understand what she was saying, he would have to translate everything. Qin Qin opened his phone and searched, gazing at the person in the photo, who looked exactly like her and was even a celebrity. Wang Yun came over and looked at Qin Qin, saying, so you like Japanese girlfriends? You keep staring like that. Qin Qin immediately denied, no. But in his mind, he thought of Shanai Kongyin. I was just trying to find Shanai Kongyin. I didn't expect to actually find her. The girl from the Shanai family didn't say anything to me in the interview room. Her father is a Chinese expatriate, and her mother is Japanese. No wonder she knows 2 languages. Last year, she won the Best Supporting Actress award at the Japanese Academy Awards with the film Hibiscus Flower. This year, she got the leading role in Thistle, directed by Yuki Iwai. The Japanese even commented that she could become one of the 3 pillars of the future film industry. According to the information gathered, the Shanai family and other families are not separated by the sea. After all, Li Shutong already said it. And such a large sea has become a forbidden zone. If the Shanai family is on the island, they can't cross the sea to the mainland. Therefore, the time travelers on the island will time travel to the mainland at the same time as the time travelers in the country. Next time I time travel, I can ask Lin Xiaoxiao to search for a world map for me. During break time, the other 4 gathered together. Hu Xiangyou asked, any new progress? Wang Yun sighed, that Nan Gingchen and Qin Qin are like idiots. Nan Gingchen is beyond help, and Qin Qin just kept staring at a Japanese celebrity for the entire class. Baiwana said, didn't the teacher say that Qin Chin is a good student? Why doesn't he seem like a good student at all? He's even chasing idols. Wang Yun sighed and said, who knows? Many 11th grade students have hormone surges and their grades plummet. Haven't you guys ever seen this before? The two top students at Haizhong fell in love, and their grades plummeted together. Do you guys remember that? Hu Xiaoniu loudly scolded, what did we say yesterday? Please be less arrogant. If you still think of them as idiots, how can you become friends? Let's switch classes. I'll get to know Lu Dezhu, and you can be friends with Qin Chin. While Hu Xiaoniu was angry, she heard that the foreign language teacher needed to call Qin Chin over. Qin Chin heard this and hurriedly left. Hu Xiaoniu went up and asked the mushroom-headed boy, hello, does the foreign language teacher need Qin Chin for something? The mushroom head replied, how would I know? They are friends. Qin Chin even clung to the foreign language teacher to practice his spoken language before. After that, only Qin Chin could talk to the foreign language teacher. The two of them became familiar like that. The teacher would even bring him gifts when he came back from abroad. I've even eaten chocolate that the teacher gave to Qin Chin. After hearing this information, Hu Xiaoniu was surprised. Just this point can prove that Qin Chen's English listening and speaking skills are very good, not at all like what I imagined. Hu Xiaoniu said, now I suspect that he is also a time traveler. I'll confirm with you guys one more time. Did he eavesdrop on your conversation? Baiwana recalled and said. First, we can be sure that he was doing math problems and didn't eavesdrop. Hu Xiaoniu clenched her fist and said, we still can't rule out the suspicion. I have to find a way to confirm again. Back to that evening, Jiang Shui was cooking for the family and guests. Li Tongyun was sitting watching TV with Wang Yun and Bai Xuanyi. Wang Yun wanted to ask Li Tongyun something, but Li Tongyun wanted her to give her candy. Of course, there needs to be a bribe to get information. Wang Yun took out a pile of chocolate candies that looked very tempting and offered them. Seeing this pile of candy made Li Tongyun very happy. Wang Yun asked the little girl, is Qin Chin like your mom, also a time traveler? The extremely cool kind? I don't know. Hearing this very ordinary answer made her not suspect anything. Moreover, she thought, how could a 10-year-old child lie? Bai Xuanyi next to her asked further, have you ever asked him? I have, Li Tongyun replied frankly. It's just that he didn't say whether he was a time traveler or not. He just said that instead of thinking about whether time travel is real, it's better to study hard and get into a good university. Wang Yun asked more, but Li Tongyun simply shoved a chocolate into her mouth and said, my brother said that being a time traveler isn't anything impressive. Hearing this made Wang Yun think of something. This Qin Chin was talking as if he was jealous and admiring at the same time, and also comforting himself. Bai Xuanyi happily patted the little girl's head. After a while, Lin Xiaoxiao said goodbye to the Lin family and left. Outside, Bai Xuanyi asked Wang Yun about the little girl's answer. Wang Yun felt that this little girl was very well behaved and, more importantly, couldn't lie. It seems that Qin Chin really isn't a time traveler. Inside, Li Tongyun was listening to everything outside. Li Tongyun recalled her father's actions before, also bringing out chocolate. This made Li Tongyun very angry, and she threw the chocolates into the trash can. The little girl looked at the chocolates inside with a very angry face. Qin Chin was sitting in his room when there was a knock on the door outside. He went out and realized that it was Li Tongyun coming to find him. He invited her in. Seeing the pressure cooker on the table, Li Tongyun blurted out, you can ask my mom to cook meat for you. My family has a pressure cooker, and my mom cooks meat very well. No need, Qin Chin flatly replied. Suddenly, a hand reached out. Li Tongyun gave her last piece of chocolate to Qin Chin. She told him about how the two sisters asked if he was a time traveler, but Li Tongyun wanted him to rest assured because she had covered everything up for him. But she still wanted him to be careful because some detail would make them suspicious. Qin Chin realized that it was because of the foreign language teacher that he was exposed. Qin Chin turned to ask Li Tongyun where she got the chocolate, but she didn't tell the truth, only saying that she bought it herself. Seeing this, Qin Chin happily thanked her. According to his observation, this group of people had provoked enemies in Jiangshu's city, probably Qin Yuedu, probably people from the Qin clan. So they ran from Jiangshu's city to here to escape. The Chen clan's control? Li Tongyun happily asked. But the little girl didn't need this kind of news. She only wanted Qin Chen's identity, no. Seeing this question, he knew. Li Tongyun then made a simpler request, then Brother Qin Chen, do my homework for me, okay? No. Humph. Li Tongyun was tired because she felt that they kept staring at her, which made her feel extremely annoyed. But Qin Chen didn't think so. He always felt that they had a use. He thought, being suspected by them is really annoying, but finding a way to hide it is still okay. They're happy because of Lu Diju. Then, of course, we have to use Lu Diju to divert attention. Not only that, but also the descendants of the wealthy. It seems that next time I time travel, I have to talk to Lu Diju properly. Li Tongyun came over to Qin Chen and reminded him that National Day was coming in a few days, so she invited him to go out to play. Just wait a few days. I'm tired of dealing with this matter. The next stage is coming. As soon as the door slammed shut, Qin Chen hurriedly opened his phone. He went into the Japanese app. A moment later, the countdown timer had only 10 seconds left. Qin Chen prepared his equipment to take with him. The fragment shattered into pieces, and Lin Xiaoxiao's slender legs appeared. Lin Xiaoxiao, Yuan, and Li Xiaotong were already waiting for him. Li Xiaotong happily asked, "You're back?" "Yeah, I'm back." He felt that this experiment was very effective. At least for him, he could know how much stuff he could bring over. Qin Chen took something out of his mouth. He raised his hand and realized that the time of the time travel was about 2 days. He now felt more eager than ever. It was still the familiar prison number 18, but this time it was a bit different. It was no longer a single room in a cold cell. There were even people waiting for him to come back. They seemed to be waiting for him to come home. Even though this home seemed a bit dark and desolate, it was enough. Qin Chen handed over the sheet music that Li Xiaotong wanted. Qin Chen asked his teacher, "Teacher, did you see any changes when I time traveled?" Because he knew that before, he had always figured out the rules himself. Now that someone was observing, maybe they could discover other details. Li Xiaotong said his thoughts. "Just now you said that after arriving in the time travel world, only seconds passed for Qin Chen in the new world. This is not accurate. According to my feeling, there was a change in the magnetic field from the moment you time traveled. This change was only in an instant, maybe 0.1 seconds, or even shorter. In other words, at this moment, you immediately disappeared. When you appeared again, the golden thread in your hand was gone." Qin Chen realized that his name, the fact that he was time traveling, was real, but the problem was, he was thinking, where did the Qin Chen of the inner world go? Did he die in the inner world? Qin Chen had many questions to ask. He asked his teacher about the flame in his body, but Li Xiaotong said that this was not a good time to explain. Only that it was earlier. This made Qin Chen no longer worry, and he told his teacher to start practicing now, but Li Xiaotong felt that this didn't need to be rushed. First, he should follow him. Suddenly, the door opened. Qin Chen was surprised and asked his teacher, "Where are they going?" Li Xiaotong felt that he had been stifled in this prison for too long, so today he wanted to take him outside. Qin Chen followed Li Xiaotong and asked, "Why go see the outside world?" Li Xiaotong asked in return, "Aren't you curious about the outside world?" Qin Chen thought to himself with helplessness and annoyance, "Of course I'm curious. What is this city within a city? What is this city that looks like a steel jungle? What is this city that is unlike anything else, so fascinating? Look at how colorful the city that people time travel to is, while the place I time travel to is just a steel box in a prison." Qin Chen replied, "Even though I'm curious, I still think that now is not the time to sightsee." Li Xiaotong said, "You also know how to endure, but at least you have to have the mindset of a teenager. Before you set off alone, I, as your teacher, of course can't let you be worse than others." Qin Chen didn't understand. "What is it?" Li Xiaotong replied, "Other time travelers get to see the scenery, and my student, Li Xiaotong's student, has to go see it too." He looked at him with a smile and said, "Tonight, I'll take you to see the most beautiful scenery in city number 18. Yuan held up the box and said, "Wear this. You still can't reveal your identity." Inside the box was a fox mask. And so the large door was pulled open, and light shone in. Qin Chen put on the mask and turned his head to look around. For a scene without anyone besides the four of them, Qin Chen thought, so, the freedom that I've always longed for is right in front of me. Over to the first district of city number 18. Over here, the staff was saying, "Hello, sir. Starting from midnight tonight, The White Light Pavilion has been booked out. Because we can't provide you with the best service package. The White Light Pavilion restaurant would like to send you 2 discount vouchers, which can be used for breakfast and dinner except on Saturdays and Sundays. The guest said displeasedly, I've never seen the White Light Pavilion book out the entire restaurant. Are you kidding me? Who booked out this entire restaurant? The Li clan or the Qin clan? If it's someone I know, how can I ask them to give me face? The staff member brought out the nameplate of that person, Hengsha, Li Dongza. And so the 2 had to leave. The woman asked, Why are we suddenly leaving? The man replied, Be good. Next time, we'll check the time and then come. It proves that the person inside really can't be provoked. A car parked in front of the restaurant, and 2 guests got out to be greeted by 2 rows of staff. The 2 of them slowly walked inside. The staff member respectfully handed over a towel and said, Mr. Li, we have prepared your table. All the cameras in Yunwu building have been turned off. Thank you for the braised pork that Mr. Li Dongza ordered, and it has also been prepared. Now is the most suitable time to eat. Qin Chen raised his hand to signal the staff member not to give him the towel. Li Xiaohong looked at him and said, Maybe one day you'll get used to it. In this world, as long as you have money and power, everything is just right. Qin Chen turned his head to look at the glamorous city. He asked, If we can go out at any time, then why do we have to stay in prison number 18 forever? Li Xiaotong replied, Because I still have something unfinished. Qin Chen continued to ask, It's 1:30 in the morning now. Is the restaurant still working? Li Xiaotong replied, Life in the city that never sleeps has only just begun. The 2 of them entered the elevator. Qin Chen asked, Don't people have to sleep? Don't they have to go to work the next day? Li Xiaotong said previously, the Qin clan discovered the special function of technology connecting to nerve cells, which can simulate neurofluctuations outside the brain, helping people to sleep more soundly. 2 to 3 hours of sleep each day is enough. Qin Chen asked, Are there no after effects? Li Xiaotong replied, Of course there are. After using it for about a month, even if you want to sleep in, you won't be able to. Science is like a double-edged sword. No one can know whether it will bring fortune or disaster. Just like the Li clan, which once researched fast-growing forests, fast-growing rice, and fast-growing genetically modified soybeans, eventually making a large area of land unable to grow anything. The Lovedale Group originally developed the livestock industry, but after discovering gene mutations, those genetically modified livestock lost their ability to reproduce after 3 generations. When humans no longer need to sleep much, not only does human fertility not improve, but their spirits become even weaker. Qin Chen silently listened to him. He also cast his eyes outside. Outside there was a ship carrying a magnificent palace, flying in the sky. Li Xiaohong continued, No need to look anymore. Every second that this patrolling yacht, like a sacred machine, releases methane and liquid oxygen is the sweat and blood of those believers. And so the 2 of them went to the table. In front of them was a plate of tempting braised pork. The 2 of them silently waited for the waiter to bring the dish. Qin Chen looked at Li Xiaohong picking up food and embarrassedly asked, Where are my chopsticks? Li Xiaohong put a piece of meat into his mouth and said with a smile, You're wearing a mask. You can't eat. He picked up another piece and asked, Are you hungry? Qin Chen replied, A little hungry. Li Xiaohong said to the waiter, Get him a bowl of zhajiangnian. The bowl of noodles was quickly placed on the table. Li Xiaotong waved his hand to signal the waiters to go somewhere else. He said, Take off your mask and eat the noodles. And so there was something to put in his mouth. Qin Chen ate while looking around, assessing, This building should be one of the tallest buildings in City No. 18. Looking up, I can only see 2 other buildings rising into the sky along with this one. Li Xiaohong saw him looking and said, Those are the buildings of the Qin clan and the Li clan. He also looked out the window. Qin Chen asked, Is this the place with the most beautiful scenery in city number 18? Li Xiaotong replied, The eternal building is built on 6 other skyscrapers. It is built on those 6 buildings that it has the height and beauty it has now. If you don't consider the street art, urine stains, dirty water, and criminals, then this is the most beautiful scenery. Today, I'm taking you to see the beautiful scenery. If there is another opportunity, I will take you to see the dirtiest scene in this city. He pointed behind. Beside the window, there is a telescope that is specifically for diners who want to see the scenery. You can go there to see. No sooner said than done, the two of them went there to admire the scenery below. Outside, a police force had been mobilized, and many people were walking in the rain. They were storming into the building where the two were. Li Xiaotong turned his back to the table and said, "Let's eat first." Qin Chen also agreed. The two of them returned to the table. Li Xiaotong asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Qin Chen continued to pick up the bowl of noodles and eat, replying, "The first time the teacher takes the student out to admire the scenery, it's not to the point where the student has to lose their life on the way, right? Otherwise, the teacher is not fulfilling their duties." Li Xiaotong laughed happily when he heard him say that, ha ha ha. Below the building, those police officers had stormed in through the main entrance. Many helicopters surrounded the building. Special forces soldiers entered one after another, in waves. At this time, an alarm was triggered at a temporary military base in the distance. A large airship was called in. The leader of the Special Forces team raised his hand while walking and said, "Stop. Stop in place and check the charging status of the machinery and equipment, then report back to me." Everyone heard the order to stop and check the equipment on their helmets. After that, the leader turned his head and said, "Boss Chen has ordered that if you want to leave here alive tonight, you must not fire your guns. Remember, you must not implicate others." Someone behind asked, "Class monitor, I don't understand." The leader said, "You will understand later. Repeat, you are not allowed to fire your guns." Everyone repeated, "Repeat, we are not allowed to fire our guns." It was unknown when someone came down the stairs. That person stepped forward and said, "Good evening, everyone." The entire team of soldiers asked, "Who is that?" That person silently walked past, and the soldiers all lowered their guns. When everyone lowered their guns, that person walked past with a smile and said, "Don't disturb other people's meals." After that, a person appeared on the top floor. That person walked to the table. Suddenly that person stopped. Li Xiaotong raised his hand to stop him and said, "If there is anything, wait until he finishes eating." That person was surprised to hear this, but he didn't dare to move and just stood quietly behind the chair. Outside, helicopters were flying everywhere, but he still ate calmly. It wasn't until he put down his chopsticks that he reached out to take the mask. He put on the mask and said, "I'm done eating." After that, Li Xiaotong looked at that person and said, "The eldest grandson of the Qin clan, Qinyegu? I heard that you have been promoted to A level." Qinyegu replied, "It doesn't matter how many levels this junior is promoted." After that, Qinyegu bowed and said, "Now we have no intention of starting a war with the knight and Hengsha. We just want to invite you back to prison number 18. And please don't make a big deal out of this." Li Xiaotong said with a smile, "Don't worry, we're just sitting here talking. We won't make things difficult for you." Qinyegu replied, "Then that's good. I won't disturb you anymore. We'll leave after you leave." The helicopters were still flying outside. Inside, Li Xiaotong said, "Just me going out will alarm many people, so you understand why I don't go out, right?" Qin Chen asked, "Are they afraid of you?" Li Xiaotong replied, "In this era, even if you step into the demigod realm, you may not be invincible. It's not that they are afraid of me, but that they are afraid of the fire. Let's go home." Then the two of them stood up and walked to the airship that had been parked earlier. Qin Chen glanced down. He thought, sooner or later there will be a day when I come back here. Qinyegu watched Li Xiaotong's airship leave. He said to his staff, "Have you found that combat squad yet?" The staff replied, "We found them. They are all unconscious. According to my guess, someone attacked them at the escape route, and then safely retreated." Qinyegu said with a smile, "This is telling us that the net we wove is not tight enough. Retreat and go home to sleep. Now increase the frequency." The person who met Li Xiaotong may be some force from the outside world, Qin Huai of the Qin clan, Li Yunk of the Lufdale Consortium, or Brandon Ola of the Brandon Group. Strengthen it. Recently, the matter of time travelers has been happening frequently. The outside world is also in turmoil because of this. So in everyone's eyes, Li Xiaotong's appearance is like brewing some conspiracy. Tonight may cause incalculable losses to the Federation. Reading this passage makes me want to burn it. The airship was on its way back. Li Xiaotong asked, "Do you know why I let you wear a mask?" Qin Chen replied, "Because you don't want outsiders to know the relationship between me and you." Li Xiaotong continued to ask, "Then do you know why I have already accepted you as a disciple but still don't acknowledge you? Do you feel that it's unfair?" He looked over with a smile and said, "No, It's because you know that it's difficult to remove the chains on your body, so you are worried that those chains will trap me. Thank you, teacher. Li Xiaotong said after hearing this, you have always been so smart, and have unlimited potential. Of course, that's why I feel that I shouldn't let you bear anything when entering the battlefield. He thought to himself, as a teacher, what I can do is just walk with Qingchen for a while, then stand behind and watch how far he can go. Then Qingchen asked, will we have a chance to go out again in the future? Li Xiaohong asked in return, do you still want to go out and play? He quickly replied, I want to. Li Xiaohong said with a smile, then wait a few days and find an opportunity to go out and play. After Qingchen finished speaking, he looked up at the countdown clock on his wrist. He thought, these 3 hours were really real. The outside world, at some bar. Xing Yuanong said, have you seen the news yet? Lu Yuan replied, I've seen it, boss. I feel that we should still try to approach Lu Dizhu. This character, Li Xiaotong, is very important. Even if you criticize this Lu Dizhu, you have to consider the fact that he is the person closest to Li Xiaotong. Xing Yuandong said, I trust my intuition more and more. Lu Yuan, you have to understand that a person like Li Xiaotong will never pay attention to Lu Dizhu. There is definitely a third time traveler in prison number 18. Lu Yuan asked after hearing this, then what should we do? Xing Yuandong said with a firm gaze, find him. The countdown time was more than 44 hours, at 3:30 a.m. in the 9th district of the 2nd city. He Jinqiu walked on that road. He entered a store where a woman was looking at her phone, according to the report. He Jinqiu tapped the table. The woman said, boss, I'm sorry, I didn't notice when you came in. He Jinqiu maintained a smile and said, don't be nervous. I'm here with 2 pieces of news that I want you to quickly pass on. One is that Tong Duyue and Tian Xiaomao have had their identities as time travelers discovered by the consortium. Tell Xiao Xiao to temporarily cut off contact with them all and wait for me to return before discussing further. Second, tell Xiao Xiao to quickly collect information about Li Xiaotong. I discovered that his energy is even stronger than what we investigated before. To be able to safely retreat after such a big incident is truly unbelievable. The woman replied, understood. After that, He Jinqiu continued, it seems that we have to win over Lu Dizhu before Kunlun makes a move. We need him. I hope you understand what mission we are shouldering. If you allow a state of carelessness like this to happen again, the organization will punish you. When we find a suitable person, I will have that person replace you. After you return, you will go find the drill instructor of the Zhongwu school to increase your training. Do you have any objections? The woman replied, no. He said, okay, then it's decided. The slum is a place with few surveillance cameras in the cyber city. No one noticed that a special guest came to this place. At this time in the prison cell, the prisoners were shouting and banging on the doors, making a lot of noise. Qing Chun lay snugly in his bed, thinking, it seems that no new prisoners were escorted to prison number 18 last night. Phew. Thinking, Qing Chun turned his body to the corner of the wall and continued to sleep. Looking at the camera system, Li Xiaotong's expression showed a smile, seemingly quite satisfied. Seeing Li Xiaotong like that, Lin Xiaoxiao calmly thought, the outside world is in chaos because of what happened last night, but the boss is indifferent, not caring about it at all. While lost in thought, Guo Huchan approached from behind and said to Lin Xiaoxiao, what did your boss go out to do last night? If there's something fun, take me along. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced back, smiled, and replied, oh, how did you know? Lin Xiaoxiao thought, even though the outside is in chaos, Guo Huchan doesn't have a communication device. So how would he know what's happening outside? Lin Xiaoxiao continued, a mental type transcendent from Black Peach is here? How many of you came? Aren't you afraid the financial consortium will wipe you out? Guo Huchan frowned and replied, only I came. Tell me the truth, what did Li Xiaotong go to do? Lin Xiaoxiao replied, if I told you he just went out for braised pork, would you believe it? Guo Huchan exclaimed in surprise, I don't believe it. How could there be nothing important with such a big deal? Looking at Li Xiaotong's calm appearance, Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and thought, I know the whole world wouldn't believe it, but the boss really didn't do anything last night. The boss just wanted to take Qing out to play. They only remember the boss as a very dangerous demigod, but they forget that the boss is actually extremely capricious and even a spendthrift. Thinking this, Lin Xiaoxiao looked up. Lin Xiaoxiao looked up at Qing's prison cell on the upper floor and continued to think, it's one thing for the boss to be calm, but how can a 17-year-old teenager like you be so calm too? You can even sleep until noon as if nothing happened. From inside Qing's prison cell, the system suddenly announced code 010101, indicating a family visit, startling Qing slightly. Hearing the announcement, Guohuchan turned to look up in surprise and replied, wait, isn't it once every 3 months for visits? I remember 2 people just visited this guy yesterday. Lin Xiaoxiao, sitting there, said, our boss doesn't like him, so I advise you not to get close to him or listen to rumors. A moment later, 2 warden robots escorted Qing out of the cell. The door slowly opened, gradually revealing Qing's expression. A well-dressed girl was already sitting and waiting at the table in front of him. Qing smiled as soon as he saw her. It was Brandon Soaring. She smiled happily as soon as she saw Qing. Qing slowly sat down in the chair and said, why are you here again? Brandon Soaring handed over a box and said, I came to bring you some food. I cooked it. She opened a lunch box full of food that looked very beautiful and said, I asked, the food in the prison isn't very good, so I made you some. Qing reached out to take the lunch box and asked, I'm very curious. You and I don't know each other very well, at least not well enough to visit me here every day. Do we? Hearing this question, Brandon Soaring replied, this time I came to City 18 with the elders. They wanted me to interact with you, and also, I'm not comfortable being around them, Brandon Soaring said slowly, looking a little sad. In an instant, Qing felt that this girl had something she wanted to say. But instead, he didn't ask. He just picked up the food and tried a bite. Seeing this, Brandon Soaring was also very curious to see Qing's reaction. Qing ate and thought, I have to say, this girl's cooking skills are very good. Then he felt embarrassed, and turned his face away because Brandon Soaring kept staring at Qing while he was eating. Then, Brandon Soaring suddenly lowered her head, smiled, and said, it's nothing, it's a language that only those involved can understand. A moment later, Qing finished eating. Brandon Soaring packed up the lunchbox and stood up, cheerfully continuing, well then, Qing, see you next time. Ever since the boss wanted Qing to hide his identity. This prison seems to have lost its fun. Brandon Soaring turned and continued, if I want to find Qing to talk, I have to pretend to be cold. Lin Xiaoxiao was extremely surprised, his expression a little stunned. Now he had heard everything inside the room and was blankly thinking back on Brandon Soaring's words just now, ever since the boss wanted Qing to hide his identity. This prison seems to have lost its fun. If I want to find Qing to talk, I have to pretend to be cold. If I want to talk to Yuan, with Yuan's personality, I wouldn't get anywhere in half a day. As for Guohuchan, I'm hoping this guy stays far away. Then the door behind Lin Xiaoxiao slowly opened. Lin Xiaoxiao was extremely surprised to see the scene in front of him. Lu Dizhu was being lifted up by a warden robot, with a large wound on his arm. Lin Xiaoxiao then thought, Lu Dizhu can't go back. I can't let this kid see Qin. Then Lin Xiaoxiao immediately voiced his opinion to Li Xiaotong, boss, we can't release this person. Li Xiaotong happily replied, then lock him up. We'll talk about it tonight. Immediately, the warden robot taking Lu Dizhu back suddenly stopped. The robot turned around and went back to the special prison cell. Seeing this, Lu Dizhu exclaimed in surprise. Wait, weren't you going to release me back to the factory? What's going on? Why are you locking me up again? What crime did I commit? Locked back in the room without a reason, Lu Dizhu knelt down, scratching his head and screaming, why am I forced to go to the inner world every time the countdown ends and sit in prison for a few days? Suddenly, the door to the room opened, causing Lu Dizhu to turn back in surprise. A young man wearing a mask quietly entered, causing Lu Dizhu to stammer in fear, who are you? Now Lu Dizhu realized this was time traveler number 3 in prison number 18. His face was covered in sweat as he thought in fear. The masked young man moved closer and closer to Lu Dizhu, causing him to retreat in even greater fear, saying, what do you want to do? But suddenly, the person raised an electronic tablet for Lu Dizhu to see. A line of text appeared on the tablet, causing Lu Dizhu to panic after reading it. He knelt down and pleaded, big brother, I didn't mean to steal your spotlight. I've thought it over, I won't brag anymore in the future. This time when I go out, I'll admit it right away, I'm not the time traveler that Jianxing met. But suddenly, The young man raised another electronic tablet with a different line of text. Lu Dezhu blankly replied, "Huh? So what do you want, big brother?" The mysterious masked man raised another message. After reading it, Lu Dezhu fell back in great fear, saying, "No, no way. I'm already being filmed, I'm scared now." Looking up at the masked person, Lu Dezhu kept pleading, "Big brother, you don't know, my house is on the second floor. The other day when I was taking a shower, I forgot to close the curtains. As a result, as soon as I turned around, I saw the person sitting on the upper floor holding a camera filming me secretly. Also, when I was driving home, a bunch of paparazzi followed me, and they even criticized me for driving slowly. Someone said I should go faster so the photos would look better." A moment later, the mysterious person raised the tablet and asked, "Do you know your sentence?" Lu Dezhu replied, "I don't know the specifics. Who told me I'd be in prison as soon as I transmigrated?" The person continued to write, "According to the latest news, you are guilty of robbery, theft, and attempted murder. You have committed numerous crimes, and are sentenced to 99 years and 7 months. What the F*******? Lu Dezhu was shocked to read these words. Suddenly, Lu Dezhu realized something. He said, "Big brother, are you only using words to talk to me because you're afraid I'll recognize your voice? So I know you, right? Or are you someone who is close to me?" The mysterious person unhesitatingly moved closer to Lu Dezhu. He said, "Actually, you were pushed out by the syndicate to take the blame. Syndicates in the inner world all do things like this. If they are targeted by the Federal Security Commission, they will be chosen as scapegoats at any time." Hearing this, Lu Dezhu was extremely surprised. Now Lu Dezhu's face turned pale as he thought, "If I had ever heard this voice before, I would definitely remember it, but I have no impression of this sound in my memory." The masked person continued, "Now that you've heard my voice, we can talk, right?" Lu Dezhu replied in fear, "I'm sorry, big brother, I misunderstood you." Now the masked person said with a very gloomy expression, "I came to see you now because I want to make a deal with you. You impersonate me, and I can help you get out of prison.